in the 2024 season. MSU's Mel Tucker not giving anything away about whether Noah Kim or Caden Hauser would be under center when the Spartans take the field on Friday night. This was all he gave reporters when asked about it yesterday. Yeah, we will see. Tuck also said he'll be rotating in 3 to 4 running backs throughout the game to keep his ground game fresh. In Ann Arbor, Jim Harbaugh spending quite a chunk of his time with the media claiming that a change in college sports status quo is necessary regarding the revenue sharing with student athletes. He also said he remains completely muzzled regarding the ongoing NCAA investigation against him, and that quarterback coach Kirk Campbell will call Michigan's plays in Week 1 against East Carolina. And Ryder Cup captain picks are due to be announced today. Multiple reports claim that Zach Johnson will select Brooks Koepka, Justin Thomas, and Ricky Fowler, among others, to face Europe next month. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
I imagine everybody has a please God, don't cut this guy that's on the Lions roster. Please don't cut him. Like, you think that this guy could be something, a diamond in the rough. You don't want to see him go by the wayside. Who would that player be for you? And Kang, I'll start. For me, that guy is Antoine Green. He's the wide receiver that they drafted in the 7th round from North Carolina. He was the 219th player selected in the draft. I love his combination of size and speed. He's 6'2", 200 pounds. He's fast as hell, and he's somebody that I think could benefit from Jameson Williams not playing for the first 6 games, because he could be a guy that you can bring off the bench in situations. You spread him out with 4 receivers, and this guy can go deep, and you're going to have to account for him because he's got the speed and because the size might be a mismatch.
Here's another guy that I think has really good value. And it's diminishing a little bit because they know he's probably going to be released. It's the guy that's had 4 sacks, and that's Julian Okwara. I think he's going to be an odd man out.
Trade.
Has performed well, but yeah, you have from now until Tuesday to try and get something in return for Julian Okwara. Is there a receiver out there that you believe can give you another weapon, another option that maybe another team is looking, hey, we want to cut to, but we need somebody on the edge to rush the passer, not a starter, but a backup guy.
Yep.
Is there a deal to be made?
So you don't think Okwara is going to make the team if he's
Julian? I don't think so.
Okay.
7 edge rushers is tough.
I know, and I know the number crunch there, but man, owns Enrique potentially making the team and him not?
But again, it's different position.
I know it's different, but
Couple ticket texts. Texter reading into Jim Harbaugh, which is always difficult, says, sounds like a man who has no intention of being back next year, setting up his coordinators for head coaching jobs in the near future. Of course, he won't be on the sidelines on Saturday against East Carolina. It will be Jesse Minter.
Yep.
And then it will be Jay Harbaugh / Mike Hart.
Yep.
And then it will be Sharon Moore for the third game against Bowling Green. He believes he's got a bunch of head coaches, whether they're going to be coaching at Michigan next year as the head coach or not. I think there's always a danger into reading into Harbaugh. He wanted to go to the NFL the last couple of years. It wasn't reciprocated. So I think it's an idea. I wouldn't speak with certainty on it.
Yeah, sure. It's like everything. If you got to have somebody that wants you back.
Right. Stephen Madison Heights says, Cookies, you're a moron. Okay, won't be the first time I hear that. Says, he can't talk about something, but you ask anyway, you come off like an idiot. Well, I tried to ask it in a way that he could answer.
Right.
I asked because
From
the school suspended him. Not about the NCAA. Michigan, Ward Manual, the Block M said, Harbaugh, you got a 3-game suspension. I asked him if he agreed with it or not. He didn't have to get into NCAA investigations. Do you agree with the suspension handed down by your university? He elected not to answer. Not going to stop me from asking a question. He's free to answer how he wants. But that's Jim Harbaugh for you.
Yeah, I mean,
he's always a character.
Yeah, and it's, if you try and read into it, it's, chances are he'll pivot and go another direction, and you'll be trying to read into that. So it's just, it is who he is.
He started his general media availability yesterday talking about the future of college sports. And he made his statements about how he wants there to be a new model where athletes can cash in on a rev share. And he made the analogy to Michael Jordan getting a percentage of his sales with Nike, saying Nike made out just fine in that arrangement. In other words, with billions being thrown around for TV deals, if the institutions have to cut a percentage of that back to the student athletes, they'll be okay. They won't shutter doors and shut down. They'll be all right. He went at the NCAA yesterday. And in some of the follow-up questions, people asked, Jim, why now? And he says, well, I've done this, and you asked him about it. And he says, I've talked about this for years. But, John, it did stand out to me that he brought it up on a day where this NCAA investigation is hanging over his head. And I wonder, maybe not the time to rattle the cage of the NCAA. You got a good football team. Do you need to be duking it out, sparring with the NCAA, telling them to tear it down, burn it down, and start over? I think he's right. But, John, is there anything to being said for timing, why it came up?
Well, the question then is, when is the right time to say this?
When you're not under investigation.
Okay. Well, they're already pissed at you, so why not just go all in at this point?
Okay.
I mean, it's
so he's loaded for bear.
Yeah. I mean, if a bear's, bearing down on you, then, I mean, what do? Do you fight back, or do you just lay down and let it run its course?
If I was a Michigan fan, I would want him to not be going at the NCAA. Just me.
Well, I mean, it's so a lot of Michigan fans, if you flip it, they'll say, well, why is the NCAA going after Jim Harbaugh so hard? And that's that's the unknown, right? We don't know exactly what the violations are. I haven't read the notice of violations, and I don't know. We're all speculating. And we know that the 4 games that was previously agreed to, the NCAA said, when they went back to him, said that, okay, that's not enough. And so Michigan thought, well, whatever the violations were, we think, as per Ward Manual's statement, that we think this is the appropriate violation. They're on both ends. We don't expect them to agree on it.
No.
And so now all of a sudden you have a moment where he's not going to be coaching the team for 3 weeks, at least on game days. The rest of the week he's going to be around, and we'll talk to him again next Monday, and he'll present whatever it is to the media, however he wants to start the first 6 minutes. It's going to be Jim Harbaugh's show. And right now it's really, if they're coming at you, why not? I mean, this seems like the actual perfect time to make a statement like this.
Up to you guys. 248-539-9797. Maybe it doesn't bother you. Maybe you're like, hey, Jim, maybe now's not the time. We can collect some ticket texts and some phone calls. Did you see this? This is a thing I think we could see here in Detroit, and it would do very well. A Milwaukee promotion, a Milwaukee bar, has something concocted for football season, they will pay your tab when the Jets lose a game started by Aaron Rodgers this season. Did you see this?
I did. I think it's awesome. I think it's genius.
Now, there's some stipulations, right, Heather? I know, like, they're not comping your whole meal.
Right. You can't comp your food. You have to stay at the bar the entire
Right. You
game.
got to be there and start your tab at least 15 minutes before kickoff.
Right.
Aaron Rodgers has to start the game. And so it can't conflict with a Green Bay Packers game as well, which
Exactly.
Rules out certain Sundays.
Yeah, unless
there's only,
there's
like,
some things flexed at the end.
4
of the season.
games, I think, in total
That
that
this
they'll
is-
do this.
So
So basically, it's prime time games, featured games where Rodgers starts for the Jets, they lose, and they're buying your beer or your drink for you.
Yes.
If we had a promotion like that here in Detroit, if a local bar adopted this, would it be Aaron Rodgers? Would it be a different athlete? Like, who would be our villain that we would get comped a free drink if they lose? If I put you in charge of a bar in Detroit, do we have a central villain that we can base it around?
Ooh. Right now, I mean, well, Aaron Rodgers is gone.
Right.
So,
It's not Kirk Cousins.
no.
I think you got to look down south in college. I think it's Ohio State in Ann Arbor. An Ann Arbor bar would put on a promotion like this.
The Brown Jug.
Free cheeseburger if
That's where I was going.
well, that's right there.
Free cheeseburgers if Michigan wins their first 3 games.
I didn't go there.
But to stick
You
on the
ain't gonna allow
villain,
this?
but to stick on the villain
Can't
part,
say that on this show.
you would say Ryan Day and Ohio State, every loss, hey, free round on us. Our biggest villain in Detroit / college sports is Ryan Day. I don't think he's our biggest villain.
Well, that would have worked better with Herb.
Yeah, it would have worked a lot better with Urban.
But like last year, the semifinal, Georgia and Ohio State, would have been a perfect night to do something like this.
Yeah, I'm just so it needs to be something that happens more regularly than just like one game.
Like,
Like, you know,
I'm thinking about, because our teams are starting to get better, this is when villains develop. Like, when you're bad, you don't have a villain. You're not competing
Right.
for anything.
Yeah.
You don't have any animosity towards anybody. But as the Lions are looking in the division, I don't know if there's a clear villain for us to go at. In baseball, the Tigers are probably a year away, fingers crossed, from it being someone on Minnesota, Carlos Correa, where every time he strikes out, I don't.
Yeah.
We don't. My point is, I don't think we have a villain.
no, I agree with you. And I mean, Jordan Love could be a villain instantly.
Yeah,
He could be the one that's on the horizon.
villain arc.
Yeah.
He's in his villain era.
He's next in line, obviously, there with you've gone through Favre and now, Aaron. Then all of a sudden, you go right to Jordan Love. If he rekindles the magic of the Green Bay Packers, especially over the Detroit Lions, he would certainly be the next villain. When you think this team, the Lions team, is on a trajectory for winning the division, if he's the thing and the one that holds them back, I think you insert him as villain number 1.
How about Brady Tkachuk? Ottawa Senators kind of punked the Red Wings last year, beat them up, out-physicaled them, laughed at the bench, and kind of ended their season effectively. They sold at the deadline.
Well,
it's the best I can come
know
up with.
it is for you. Going back
How about
to the
this? Think on it.
playoffs.
Think on it.
If the season were to end today, we'd be in the playoffs.
Think on it.
Please look at the shirt I'm wearing along with my wife.
I posted a photo from a sporting event I went to with my wife wearing a jersey at a game. He treats this like this is some international incident.
I just want to know if you're an equal opportunity, let's just call it celebrator, if the Tigers are in the playoffs, let's just say early June next year, are you going to be wearing the...
Can we go July? Like post 4th of July?
It's your rules.
I'm
You're making the
negotiating.
rules.
I
Or
thought
if
it was
it's just
Memorial Day.
Think on it. Do we have a villain in the making? Who is the biggest villain for Detroit sports? You guys are so nice. 97.1.
Hey, Jim, you want to get away?
Yes.
Want to relax and have a
Immediately.
good time? All right.
Please.
Hey, you can go with Stoney and I next week to the D. That's where we're going to be to celebrate the start of the NFL season and the Lions taking on the Kansas City Chiefs. We're going to air from the D on Friday morning, celebrating the victory. But if you want to get away and have a good time, the D is where you need to be. They're doing everything they can to make sure your stay is safe and you can enjoy all the comforts of a high-end Las Vegas hotel without missing out on any of the high gaming energy and nightlife that you want. And if you want a great steak, this is where I'm hoping that we go right before kickoff. That's Andiamo Steakhouse. You want something a little quicker, a little bit more casual, D-Grill, American Coney Island, both of them are right there. At the D Las Vegas, the staff can catch up with a round of golf, and you can party all night at the Long Bar. So get a group together, get to the D Las Vegas, book a room at the D.com. That's the D.com. Or if you're staying on the Strip, make sure you put the D Las Vegas in downtown Vegas on your agenda. The D Las Vegas, your home for Detroit sports in Vegas.
Do we have a villain? Our teams are starting to get better. Do we have a villain? I ask because it's obvious in Green Bay. You have a Milwaukee bar that says when Rodgers and the Jets lose, drinks on us. If a Detroit bar wanted to copycat, who would the athlete be that they would say drinks on us when this guy screws up? Maybe we're a year early on this question because we're going to see if Jordan Love emerges as a villain figure in this division and continues the legacy of Packer quarterbacks. Maybe the Minnesota Vikings aren't dead yet and they become the bane of your existence and someone on that team becomes the embodiment and becomes the villain. Maybe the Red Wings are in the playoff race. Maybe the Tigers are in first place and there's a team in the Central. Maybe it's Jose Ramirez becomes the villain for Detroit sports. John, I don't know that there's a clear one today.
No, but if we're thinking about those that could be on the arc, let me ask you this one. Mm-hmm. Now, if you say the Minnesota Vikings, and they're the team that it's just kind of the bane of the Lions' existence, the fans' existence, and I don't know that Kirk Cousins ever rises to that level. It obviously could be Justin Jefferson, a guy that would make play after play. You just can't stop, and he's the one that beats you. Is it possible that it could be TJ Hawkinson? Because he was here, and obviously it wasn't his choice. It was Brad Holmes that chipped him off. But he goes there and, he signs a new contract. And then year after year, it's just, hey, it's a third down conversion. It's a fourth down conversion. It's a 2-point conversion. It's a touchdown. It's something that he does that prevents the Lions from taking that next step.
Hawkinson as a guy who has villain arc potential. 248-539-9797. Texter says the biggest villain, the Boston Bruins. That's from Todd. I mean, they're not in the same category of contender right now.
No, and Bertuzzi's not there anymore.
No.
So what about the Bruins? Just because they're so much better than everybody else last year?
So I'm going to help because I think the ticket text has a spelling error. It says biggest villains are the Bruins, Todd Marchand. I think Brad Marchand, the pest that plays. Yeah, he's annoying just in general. I don't know that he's uniquely Detroit villain at this point. Texter says cookies, don't shy away from it. It's Stafford. Every loss gets you a free pretzel. That's from Raymond.
I mean,
he's not really hurting us at this point.
No, and he can't talk to anybody that's under the age of 24. Apparently,
I saw that report. He's struggling with his teammates.
Per Kelly.
I'll have more on that next.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, it'll be in the
news teaser.
I like that.
Yeah, I went full Doug Karts, didn't even know it.
Coming up at 9:41 and 32 seconds, we will have that for you.
Yes.
Texter said, and I like this creativity. Anytime Javi Baez gets a hit, the bar's never going to have to pay out. It'll be great.
Yes. Yeah. Better yet, every time he swings at something outside the strike zone.
Justin Fields. That's on the ticket text.
All right. So, again, eventually, it could be a guy that would be on that arc, but maybe it's more, Tremaine Edmonds or, somebody defensively that does something to, this offense that is supposed to be what's special about this year's version of the Detroit Lions. The offensive line, the offense, the explosive potential that it has.
I think Fields is a good candidate. I think their defense doesn't have much pass rush. I think they're a year away defensively. Offensively, though, with DJ Moore, Fields coming into his own a little bit, could he steal a game? Again, I'm going to pick the Lions head-to-head. We'll see as the season goes. But
they're still trying to shore up that offensive line. They just traded for, Spriggs, former Indiana offensive lineman.
Yeah, he played at Indiana.
A little long in the tooth, but yeah, they're trying to find a way to shore up that offensive line still.
My point is he can make something out of nothing. He's that kind of athlete, and you may have him bottled up, and he even showed it against the Lions a little bit last year. When he gets some space, he can burn you. So maybe he's the best answer for our next villain. Ticket texters, though, backing the support for Javi Baez, says, unfortunately, he's our own guy. Javi Baez is the biggest villain in Detroit. Let's go to Heather with the news.
Well, I'm going to hold off on the Stafford story. I'm going to start somewhere else and we'll get there.
Yeah, we'll get to it in just a few moments.
An Atlanta area high school football coach was arrested after punching one of his players in the stomach on the sideline during a game.
Can't do that.
It happened on Saturday afternoon during the first quarter of their game. The punch was actually captured on camera because there was a television broadcasting this game. And they say the player was a junior defensive back, and you could see him back up after he was just punched in the gut. He appeared to hunch over in pain, and the coach just continued to yell at him. Atlanta Public Schools didn't waste any time. The police were involved. He was taken into custody shortly after. He's been charged with simple battery, and the school says he also faces administrative charges as well. He was not a teacher at the school, but just a coach. So it's believed that shooting that actually wounded 2 women at Friday night's White Sox game actually involved a gun going off inside Guaranteed Rate Field. So somebody brought a gun or had a gun inside that ballpark. There's still a lot to unfold here, and they're not really releasing a whole lot of information. But the interim Chicago police superintendent did say on Monday that investigators have nearly ruled out the possibility that the shots came from outside the ballpark. Of course, everything is under investigation. They said every single angle is being explored. those two women are going to be fine. One actually refused medical treatment. She was grazed by the bullet, but the other is going to be okay. All right, let's talk about Matthew Stafford and Kelly Stafford more so. She weighed in on how well Matthew is gelling with his new teammates. And according to her, as he enters his 15th season with a new group of players, it hasn't been a very easy transition for him. And she suggests his struggle to kind of get along with his new teammates is due to his old age. He's just an old man compared to all these young new guys. She says that they call him sir. And she says it's different because now in the locker room, people are going right to their phones afterward and not really like connecting with him. And he's created like a book to try to get to know these guys a little bit more.
A book of faces.
Yes, like a Facebook, not the Facebook, but a book of faces, a Facebook to try to get to know a little bit more about these guys so he can connect with them and be a better leader on the team.
This dynamic isn't unique to Stafford. Brady talked about it because when you play as long as some of these quarterbacks do, and the roster's full of second, third, fourth year players, the Rams specifically are a young roster. This isn't surprising to me. There is a generational gap.
There is, but there's also a commonality in what you're doing. I mean, I was, my last year was 35. Matthew Stafford was 21, 22. And I had no problem having conversations with him. Now, maybe he should just add him on and come out with some new TikToks or...
maybe that's what he's got to do. He's got to get better at his social media game.
Yeah.
And then they can get to know him when they go and grab their phone in the locker room, and they can just watch his TikToks, and then it's like they've all connected.
Yeah, this one just sounds like it's, somehow they're building an excuse into something that's not going right.
But you weren't hanging out with 21-year-old Stafford, were you? You guys weren't going out on the boats with
but
beers?
It doesn't mean you can't connect on the job. I mean, you're 30?
Yeah.
All right, I'm 47. We seem to connect all right.
Decent.
Yeah. I'm a lot older than you two. I'm just old.
Yes, 32. I know.
Yeah, a couple of years older. That's it. We get along fine.
I know.
Greg.
Have to get out my little picture book and put it next to
your Facebook.
Yeah.
Is
it's
this
Jim? Cookies.
Cats,
He likes
Catios.
cats and cookies.
Roomba. All right. Don't got the cat's name. Plans for a new grocery store are forming in Detroit's historic North End. So contractors are actually busy building this new Detroit's People Food Co-op on Woodward and Euclid Street. And this Detroit People's Food Co-op is an African-American-led, community-owned grocery incentive. And it's going to be an anchor store in a new development called the Detroit Food Commons. And organizers and supporters just said that this market will help improve access to healthy food options, especially in predominantly Black and low-income communities. And it's expected to open sometime in the first half of 2024. This is shocking, especially for doctors and probably for this poor woman. For years, there was a woman in Australia that visited doctors over and over, and she had a range of symptoms: pneumonia, abdominal pain, diarrhea. She had a cough, a fever, night sweats. She was also showing signs of depression and forgetfulness. So doctors said, hey, let's go get an MRI scan of your brain. Let's see what's going on. And they were shocked when they saw some abnormalities and said, hey, we need to have a surgery. We need to get in there. And as they got in there, they discovered that the woman had a worm living inside of her brain. The surgical team found a 3-inch long, bright red, parasitic roundworm that was just living there, right there in her brain. And they said what makes this case particularly strange is that this worm is usually found in snakes, not people. In fact, it was the first time this worm has ever been discovered in a human. And the fact that it was still alive, just wiggling around inside her brain, is alarming. They're not sure how it got there because she says she's had no contact with snakes, but they think maybe she collected, there's these like grasses, this New Zealand spinach where the snakes could have laid an egg that she could have used to cook with and then consumed like a snake egg.
But it went into her brain from
I don't know
her
how
digestive
it works.
tract?
They don't know, but yeah, apparently so. Anyway, she's doing so much better. She's doing so much better. She does still have some symptoms, but otherwise is doing good. Gross.
That is terrifying news.
Gross.
Awful. Yes.
Just wiggling around up there. Nasty.
Okay. We'll compose ourselves.
Yeah.
More villains on the ticket text. Who's the biggest future villain for Detroit sports? Carson Anderson coming up at 10 o'clock, 97.1.
Okay, guys, you've been hearing me talk about Michigan's #1 hair restoration specialist, Dr. Berkowitz from Michigan Hair Restoration, for a long time now. And I bet you've been thinking, gosh, should I go see him? Should I not? Well, if you're on the fence, now is the perfect time. And it's because Michigan Hair Restoration is celebrating their 10-year anniversary. And Dr. B is ready to celebrate. So he's doubling the savings for our listeners. You'll save $2,000 when you mention 97.1, and you'll get 0% financing on your hair restoration procedure as well. And Dr. Berkowitz, he's been meeting with a lot of patients who lose their hair with illness. And there are some people who have lost like almost half of their hair. And now that they're feeling better, they turn to Dr. B to help them regrow their lost hair and their confidence. And he helps both men and women every single day. So even if you or the woman in your life is struggling, with your hair, but you're not ready for a hair transplant, just know that Dr. B offers medical therapies to help reverse hair loss after illness, including natural, homeopathic hair remedies. For more information or to schedule a consultation with Dr. B, go to MichiganHairRestoration.com. That's MichiganHairRestoration.com.
I imagine everybody has a please God don't cut this guy that's on the Lions roster. Please don't cut him. Like, you think that this guy could be something, a diamond in the rough. You don't want to see him go by the wayside. Who would that player be for you? And Kang, I'll start. For me, that guy is Antoine Green. He's the wide receiver that they drafted in the seventh round from North Carolina. He was the 219th player selected in the draft. I love his combination of size and speed. He's 6'2", 200 pounds. He's fast as hell. And he's somebody that I think could benefit from Jameson Williams not playing for the first 6 games, because he could be a guy that you can bring off the bench in situations. You spread him out with 4 receivers, and this guy can go deep, and you're going to have to account for him because he's got the speed and because the size might be a mismatch.
Here's another guy that I think has really good value And
Value.
it's diminishing a little bit because they know he's probably going to be released. It's the guy that's had 4 sacks, and that's Julian Okwara. I think he's going to be an odd man out.
Trade.
Has performed well, but yeah, you have from now until Tuesday to try and get something in return for Julian Okwara. Is there a receiver out there that you believe can give you another weapon, another option that maybe another team is looking, hey, we want to cut to, but we need somebody on the edge to rush the passer, not a starter, but a backup guy.
Yep.
Is there a deal to be made?
So you don't think Okwara is going to make the team if he's
Julian,
not?
I don't think so.
Okay.
7 edge rushers is tough.
I know, and I know the number crunch there, but man, owns Enrique potentially making the team and him not?
But again, it's different position.
I know
Yeah.
it's different.
Dan Dickerson's call. Yankees beat the Tigers last night. Ticket text. A teacher is sticking up for Matthew Stafford. High school teacher here. Kids don't speak to each other at all anymore. His situation seems on par. It's not an age issue. It's a society thing. It's sad. We just had it in the news story that Matthew Stafford can't connect to his teammates. They just, after practices, they just go bury themselves in their phone. They're not out playing cards, talking, socializing. Is that a societal thing? You minimized it.
No, I do because I've been around a lot of football. I talk to a lot of high school kids. I'm around the Michigan football team, and I mean they are 18 to 22 years old. I'm 47. I'm basically from a different generation of football teams and players. Yet I don't have any problem developing relationships with them. Now, I'm not going out there and playing football with them. I think that would be even easier.
Right. You think it's just more Stafford out of touch?
I think it's there. Maybe there needs to be more effort.
He's got his book
on
of
both
faces.
sides. I'm not saying it's just him, but it's made their effort on both sides. But I think there could be some things done to enhance the relationships.
Some villains on the ticket text. We told the story about the Milwaukee bar that will reward patrons for Aaron Rodgers' losses this season. We don't have an Aaron Rodgers-like villain in our lives, but we have some people who may emerge as villains as our teams start to win. Texter says, Cade McNamara and Eric All, Iowa Hawkeyes, former Wolverines.
Yeah, but I mean, what's their impact on Michigan? Like,
They
and
might
again,
meet in a Big Ten
Aaron
title
Rodgers'
game.
impact on the Packers isn't anymore. I mean, you could still say it's Aaron Rodgers. Like, Aaron Rodgers is not in Green Bay anymore, has no impact on the Green Bay Packers, yet they're having this promotion moving forward. I mean, we could still do this. We could just basically say ditto.
Copy him.
Yeah.
Texter says Justin Fields. Another one says the Bears are the closest. They're a division rival. And he's an Ohio State quarterback, so it is Justin Fields.
You got that going for you, but he's got to be good first.
Jamal Williams from Morgan and Oxford.
But again, what impact is he going to have?
They play
on
him, I guess, this season in New Orleans if he had a big day. I think that's kind of a reach.
Sure, but I'm not. I'm worried about Alvin Kamara, not Jamal Williams.
Right. This one says, please don't let our next villain be Jordan Love. That's from Gary.
That's the one that I think would anger everyone the most.
Out of the box, Jair Alexander or Rashawn Gary, Packer defense? No, you just him and Han over there.
No, I think it needs. Again, it could be anybody
It's not big enough.
that has a huge impact on a repeated basis for the Detroit Lions. And so if that's the case, then it really has to be somebody from one of three teams. It has to be the Vikings, the Packers, or the Bears.
Can I go into the college ranks here?
Some people have. Go ahead.
Hunter Dickinson.
Kansas
This is one of the guy he was one of your guys. You kind of liked him here, even though you realized and understood that if he didn't play for my team, I wouldn't like him. Well, now he doesn't play for your team.
You're not even Midwest.
And he talked on their way out. So this might be the match that we're looking for.
Free shots for every missed free throw, every missed three-pointer. No, we might be drunk.
Texter says, guys, this is easy. You get your tab paid every time Javi Baez has a game with more than a hit and less than an error. Gilly at work. Bar will never have to pay it out. Best promo in the world. You're going to eat there every day and you're never going to have to comp the drinks. It is sad that it comes back to that.
It does, yeah. But that's, I mean, hey, we could talk about people that aren't here anymore. I mean, like Al Avila, but he has no impact on any of the teams anymore.
Yeah, like this
it's just a gift that keeps on giving.
Like this texter says Dave Dombrowski. Like,
That's
I
so
mean,
long ago.
it's feels like forever ago. And he's doing great, but he's not part of our lives. He doesn't actively make our life more difficult.
And it didn't end badly with Dombrowski and the Tigers. It ended badly with Rodgers and the Packers.
Right.
Yes.
You get the animosity there. Gators come into the studio.
Hi, there's no animosity here.
None.
No,
Good.
we're all good.
We're friends.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to play the 2 Grand Slam with Gator?
I don't even know if I have
I still have the sheet. I can play it with him.
All right.
Gator, do you know the rules?
You're up.
I think I do.
All right, let's go through this.
All right.
Mel Tucker was the head coach of this program before coming to Michigan State.
Colorado.
Who is the current head coach of the Colorado Buffaloes?
Deion Sanders.
Frazier is located in this Michigan county.
The Macomb.
Who is the sideline reporter for the Detroit Lions radio network?
TJ Lang.
This team drafted Jalen Carter in the NFL draft.
Philadelphia Eagles.
Who played Vince Papale in the movie Invincible?
Mark Wahlberg.
This city hosts Arts, Beats, and Eats on Labor Day weekend.
Royal Oak.
Kevin O'Connell is the head coach of this NFL team.
With Bengals.
Ziggy Wilf is the owner of this NFL team.
The Packers.
They have an owner?
Dude, don't get me started.
This band had the 07 hit The Pretender.
No idea. The Pretender. I don't know. It's Jackson Brown's song. I don't know.
Mr.
right.
Hargrave, let's go to the expert on this. Who's the owner of the Green Bay Packers?
It's the fans.
Public. I am not
The
one
public,
of them.
yes.
Okay.
yes, yes.
So the ones that you missed, you're off to a hot start, 7 for 7. Kevin O'Connell is the coach of the Vikings. Ziggy Wilf owns the Vikings.
There you go.
And the Foo Fighters had to hit The Pretender.
Yeah, I'm not a big Foo Fighters guy.
I'm sure Doug would have got all of them.
I doubt it.
I think Doug would have. He may have gotten the 2 that I missed. There's no way he would have gotten.
Well,
Vince
technically, you
Papale.
missed 3.
Well, I said the 2 play, and then I was going to get to
Plus the 1.
Yeah,
Math.
but yeah, I don't know. Doug, do you know who? What actor played Vince Papale in that movie?
Invincible.
Oh,
I knew it!
my man!
He knew it! Not Denzel. What do you guys got coming up?
I think we're just going to do a movie trivia with Doug for the next 4 hours.
Awesome. I'm listening for 4 more hours.
No, look, we're anxiously awaiting the
Not
final,
5, John?
the final roster cut.
Don't start something that's not there.
Oh boy, the final roster cuts for the Lions are of peak interest here, without a doubt. What it's going to come down to with the defensive line or the secondary, it's already hit the secondary. So I mean, is there something else that's looming there?
Mm-hmm.
Are they creating space for something else? Perhaps a trade. That's something we'll keep an eye on. And Jared Goff at noon.
Oh, all right.
Golf's back. Football's back.
Football's back.
Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Is it his first day? It must be his first day. He's new here.
I don't understand it.
Powers walks in. We're in the open. Powers the boss.
Hey, real quick.
I mean, he does a moderately average job, and he walked in and he sits down next to you with like 5 seconds ago. Hey, real quick, got a question for you. Like, what are you new? Powers, what are you doing?
That was odd.
It was odd. It's his first day, so we'll cut him some slack. How are you today?
I'm all right. I have a little allergy issue.
You have an allergy issue. I have a technology issue. I
Those
might have
are
to see.
nowhere near related.
No, they aren't. Well, let's start with addressing yours. Have you taken medication?
No, I don't for allergies, and I never have. But the last couple of years, they've gotten worse.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure why that is, but maybe I need to start considering that. It's just my eyes get itchy and running, and then I get a little stuffed up. But
Well, it could always be something more serious.
you're right; it could be. Thanks for encouraging that thought in my head. No, I was just getting ready for the show this morning at home, and all of a sudden my eyes start itching. I start rubbing them, and I'm like, I gotta, wash my face again and grab some cold water, and I'll be all right.
Yeah.
I'll be okay.
Good.
I'm gonna,
Tough it out.
continue on.
Yeah, my wife had some bad allergies over the weekend, but she's got medication she takes, clears it right up. So
That's good.
might I recommend? Might I recommend you
Ever
address the
try
issue?
Claritin?
What's the one with the guy and the tambourine? He gets handed the tambourine. He starts clapping. What's that thing? Is that what it is? You need that thing?
I don't. I remember
Stupid
this spot.
song.
This spot's great.
Yeah, it's so funny.
Oh, he's back in. He's back in the pocket. He can do this.
Look at this guy. He's got rhythm.
Yeah.
Oh, he took a, was it Zyrtec?
It probably is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is funny just to hear Zyrtec.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's the other one with the kid who's like a drummer. It's not the same one. I don't think, because it's a kid, and,
Yeah.
and he's like gets a text. Hey, we need you for the gig tonight, and he's like, sure. Pops a pill, and he's all good.
Yeah.
Like, wouldn't you pop a pill anyway? Like, if you have the pills to pop and
Yeah.
you've done this before and you
not
recognize when
feeling
you've
well.
got something that's wrong, and hey, maybe I should, no, I'll just sit at home watching Jeopardy and be miserable,
Yep.
rubbing my eyes and sneezing.
Oh, wait, somebody called with something for me to do? Let me take some medication.
Right, exactly.
Let me get my tambourine. I love that commercial.
it's
the dude is just
better than his separate bathtubs.
He's so proud of himself. He's so proud of himself that he can keep rhythm. God,
Well,
that's funny.
I'm proud I can keep rhythm
Yeah,
sometimes.
well, there you go.
Yeah, remember the separate bathtubs one?
No, what was that?
Well, that's not for allergies. It's a boner pill one. Yeah, like Cialis or something, right?
Wait a sec.
I just start thinking the dumb commercials for pills that you take.
Yeah.
And the one, it always got me. Like, they would show like this couple that's probably in their early 60s or something like that, and the guy starts taking one of the pills, and all of a sudden he's ready to go, and they show them holding hands while in separate clawfoot tubs.
Is it? Are they separate clawfoot tubs, like on a hillside?
Yeah.
Oh my
And,
god.
like, if I just took a pill to get some action down there,
Yep.
I'm not going to be in a separate clawfoot tub.
Yeah. Additionally, outdoors.
Right. Well, I mean, outdoors, it could add some risk and some fun to the whole experience. But yeah, the reason for taking that pill is the reason I'm
Is to get into the
into the other clawfoot tub.
Yeah, there you go. We're on a hillside.
Hey,
Overlooking a community park. Hey kids, look. I mean,
isn't this great?
Yeah.
Isn't this just great? I'm fully engorged, and I got to tell you, looking on the countryside doesn't get any better than this, as you can tell.
plus I can keep time with my tambourine.
Right? You want to combine it? Hey, a little ring toss. Hey.
Is it Zyrtec? Is that the company?
For the tambourine?
Yeah.
It could be. Yeah, it's not the company for the other one.
Oh man.
Sorry, we can.
It's all right. We have. So anything exciting last night? Let me guess, you watched the Tigers.
Well, I did watch the Tigers.
I had it on. Way to go, Reese. 10Ks.
Yeah, that was nice.
Yep.
Until it wasn't nice, and it's so disappointing to see the bullpen falter the way they have over the last several weeks, when they were such a strength earlier in the season, and then, Alex Lang totally changed. When Jekyll and Hyde did the way he was pitching, unfortunately, because I think he's got talent for sure, because you saw how he pitched the first couple months of the season. Jason Foley hasn't been as reliant, but he's still pretty good. But, we've seen Holton get hit up, and everyone's getting hit up now. And it coincides with the team not being able to hit. I mean, this is like 4 games in a row now where they just haven't hit. They'll get one big blast, and that's it. And they can't get the hit when it matters. They showed a stat last night. I couldn't believe it. I think Spencer Torkelson is now
of the day material.
Kinda.
Yeah.
Is Spencer Torkelson seriously 0 for 19 with runners in scoring position in the month of August? I thought it said 0 for 18 when he came up to the plate, and then he struck out or grounded out or whatever it was.
Well,
make it
take
0
a
for
look.
19. I mean, that's insane. Because he had all those big games with the 2 home runs, but I guess those home runs were either solo shots or they came with a runner on first and not in scoring position.
That would be hard to believe.
And yet,
Is it possible?
Is it?
I don't think it is, but I'll see if I can go to splits and monthly. This might take a minute, but
anyway, that's the stat that I thought they showed on the screen last night. To just kind of what?
yeah.
That's crazy. But yeah, that's no good. But I did watch.
You know what that is, Gator?
What's that?
That's a statistical anomalation.
Yeah, anomalate that word.
Yeah.
I did see. I went back and watched the first part of BS High,
Oh, did you?
the Bishop Sycamore High School documentary on HBO.
And
It's a good documentary, and the coach.
did they talk about just their wins and how well they played and
They
didn't
don't even
address-
show football until they're like 45 minutes into
Sorry, I
it.
was just comparing it to Swamp Kings. Just show all the good
Right.
that Bishop Sycamore did.
Right.
What a good program they built. They had some big wins, that team.
What's interesting about this documentary is it sort of starts on the path of, hey, these guys had a great idea, along with the church, that they were going to create a school and get funding for it. And then, hey, why not add a football team to the mix and, try to do the model of IMG Academy, but do it with a Christian background in this. And it walks down that path for about 2 steps. Literally 2 steps of a marathon run.
That was it, huh?
And that's it. And then because it clearly went south because they didn't have funding. This guy just total scam. And they didn't even play a football game for like the first couple of years that they were involved. It just crazy. And no real coaching, no medical assistance. Players are getting hurt and they didn't even really have a trained medical staff. Their big game against IMG, the one that would have got him exposed on ESPN, kid gets drilled, tears his ACL, and another kid gets hurt, and they don't have the staff to handle this. And it's like, are you kidding me? I mean, you talk about putting people at risk, and this scumbag of a coach, who the documentary is all about, this guy Roy Johnson, is just. He's just playing to the camera, trying to smile, make sure they got his good side, make sure that I don't come across as being a scam artist, do I? They're like, no, you look good.
Right.
It's infuriating to watch, and to think that this guy feels like he got one over on people that's brutal. It's just brutal.
All right, so to football, because today is cut down day, and there are a couple things going on right now that my guess, literally this morning at this hour, the Lions will take note of. We'll get to that today at 10:18. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Speaking of taking notes, how about this? This weekend, we got some great college football games coming on all around our area, right? Well, how about you bring something special to the tailgate? Try this out. Flying Ace Spirits Bourbon. It's not going to bust your budget. It's only $30 a bottle, and the bourbon is delicious. It's a blend of aged whiskeys. It's got notes of caramel, toasted rye, vanilla, and ripe stone fruit, and it's versatile. You want to do shots to start the tailgate off? That's great. You want to just drink it neat and have a slow sipper all day long? It works there, too. You want to throw it over ice? Yep. How about with a mixer? Some ginger ale or some cola. Have it any way you want. It is absolutely fantastic. And Flying Ace Bourbon is a tribute to the American Airmen of World War I and also Michigan's rich history of producing some of the finest aviators and airplanes in the world. Flying Ace is a bourbon that pays homage to both. It's also a small batch American-made bourbon, and it's blended in Holland, Michigan. And yep, it's part of the Coppercraft family, so you know that it is quality. It's artfully crafted for the brave of heart. Follow at Flying Ace Spirits on Instagram. That way you can stay up to date on all of their upcoming releases. And as always, please drink responsibly.
All right, so Gator, the Lions are going through their decisions. I always think about these rosters. You know, you've got to cut it down to 53, and it's not fun for the people involved, right? I mean, it's just not. They have to tell people that, hey, appreciate your effort, but wasn't enough. But it's part of the job, right? And everybody gets it, and everybody knows. And I'm guessing that many of the people that get cut know or suspect that the cut is coming. I always feel for the guy that makes it, like they're done with the cuts, the 53-man roster, and the organization says, all right, here's our roster, but you're like dude 53, and you get waived the next day because somebody else got paid.
Right,
somebody else from another team is who you actually want.
Like, hey, you made the roster. Don't unpack your bags just yet.
Right?
Yeah,
And it
well,
seems
there's-
like it happens every year.
Yeah, it's the brutal part of sports, but I mean, it's life, right? Every
Yep.
job has its perils, and when
Yep.
you're in this type of business, it's exactly what it is, and it's got to be absolutely nerve-wracking for those people that know exactly where they're at. They're on the bubble, and to be on either side of it, it's tough. It's really tough. It's being that last guy on the baseball team, that last guy on the football. Any roster that has that finite number attached to it. This isn't like, high school athletics or college athletics where, you get scores of people to make the team. This is limited.
Yep. So, do you want to start with things being afoot with the wide receiver position or the kicker position?
Let's start with the kickers, Doug.
Okay. So we'll start with the cuts yesterday. And I haven't seen that he got injured, but Carolina cut Matthew Wright, who's kicked in the league for 3 seasons. He's 40 of 46 on field goals. He's 6 of 8 from beyond 50. He's 35 of 37 on extra points. His stats are very similar to Riley Patterson, except for the 6 of 8 beyond 50. Now, if he got cut, that's one thing. Or if he got injured, that's one thing. But Diana Rossini this morning tweeted, actually earlier this hour, the kicker market is busy. Teams currently making calls around the league looking for opportunities to trade for kickers. Rams, Lions, Titans, 49ers, and Broncos.
Yeah. I mean, that 53-yard came up short, hit the crossbar thing that doesn't sit well. Plus the fact that Patterson's been embattled for a couple seasons anyway, right?
Mm-hmm.
And let him go. I mean, there's no guarantees. Absolutely. Should they still be looking? They should still be looking. They should scour the earth for the best kicker they can get. And if it's Riley Patterson, it's Riley Patterson. But if it's not,
here's the question: would you give up a draft pick next year to get a quality kicker? And how high a draft?
That's
pick?
the how high thing. I mean, would I? Of course. If it means that you get somebody that you feel, ultra confident that they're better than your current situation, then you need to make that move. If you just think that it's better, like I think this guy's better, then that's not instilling confidence where I'd give up the draft pick to do it.
If you got somebody that you know is better than Riley Patterson, but it cost you a 4th round pick.
That's a lot.
It is a lot. But you know what? I don't want to enter this season shaky a kicker.
Well, is it shaky or is it just not? I mean, Riley Patterson's not bad, right?
He's not bad.
He's not bad. This isn't like some guy who's shanking every kick he's attempting. He's actually made a real nice percentage of his kicks. I didn't like what I saw on Friday night, but it could have, hey, I just mishit the ball. Whatever.
If they're calling around for kickers, I have to think that they're worried that it was more than just a mishit. And we tried to come up with a comparison, a relevant comparison that people could relate to. And we came up with that, those times where you hit your driver and it only goes 200 yards, but it's right down the middle. And you're like, well, I don't know what happened there. And it was a mishit. And so is it possible that Riley Patterson just had a mishit and that's why it came up short?
You hit it fat.
They're calling around the league. That's the intriguing thing is if Diana Rossini's reporting is accurate, and I have no reason to believe it's not, Lions are calling around the league looking for a kicker. Now, is the kid that the Carolina just cut better? He might be better from distance. So,
well, I'm more interested in accuracy than I am distance.
I think that's fine and dandy until you need a 53-yarder to win a game. And that's where I'm concerned. I mean, NFL kickers are so freaking good. The good ones are incredible. They're just incredible. And in the case of what the Lions have right now, I would not call our guy incredible.
No, and what you have kicking at Ford Field is ideal conditions.
Yep.
For half the season.
Yep.
And you think of the other games you're playing, you're going to play one in Chicago. It's going to be difficult. One in Green Bay, which can be difficult. Minnesota's ideal conditions. So you're playing more than half your games in ideal conditions. It's a good situation to want to come to Detroit. Detroit's also a good team. But I suspect that there probably isn't a free agent kicker out there
Probably not.
at this point.
Robbie Gould.
Yeah, but again,
That's the crazy thing. How come he's not signed?
because he's 40 years old and maybe doesn't have the leg that he used to have. I mean, I'm sure teams have had people that go watch him work out or something.
He kicked last year. Did he really lose it?
I don't know. I mean, there's that. When you hit 40, it's a whole different ballgame. You know what it's like. Things change.
Yeah.
Right away. So,
Yeah.
I mean,
last year he was 2 for 2 from beyond 50, although his long was 51, so it was just beyond 50. He made 84.4% of his field goal attempts. But the thing I keep going back to is he has never missed in the playoffs. He's never missed in the playoffs.
when was the last time he kicked in the playoffs?
Last year, right? Would have been last year, correct?
I would assume so, but
Yeah.
I mean, was he asked to kick anything special?
Well, I'd have to go back and look at the box scores, but bottom line is, if they're calling about a kicker, it's not like they're over there and hey, B_homie, here's an email.
Right.
Do you know that Robbie Gould's available? He knows that Robbie Gould's available, so they just clearly don't want him.
Yeah, but okay. So what was Robbie Gould's percentage last year?
He was
84 something.
He was 27 of 32, 84%, 2 for 2 from beyond 50.
So Patterson was 85.7%.
Mm-hmm.
It was better, and he was 2 of 3 from beyond 50.
Well,
and in his career, he's 87.8% because he's only kicked for 2 seasons.
Mm-hmm.
So you got the beginning of his career versus a guy who's at the end of his career. So I would expect that you'd get more out of Patterson than what you would out of Gould.
Who would you want standing over a big kick late in the year?
What's the distance? I mean,
49 yards.
I'm fine with Riley Patterson.
Okay. I would rather have Robbie Gould doing it, but that's just based on experience. Been there, done that. And he did kick in the playoffs last year, made a 50-yarder against Dallas. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. There's also possibility at wide receiver I want to get to, but we asked the people, if you can get a reliable kicker, we want to know what draft pick next year is too much. You'd give up a 7th, a 6th, a 5th, but you wouldn't give up a 4th. Would you give up a 4th for a reliable kicker? I think I would. I would not give up a 3rd. I would call Robbie Gould, but apparently the Lions are seeking an alternative to Riley Patterson. But what would you give up for a good kicker? How high would you go? 248-539-9797. We'll touch on a wide receiver that was released that could interest the Lions. Make some sense. We'll get to that today at 10:35 here on 97.1.
I imagine everybody has a please God don't cut this guy that's on the Lions roster. Please don't cut him. Like, you think that this guy could be something, a diamond in the rough. You don't want to see him go by the wayside. Who would that player be for you? And Kang, I'll start. For me, that guy is Antoine Green. He's the wide receiver that they drafted in the seventh round from North Carolina. He was the 219th player selected in the draft. I love his combination of size and speed. He's 6'2", 200 pounds. He's fast as hell, and he's somebody that I think could benefit from Jameson Williams not playing for the first 6 games, because he could be a guy that you can bring off the bench in situations. You spread him out with 4 receivers, and this guy can go deep, and you're going to have to account for him because he's got the speed and because the size might be a mismatch.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 971 to ticket. Open lines 248-539-9797. Scott writes in, Riley Patterson didn't miss-hit it. 53 would have been a career long. I think that's just the edge of his range. Robbie Gould is a free agent, solid kicker. That's from an unnamed texter. Lions situation is shaky. Come on, it feels like he's going to cost them a game or two. That's from an unnamed texter. Okay, so the question is, what would you do about it? Here's what we have to assume. Now, I want to, when something doesn't make sense, like Robbie Gould still being available, and, maybe he has lost it, but the reason the Lions aren't going after him, the reason they're not doing it isn't because they're idiots, okay? Let's start with that. There's a reason for it. I know sometimes people think it's just they're idiots, but they're not idiots. So what would you do about it? Eric writes in, would you guys give up a 6th or 7th to Arizona to bring back Prater? Probably.
I'd consider it, but I get to see what, Prater's getting long in the tooth too.
Yep. The New Orleans kicking job is interesting with lots battling against Notre Dame kicker. Groupie kid has huge leg. I don't know what any of that means. What? The New Orleans kicking job is interesting with lots battling against Notre Dame kicker. Groupie kid has huge leg.
Think it means as well?
Maybe. Lots battling against Notre Dame kicker. Groupie kid.
All right.
Hey, Chris, try again, man. Next one, Kevin in Detroit. Hey, guys, what are the chances of the tanking Cardinals let Prater go for a 7th?
Well, Prater was 22 out of 25 last year in 13 games, but he was 5 of 6 from beyond 50.
Yeah. How old is he?
He's 39. Made 17 out of 18 extra points. His touchback percentage, which is also something to keep in mind, was 69.4%.
Eli writes in, Riley Patterson is what? The 25th best kicker in the league? To say that's not bad just isn't accurate. He's beyond shaky. A quality kicker may move you from a 10-win team to an 11-win team, which means you might move from the 4 seed to the 3 seed. Giving up a 4th or 5th rounder is absolutely worth it. I tend to agree with Eli here about that.
Well, let me I always get worried when you just look at rankings as opposed to how close to the mean are you?
Right. Right. There becomes a point where there's a drop off. It always feels like there's 4 or 5 teams at the bottom of the league looking for a kicker, and you want to be outside of that group. You want to have your guy. I would give up a draft pick next year for a reliable kicker. And again, according to Diana Rossini, the Lions are one of the teams calling around.
So Riley Patterson last year was actually tied with Michael Badgley with the 85.7%.
Yep.
That was 21st in the league, but there are a few guys there that just didn't. There's 3 guys that didn't. The count that at the top of the list that only kicked like 1 or 2 field goals. So you subtract 3 from that, so it's tied for 18th in the league, right
in terms of percentage.
In terms of percentage, right in the middle.
The problem is distance, right?
I suppose.
It's got to make some kicks beyond 50. Unnamed texter says, I would give up a first-round pick in 2025 for Justin Tucker. Right. That's not happening. Should have signed Brandon McManus when he's released by Denver earlier this year. Well, they seem to be looking for a possible solution to the kicker spot, which I mean, in some ways, I'm like, good, acknowledging what we already know is this team's going to play big football games. They got to make some big kicks. They're going to have to make some big kicks.
Could be more exciting if they don't. Because if they don't go for another kicker and you're limited to how far out you can kick, it means you're going for it more often on fourth down. Just makes it more exciting.
You want to do that?
Well, it's been fun so far.
Yeah. I mean, if Arizona does look like they're in full tank position, so yeah, maybe you can probably Prater off of them. So the other name, a couple of wide receivers that were waived, Anthony Schwartz, who had a bit of a following in Cleveland. Miami cut Freddie Swain, who had some success in Philly. Jacksonville cut Jacob Harris, who had a 23-yard catch against the Lions, and they obviously practiced with him. He's a big kid that can run, and I wonder if they would have interest in him. Dylan Drummond was waived yesterday, a player that they, by all accounts, are probably going to want to put on the practice squad. But I wonder if they would have interest in, if they saw it. I'm just throwing it out there because I do know when you have those joint practices, you kind of get an inside look at a guy.
Yeah, but it looks like the last receiver on this team, though, is Antoine Green. And that's the guy they drafted.
There's been no word about Coda, right?
I have not heard anything about Coda.
Okay, so Coda could still be in the mix there. I don't know. I mean, they just waived last year's 7th-round pick in Chase Lucas. So the undrafted free agents move up a peg and have a shot to make it here, a better shot to make it. In fact, probably will, both Gilmore and Starling Thomas. But would they, I mean, are you worried about losing Antoine Green if you waive him?
I think he's got talent. I mean, I love the combination of size and speed, and he has it. 6'2", 200 pounds, and runs a sub 4.5 40. It's good size with great speed at that point. And we saw it on display on Friday night where he caught the ball on a kind of a deep crossing pattern and just took off and was gone. And they need that threat. And and he's been pretty good in the preseason. Now, how has he worked out in the training camps with the practices we haven't seen? I don't know. But obviously the coaching staff has a good feel for it. So
just looked it up. Jacob Harris is 6'5" tall. He ran a 4.39 at the combine out of UCF. For them to decide that they would rather have this receiver cut by Jacksonville, that they'd rather have him than their own 7th-round pick. You think about all the work you put into every draft pick you have, all the scouting you've done, then you worked with him in mini camps, you worked with him in training camp, you worked with him in practice, the preseason games, the joint practices. He's in your room, film sessions, everything that they've done with Antoine Green, excuse me. How much would they have to love Jacob Harris when he came out 2 years ago and what they saw in those 2 joint practices in the game? How much would they have to love him to make it say, yeah, we're giving up all that we put into Antoine Green to go get Jacob Harris?
Yeah, I mean, you'd think they'd have to really love it.
They have to really love the guy.
Yeah,
and that's hard. That's hard to imagine.
Yeah, look, I don't know much about Jacob Harris other than what you just said.
Right.
All right. You talk about size and speed. That's even bigger size and great speed to boot.
Mm-hmm.
But Jacksonville didn't keep him on. And looking at Jacksonville's depth chart there, you can kind of understand why. They've got a good set of receivers. Christian Kirk, Calvin Ridley, Zay Jones. They just drafted Parker Washington from Penn State. They have Jamal Agnew, who's the return guy who they use an awful lot in their offense as well. They have Tim Jones, and that's 6 receivers right there. So you can see why he's the odd man out.
Yep.
And I imagine Jacksonville's hoping they can get this guy in the practice squad.
I think you're probably right.
So if we're talking, and we're looking for that last receiver spot,
mm-hmm.
I don't imagine that's what the Lions are looking at. I think the Lions might be looking at either a trade or something just bigger and better than what that is.
You might be right. You might be right. But something to keep an eye on. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback, plus your tweets at DunGator971. We have tweeted out the Champ and Chump of the weekend. So if you follow us on Twitter, you check it out at DunGator971 for who the people selected as Champ and Chump of the weekend. Aaron in Kalamazoo says it doesn't make sense to be against drafting a kicker in middle rounds, but be against trading for one. I'd give up a fourth depending on how good the kicker is. Jacob M. Combs says the Cardinals need a quarterback. Send them Sudfeld and bring back Prater. Send them a quarterback with a torn ACL. Okay. I'd rather have Ryan Suckup. He was just let go from Tampa and is 4 years younger than Gold. He has a strong leg also. It's from Jeff. Gold in the Dome is a no-brainer. That's from Bob in St. Clair Shores. Ben in Northville. I'd send a second rounder for Justin Tucker. Well, Baltimore's not trading Justin Tucker. They are idiots for not signing Gold weeks ago.
Well, nobody has.
And then that signed Kang in Southfield. Kang's out today.
But nobody's signed him at this point.
Yeah, there's got to be a reason, right?
And Suckup was 31 of 38 last year. It's 81.6%. He was 83% the year before. So the last 2 years is nothing special, and he is 2 for 8 from beyond 50 the last 2 years.
Is he?
Yeah. I'll take Riley Patterson.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm not in love with Riley Patterson. If anybody's starting to formulate that opinion,
yeah,
that's not it.
You're defending him a little bit.
I'm just defending him against other players, and I do think. Look, do I want to kick the tires on Robbie Gould? Absolutely. See, do you still got the leg? Do you still want to play? You know, what's the reason he hasn't been signed by anybody yet? There are a plethora of teams that need a kicker.
Yeah.
Is there something else going on there? If there's not, then I think the Lions. Who are the other teams you mentioned that Rossini mentioned?
Rams.
Get the Rams.
The Rams, Falcons, but hold on, let me look it up.
So it's like the Rams and Niners both kick outdoors.
Rams, Lions, Titans, Niners, Broncos.
So it's just the Lions are the only ones that are kicking indoors?
Rams.
Oh, right. Well, is it?
It's kind of got the retractable walls. So.
Yeah. And I don't think the Rams are looking to add a veteran kicker to their roster. Do you? It's a really young team. And
I wouldn't.
Looks
I
like
wouldn't
you're starting
think so,
over.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the Lions would have the best situation, wouldn't you think?
Well, the situation being indoors with a competitive team as opposed to San Francisco's situation. But San Francisco, remember, they're not signing Robbie Gould, and they had him last year.
Right.
Something's up with Robbie Gould. And it might just be he's asking for, an oil tanker of money, and nobody wants to give him that.
I'm just looking at the rest of the schedule for the Lions where they're playing on the road.
Mm-hmm.
Playing at Tampa, at Baltimore, at Los Angeles, at New Orleans, and then at Dallas. That's a bunch of games that are indoors, and then other games that usually wind isn't necessarily a factor. So it is a really attractive job to be the kicker of the Detroit Lions, particularly right now with this team that's on the come.
One would think.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Something happened last night that we got to talk about. Wild. We'll get to that today at 10:50 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Here's another guy that I think has really good value. And it's diminishing a little bit because they know he's probably going to be released. It's the guy that's had 4 sacks, and that's Julian Okwara. I think he's going to be an odd man out.
Trade.
Has performed well. But, yeah, you have from now until Tuesday to try and get something in return for Julian Okwara. Is there a receiver out there that you believe can give you another weapon, another option that maybe another team is looking, hey, we want to cut to, but we need somebody on the edge to rush the passer, not a starter, but a backup guy.
Yep.
Is there a deal to be made?
So you don't think Okwara is going to make the team if he's
Julian?
not?
I don't think so.
Okay.
7 edge rushers is tough.
I know, and I know the number crunch there, but man, owns Enrique potentially making the team and him not?
But again, it's different position.
I know it's different.
Doug Hirsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Okay, so Jared Goff will join us at some point throughout the program. Well, they've got moving schedules. We've had several times.
We're hoping somewhere in the 11 o'clock hour.
It looks like it very well could be 11:30-ish. So make sure you're listening to hear the Lions quarterback. Last night, Major League Baseball, 7th inning, Braves in Colorado. And a fan rushes onto the field at Coors and runs up and looks like he tries to take a selfie with Ronald Acuna Jr. And while security was bringing him to the ground, he wouldn't let go of Acuna.
He was like hugged him. Yeah.
And he looked like a fan, somebody who loved the player, but
security was a little late to the party.
Then a second fan came running from the outfield and also approaching Ronald Acuna Jr. No, it hasn't been reported, but I saw a video of a third fan that jumped over the railing, ran along the railing, and then jumped back into the stands, who was apprehended. You could see him in the background get apprehended by security. America, have we lost our freaking minds? Are people running onto fields now? Is the motivation to go viral? Is that the motivation? Is the motivation for these misbehaviors like this? Is the new motivation to go viral? Because this is a modern currency that I don't think we should be dealing in. Do outlandish things to go viral. And do we have to up the penalties? I don't want to turn games into fortresses. I don't want there to be us to have the need for more security. And people say, oh, these fans, they were just fans. It's harmless. You don't know that.
You don't know that.
You don't know that when the guy's rushing Ronald Acuna Jr. You know, there's crazy people out there that do things like hurt people too. So
you can't forget, was it not Steffi Graf, but Monica Seles?
Yeah.
That incident where a fan came out and stabbed her.
Yep.
On the court. Ridiculous.
Yep.
So that's always in my mind. So I have no sympathy at all for fans that want to jump out onto the field and let's say they get blasted by security, or if it's an NFL game and a player just lights them up. I have no sympathy for the fan that decides to go onto the field. Once you step foot there, whatever happens, man. It happens in every realm, and it's awful that it does. I've seen it happen in professional wrestling, where fans, unbelievable at the Hall of Fame induction a few years ago. Somebody jumped up, and I think it was they ran in and tackled Bret the Hitman Hart in the middle of the ring, and security got him out, and a whole bunch of wrestlers were there, and everybody just started beating the hell out of the fan. And you can't do it. You know better as a fan. So I mean, this is nothing new. But what might be new, as you are hitting on, is the motivation.
Yeah.
If the motivation is to go viral, then that's awful. You know, everybody wants their 15 minutes of fame, and is this how you get it? It's sad, it's pathetic, it is what it is. But we got to find a way to get away from that. What concerns me a little bit is I watched the video this morning. I don't know if it was the first guy or the second guy that gets in there. He's being hauled away by security, and he looks like he's belligerent, like he's trying to attack at this point. And he's being held back by security, and it looks like he's out of control being held back, and he's picked up off his feet, and his feet are wildly kicking, and it ends up being a real scary situation.
Yeah, look, it's there obviously always have been idiots, and they're going to do idiotic things, but to have a cell phone, and the report was that the first fan took a selfie. And it just makes me long for the days, Gator, of moron behind home plate just waving at the camera. Hey, do you see me? Do you see me?
Yeah.
That guy that's my preferred. No, I now like that guy.
That guy's the best.
That guy's now the best. Because that guy isn't hurting anybody. He might get escorted away if that's not where his seats are. And the rest of the world kind of rolls their eyes. The person at home might say, "Yeah, I remember you. You just left here 3 hours ago, and now you're at the game. Yeah, you were wearing that shirt. Yeah, you're still wearing it. Like, I mean, it would." but what the hell is wrong with people now? I mean, there's far more serious ones. People taking selfies that fall off cliffs. There was just a fatal accident on 94 where somebody, I guess, was standing out of a sunroof. I hope they weren't doing something where they were videoing and trying to go viral and put it on the gram. And I mean, so there's a lot of serious stuff, but the bottom line is that last night, I'm not used to fans getting all the way to the player, then hugging the player, holding on to the player, a second fan getting in, and I don't know if it was even coordinated. It looked like it was some coordinated coming from different angles. One of us is going to get there kind of deal. Yeah. If we don't all make it, but one of us will get there. I don't know, man. Well,
and this goes, other things that are happening too, that it's been a little bit of a trend where you've seen it at concerts where fans are throwing stuff at the singers. I mean, what are you doing?
Yeah, what is...
People getting clocked in the head by, cans or whatever it is that they're throwing at the artists. I don't understand. What are you going to the event for?
Right. How much would you have to hate them? I mean, if you're going there to hurt them, I mean, you must really hate somebody's music.
Just doesn't make any sense.
Don't listen to their music.
Right.
I don't know.
It's not hard.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Bud in Grosse Pointe. Hi, Bud.
Hey, good morning, guys. I just wanted to say that, frankly, the description that Gator gave of the individual that stabbed Monica Seles as being ridiculous. Well, it was ridiculous, but it's also criminal behavior. And then professional athletes today, given the gun culture in the United States and the violence in the United States, it's an extreme minority of people, but nevertheless, it's a major concern. And the security folks have to be mindful of that every minute at every public event. This is criminal behavior. It's not just bad behavior or etiquette. It's criminal.
Yeah, and knock on wood that we haven't had that situation where somebody's brandished a gun onto the field to play. I mean, the second somebody steps over the railing at a baseball game or a football game and charges the field. I know fans love to see the chase and watch, the playful exchange.
Fans that are there.
Yeah, they love to see that. It bothers the hell out of me that even happens. And you get, for every 10 jackasses there are, or maybe it's 100 jackasses that go ahead and do this and are laughing, that are drunk and they just want to get noticed and they'll get tackled by security and it's over with. There's the one guy that isn't out there who's drunk and laughing. He's out there to do something else.
Right. Well, thanks for taking the call, guys.
Appreciate it. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback. In the meantime, another player just got cut that might interest Detroit. We'll get to that today at 11:08. 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Cuts around the NFL already starting to roll in. About 1,000 players will be released and then possibly picked up elsewhere, and then more cuts to be made. The Lions have plenty of decisions to make around the roster, and head coach Dan Campbell always feels the sting of having to do it. Yeah, some question marks include the Aquara brothers, Stephen Gilmore, the kicker spot, Khalil Dorsey, others as well. The deadline to have your first 53 is 4 p.m. Trades and wire ads will keep everything fluid as well. Elsewhere, former Lion and Chippewa Khalil Pimpleton was waived by the Giants and available to be picked up. NFL Network believes the Jonathan Taylor situation will be resolved at some point today as their star running back awaits a trade. Two teams, one being the Dolphins, appear to be in a possible deal that includes a market contract for Taylor. And the U.S. Ryder Cup team becomes official today. Captain Zach Johnson revealed his captain's picks and some controversy as always. Justin Thomas included despite his poor year, but a great Ryder Cup record. Koepka, Morikawa, Ricky, and Sam Burns round out the selections going to Rome next month. JT called the heart and soul of the team despite his struggles and missing the playoffs. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
All right, we expect to have Lions quarterback Jared Goff this hour. I'll talk to him weekly throughout the season. Season like very, very few others in terms of the anticipation. We're talking about the event last night in the Atlanta-Colorado Rocky game where 2 and maybe 3 fans in what looked to be a bit of a coordinated effort to get to Ronald Acuna Jr. One of them got there and was reported to have taken a selfie. I couldn't really see, but I guess he took a selfie with him. He got tackled. The second fan got there, got tackled. A third leaped over a railing in the background. You can see in one of the videos that somebody took with their phone, ran along a railing, jumped back in the stands. He eventually got accosted or got apprehended, I should say, by security personnel. And look, what the hell are people doing, I guess, is the topic. I think so much of it is an effort to go viral. And so much of it is to get that moment where you get the most likes, which is, this is a new currency, man. It's a new currency. It's how many likes you got, how many views you got.
It's a strange currency.
Scott writes in, used to go to a game to see the game. Now people go to be seen. Since our phones became cameras and sharing stuff with the whole world takes about 2 seconds, people feel like they are the show.
There's truth to that.
Yep. And look, maybe our penalties aren't stiff enough for people to do things like this. I mean, because there's a lot worse case scenarios. Nothing happened last night. Nobody appeared to be injured. Ronald Acuna Jr. looks to be fine. But people die doing dumb stuff trying to go viral, right, and get the picture and get the most likes.
Well, I think more strict penalties should be appropriate. Is it in Philadelphia where maybe it was the old at the Vet? I don't know if it's in the new stadium. Didn't they used to have a
jail cell? I think they
set there for the drunks and the people that were unruly. They'd go there. They'd get fined and I think had to appear in front of court. Perhaps it needs to be met with, something much more strict.
Yep.
A 30-day stint in jail.
Mm-hmm.
I would imagine jail, the threat of actual jail time.
Yep.
More than just a few hours. I would think that's enough to scare most people away that would consider doing something like this.
Yeah.
You're not going to get rid of all of them, but I think most of them would be like, yeah, maybe not. I don't want to spend 30 days in jail.
This doesn't feel like it's an epidemic, but it happens more and more and more with people doing dumb things and trying to record it on their phone or have somebody record them.
Yeah.
In an effort to go viral. 248-539-9797. We continue also today to monitor cuts around the NFL and ask the question, do we have interest? Should we be interested? We talked a little bit about the wide receiver out of Jacksonville, Jacob Harris, who had a catch against the Lions for 23 yards. Many times you have the chance to see somebody at the joint practices, and you might favor that guy. Here's another guy that was in Detroit for joint practices. David Sills, wide receiver from the Giants, is being cut. And he was in Detroit.
Yeah.
with the Giants. Hasn't put up huge numbers.
Hasn't put up much numbers at all.
But he was here.
It's good size.
Should they be interested?
He was a 25-year-old rookie in the league.
Mm-hmm.
But hasn't caught many passes in his career. But to your point, though, I mean, it's a guy that was here for joint practices, so the Lions at least have eyes on him. They can get an evaluation. Not that they go ahead and trip over themselves to make sure they sign him. But that's just, you would think that those players from those teams, whether it's Jacksonville or New York, the Giants, anybody that gets released from them, I'm sure around the Lions' radar. I'm sure the Lions have in their minds, hey, if one of these guys gets let go, we're in on him. Or maybe it's just as simple as this, yeah, we've evaluated him. Our players are better.
He was a leading receiver for the Giants against the Lions in that preseason game. Now, he had 2 catches for 36 yards. That was the most yards. He had 1 for 22, 3 targets. Then in the last preseason game, he had 6 catches for 81 yards and a touchdown as the Giants played the Jets. I mean, look, does he jump off the page as a guy you got to go get? Not necessarily. Is he possibly on their radar? Yes, he's possibly on their radar. So just keeping you up to date on what's going on in the here and the now around the NFL. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We're going to Brad. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Brad.
Hi, just wondering how you feel about college football, where everyone comes onto the field there, when maybe you have a couple thousand people and
you're talking like after
mingling it.
You're talking about after the game.
Yeah. It seems like the troublemaker could be mingled in there pretty well.
Sure,
pretty easily.
I'm not a fan of it. I've participated in it once in my life, and
how old were you?
I was 24.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yep.
23, 24. I think it was 23 actually. But it's something that it's a much bigger concern now than what it was 20 years ago, for sure. I think if you're going to have fans run onto the field, I would hope that the opposing team is off the field before the fans come on.
Yep.
That's where you get into trouble.
Yep.
Because
Alabama, Tennessee last year.
Yeah, there's that. There's Michigan, Ohio State from a couple of years ago. When at Michigan, when the fans rushed onto the field, I don't remember a whole lot of complaints about it, but I'm just saying it's a situation where
nothing happened that I recall in that one. The one that last year where fans interacted with remember the Alabama receiver? Didn't he hit somebody?
Yeah, there was something there.
Yeah. So that's a very tricky situation. Schools get fined and nobody seems to care. Didn't Tennessee even make fun of it? Like they had a $250,000 fine. They put something on social media about, a GoFundMe to pay for their fine. Something they did. They kind of mocked it, but
yeah.
Chase writes in, it's eventually going to happen where someone does something really bad in a stadium. I fear the day sports will never be the same again. I fear the day and sports will never be the same again. Next text, 3 days in jail, no negotiating. Next text from B and Taylor. A bunch of self-absorbed morons who ruin it for others. What if the player defended themselves? They have every right to.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe it was a fantasy football last place punishment. When I was in college, we had to streak if we lost. That's also against the law. That's from an unnamed texter. Well, there were 3 that eventually got onto the field, so I don't know how it ended up.
Look, I love all the fantasy football stories where there's punishment if you lose the league, you're last in the league. Yep. I love all the stories and hearing what they do. When you start to do something criminal, you got to rethink what your punishments need to be.
The need for attention in this society is an illness. That's from an unnamed texter. I don't know. It's like diagnosed and defined as an illness, but I wouldn't be surprised if that diagnosis is around the corner. That because of social media and the need to go viral and get attention and likes, that there might be some addiction that
there's
can
an
come out of
addiction
that.
to social media without a doubt. I remember hearing something last week about TikTok, that they're already starting to call it something where people spend way too much time staring at TikTok videos. and they are addictive. I found myself, getting down the rabbit hole, looking at different videos, whether it's on the reels off of that come on Instagram or on Facebook, or if it's TikTok videos or even just YouTube. Once you start going through and you keep cycling through, and next thing you know, it's an hour and a half later. Like, what did I just do? Mm-hmm. I just wasted 90 minutes of my time looking at stupid videos on a phone.
248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Lots coming in on the kicker situation. Are the Lions going to aggressively pursue a kicker? Some wide receivers have been made available today. David Sills from the Giants, he was in Detroit as part of the joint practices. The Jacksonville Jaguars cut Jacob Harris, who had a catch for 23 yards against Detroit and was in town for joint practices. Anthony Schwartz let go by Cleveland. Wide receiver Freddie Swain, who had some success in Philly, let go by Miami, just to name a few. Kicker Carolina cut Matthew Wright. It's very similar numbers to Riley Patterson. Diana Rossini reporting that the Lions have called teams. Several teams are searching for kicking help around the NFL. Lions on that list. 248-539-9797. Jared Goff joins us the back half of this hour here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Add curb appeal, value, and beauty to your home with new Therma-Tru entry doors from Builders First Source. It's the expert in door installation. Therma-Tru Doors, the brand preferred by building professionals, offers durable, energy-efficient doors in a variety of beautiful styles. Then have your new Therma-Tru doors installed properly the first time with the expert installation team from Builders First Source. Find their 2 Metro Detroit locations in Clinton and Shelby Townships at buildersfirstsource.com.
Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97.1 to Ticket Open Lines, 248-539-9797. Talking Lions, talking about the incident last night in Colorado where Ronald Acuna Jr. was accosted by several fans. Two of them. One got all the way to him, hugged him, wouldn't let go, took a picture. Another one came in late, got tackled right as he arrived. Acuna went to the ground. There was another fan that hopped over the railing in the background. You could see in one of the videos, and he eventually hopped back into the stands. So it made it feel like it was a bit of a coordinated attack. But, I mean, bottom line here is we're just asking what the hell's wrong with people. 248-539-9797. Seems like it's people wanting to go viral. People need the attention. People wanting the likes. In the meantime, Gator, we are talking about the guys that are getting released around the league. No new cuts to report other than what was reported last night with the Lions. Probably the ones that caught people's attention. The odd man out in the secondary at the corner position, Chase Lucas. I suspect they want to get him on the practice squad. Dylan Drummond, same thing. Out of Eastern Michigan, Antoine Green and Chase Cota, Mo Alexander, both surviving so far. Adrian Martinez cut the quarterback. Again, likely practice squad candidate. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Brad, who's next here on 97.1. Hi, Brad.
How you guys doing?
All right, Brad.
Pretty good.
Yeah, so I just want to remind everybody about an irrelevant game back in the day, Week 17, where Matt Flynn went ham on us on our really, really sad defense.
Yeah.
I don't know why we're talking about a guy who had one catch against us that got waived. Like, we've got enough talent on our roster. I don't know what we're talking about here, you know? Like, let's not forget that when you blow up in a preseason game, it's not really a valid type of game where one catch to me doesn't mean we should waive a guy we drafted to go get someone's scraps off the hot pile of crap, you know?
What does Matt Flynn have to do with this?
I'm just saying he had a good game against a sorry defense in a meaningless game, which one catch in a practice game doesn't mean we should drop our guy that we drafted to go sign a dude who had one catch against us.
I wasn't quite sure what the
Doesn't
correlation
seem like
was.
we're looking at priorities the right way.
Well, are you comfortable with the wide receiver spot?
I'm saying I am.
Okay. Well, then
Because we've seen New
that
England
makes
Patriots
sense.
win Super Bowls with nobodies.
Yeah, you don't want to add to the wide receiver spot. That makes sense. I think there's a lot of people out there that aren't comfortable with the wide receiver spot, and the difference between, like, we're talking about the last guy in the wide receiver room, and we're just bringing him up as an example of a guy who might make it instead of Antoine Green or Chase Cota. They might like him more. So would you suggest?
I think Cota has really kind of shown that. Yes, sir.
Would you suggest that if they liked that player more when he was coming out of college, and they liked what they saw in the two joint practices they have, which maybe is more important than the game, and then he did have a catch against him in a game, if they liked all of that, should they not consider him?
I think you evaluate that, but you look at what Cota might have done in the preseason games. He had more than one catch. He was in the locker room with these guys. He kind of earned a little bit of playing time amongst those guys. I think he might deserve that last roster spot.
You know
over
what?
A one-catch preseason guy for 2 days in practice.
Well, whoever they evaluate to be the final receiver, I'm actually whatever. It doesn't really matter to me that much. I liked Antoine Green. I like what I saw him at North Carolina. Unfortunately, was hurt a little bit, but when he was healthy, he was productive, and he's got size and speed, and I like all that. But if they decide that they find somebody they think is better, of course you go and get the upgrade.
Yeah, look.
But the tough thing about all of this right now, and particularly this year for the Lions, is that when they're evaluating their own guys, at least in terms of what the fans are seeing, the fans are only seeing what we saw in the preseason games, which didn't include starters.
Yeah.
So we don't know. We have no idea. What does Chase Cota look like when he's running routes with Jared Goff as opposed to running routes with Nate Sudfeld or Adrian
He probably
Martinez?
looks better. But what did he look like in the joint practices when if he ever got in there against starters?
Right. Well, I guess the real thing is, how does he look when he's going against, Jerry Jacobs and Brian Branch?
If my man there, they're not going to sign Jacob Harris because he had one catch for 23 yards against the Lions in a preseason game.
No, that's not why you would sign him.
They would sign him because they liked him out of Central Florida, if they did. They would sign him because they liked what they saw out of him in the 2 days that they had the joint practices together. And they would sign him if they liked him more. They decided they liked him more than Cota. These decisions on the fringes of the roster, you kind of hope are irrelevant because your starters are so good that it doesn't really matter who the 5th or 6th receiver is. But, I mean, he clearly has no interest in him, and that's fine. We're throwing out there, these are names to keep an eye on that could be on the Lions' radar.
Yeah,
In the meantime, I am not completely comfortable with the wide receiver position. He is, I'm not.
Yeah, I think you should always look to improve. I don't know if we're going to see a receiver that gets released that just makes you go, oh, my God, get that guy, get that guy, get that guy.
Sure.
But there could be guys available in trade if you really wanted to step up and make the upgrade, depending on the price. I mean, if the price is right, if there's a receiver out there that could be had for a 4th or 5th round pick, but you think they're really going to put you over the edge, then, okay, you got to entertain that thought.
Feedback coming in. This regarding the kicking situation. I don't understand why Rodrigo Blankenship isn't on a team. He's 26 and he's been pretty good over the years. So who was he with that he got released? I know I saw that he got released. And Rodrigo Blankenship, for people who don't remember, was the kicker from Georgia that had the big spectacles under the helmet, the big dark rim glasses.
He ended up kicking for Arizona when all was said and done last year. He started with Indianapolis.
Is that who just cut him? Was Arizona?
Who was he? The Buccaneers, I think.
They just cut him? Okay.
Just looking at his, there's not a whole lot in his career. His rookie season with Indianapolis, he was 32 out of 37 and 1 of 3 from 50 plus.
Yeah. I don't know if he's anything special. Let's next one. Hey guys, I just moved to Michigan from Chicago. Robbie Gould does a weekly hit on AM 1000 in Chicago. He has said multiple times he wants to play close to Chicago. He also says he decided to leave San Francisco and they wanted him back.
Last I checked, Detroit is about a 4.5, 5 hour drive from Chicago.
I would say that relative to other NFL cities and towns, Green Bay might be closer. But
it's also like a less than an hour flight.
Yeah, I would say this is defined as close.
Yeah, close. I think close.
I would think that would qualify, yes. Regarding people running on the field, people tried to be seen for decades. Streakers, the kissers, the people with signs, and the idiots behind home plate. Stop acting like this stuff is new.
We're not acting like it's new.
I know. I do think that actually a coordinated attack to take a selfie with a player hugging a player and not letting go, I actually think that is new. Have you ever seen a player get hugged for whatever it was, 4 or 5 seconds last night before he got tackled?
No. I've seen players sexually assaulted by Morgana the Kissing Bandit.
Yes.
That I've seen.
Yes. Punishment should be 100 hours of community service. That's from an unnamed texter. From Joe and Finn. Can't wait till one of these jackasses tries to go viral by running up on Odor. Whenever this stuff happens, I think of Monica Seles. I'm surprised more athletes have not been hurt. Heck, there was a shooting inside the stadium at a White Sox game recently. Was that outside the stadium?
Well, they're saying it was right now. They think it was inside.
Really?
That it actually took place inside. That they're like 90% sure that it did not happen outside the stadium.
Yeah.
That's what Heather was reporting this morning.
Wonder if these idiots and these dummies who fight realize they'll be banned for life from that stadium and possibly all league stadiums. I don't mind that as a punishment. Yeah, banished for life.
Always wondered how that works.
So you can't buy tickets officially from your account is basically how it works. I mean, I know that doesn't mean, and if you get caught in the stadium, you get charged with trespassing.
Yeah.
For what that's worth. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Our weekly conversation with the Lions quarterback and our first one for the season, although we talked out at training camp. Jared, thanks for being with us, not only today, but all season long. We've enjoyed these, and I know that the fans have. So good to have you back. And how you feeling going into this season?
Yeah, thanks for having me for year 3 of this. It'll be fun. We're feeling good. We got a few days off here to recover, get our minds right for the long haul that's coming, and it'll be a lot of fun.
Okay, so you don't take snaps in any preseason games. Does that matter at all?
To me personally, I don't think so. I've done that in a handful of preseasons in my career. I've also had preseasons where I've played, and I think last year we played one series. I think it was about 12 plays. So I don't think it matters that much.
Going into this one, obviously starting off the season at Kansas City, it doesn't get bigger than that. I mean, taking on the Super Bowl champs on the road. Can you talk about what the preparation is at this point? I mean, you still have another week and a half before the game takes place, but I mean, you've known all off season long this was going to be the first game.
Yeah, it's a good question. You want to prep, but you don't want to prep, so early that it feels like you've, overdone it. So there's a fine line when you want to start and when you want to really dive into it. And we dove into it some and not fully, but we've dove into it some and getting ready in our own way.
How much do you pay attention to Chris Jones and whether or not he is signing? Is he going to play? Is that even part of the game plan? Or do you game plan for him there or not? I know the standard answer is we're going to prepare the same no matter what, but it does matter if he plays, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think it matters. It's just like if he were to be injured or not. I think last year is a great example. We played the Jets, and we weren't sure if Quentin Williams was going to play or not. And if he was out there, we had a plan in place. And when he wasn't, we also had a plan in place. So, pregame, you find out he wasn't, and you move forward with that. But either way, we'll have a plan, and he's a hell of a player who does a lot of great things for them.
Do you have any kind of like pre-season rituals or routines that you go through? And does this season, before it starts, does it feel any different than in the years past?
That's a good question too. No. It's mostly just try to rest your body and mind during this time and get yourself ready. Like I said, it's a long haul. It's all coming, pretty fast here. And if you don't feel prepared at this point through however many practices we had through training camp, that's a problem. So we feel prepared. We feel ready. We feel like we've done a lot of good things over the last month or so. Those joint practices were really helpful for us and have a good footing on who we are and who we want to become through these first part of the season, and we're just ready to kind of get going now.
Are you a guy that has these routines though, like prior to a game? Like, do you eat the same meal, you go to bed the same time the night before, you read the same book or watch the same movie or whatever? Are you a routine-based person?
I typically eat the same thing. Maybe not the exact same, but some version of pasta and chicken and broccoli and fruit. Typically what they have at the team meals. So it's some version of that. And pregame, it's always usually the same. My timing routine is always the same on like when I want to be there and when I want to get myself loose. That's always the same. But besides that, there isn't much superstition.
We were able to see a little bit during training camp of the joint practices, and some fans were able to see that. But the offense that we saw in the preseason games, it's just no offensive linemen. Most receivers sat out most games. You didn't play. Running backs didn't play. So it's hard to get a grasp as to what it's going to look like a week from Thursday. But being the guy that's in charge of this offense, what do you think it will look like when the regular season hits?
Yeah, I think that's always the thing you're trying to figure out is what your identity is. And I think we've got a pretty good idea of who we are. But like I mentioned, you always kind of find out through these, call it first 4 or 5 games, who you're really going to be throughout the year. So I think that's still yet to be seen. We have a good idea of who we want to be and who we are today. But as the season goes on, players emerge, injuries happen, different things can happen that can change that. But I think, we have a good idea of who we are and who we want to be today.
At this point, have you guys gone through the entire playbook several times? Is it not even one time yet? Or how much of the playbook have you guys digested as you've gone through training camp?
Yeah, I would say all of it, but we continue to add. There's always stuff that comes up during a week that we add, things that we used last year that we want to implement again for a certain style of defense. it all continues to come up and come around. But as far as, have we gotten through everything that we've installed? Yeah, I mean, that's kind of, what you do through the first 2 weeks of training camp. And then as training camp goes on, there's little wrinkles here and there, and we'll continue to add as the season goes on and evolve. And, Ben, that's what he does best, is be creative and get us into the right positions.
I imagine that you might have some influence with Ben Johnson and coming up with perhaps something new, but do other players come up to you and say, hey, man, can you see, maybe we can get this play in there? I had some kind of crazy idea. Are players lobbying for other plays to put in the book?
Yeah. I think St. Brown's the first one I think of. He's always got creative ideas and things to get himself open. And it's always fun, hearing them. And a lot of times they're great. And I think that's one of Ben's superpowers, is that he listens. He really does listen. He really will hear you out. And if he likes the idea, he's got no problem implementing it that week and calling it in the game. And I think, when you give power to the players like that and give us some ownership in some of that stuff, you typically make it work as a player when it's your idea.
Start of the season, obviously, Kansas City, Seattle, Super Bowl champ, playoff team. We've looked at and talked to the fans a little bit about the last couple of years. Record-wise, slow starts 2 years ago and last year. And you can make a case that those teams weren't ready to win to begin a season. But is there any guarding against a slow start, or is there any effort to make sure that this team gets out of the gate quickly and doesn't have a slow start this year?
Yeah, I think we're definitely aware of the implications of what we started off last year at 1-6, kind of buried ourselves in a hole that we ultimately couldn't get out of. So yeah, we're aware of it, but I think I always like to remind guys, every game counts the same. So yeah, you want to start hot, you want to start fast, but this game counts the same as week 10 and week 15 and week 7. So they're all important, and this one is important as it's the first one and it's the next one, but it's equally as important as all the other ones. But yeah, we're very aware that getting off to a hot start can help your chances of making the playoffs.
Just a few hours left before the roster gets trimmed down to 53 men and the final roster is established. Do you have contact with players who get cut, and do you offer any advice or encouragement to those players? And have you talked to Nate Sudfeld on his situation?
Yeah, I've talked to Nate quite a bit. Nate's a close friend of mine and somebody that I really feel for in this spot with him. And it sucks, man. It's always hard. And I know saying it sucks doesn't make it any better. But it does. It's always hard when a teammate and a friend of yours, something like that happens. But I'm sure he will be okay. He's a strong-minded kid, and he'll do a great job bouncing back. But in general, yeah, you've got relationships with these guys, and it's a hard time for them. Even though they may come back on our practice squad and be a part of the team and make plays throughout the season. Right now, these few days is hard. Their lives are up in the air a little bit of where they're going to live, where they're going to play, what their future looks like. So you try to be there for them and make sure that they're in a good place mentally.
We started something on the show a couple weeks ago. We decided there was one Lion in particular that it was underappreciated, and that was Khalif Raymond. We don't think Detroiters give him enough love. Can you talk about his contribution and his growing role in this offense?
Yeah, he's as vital to our offense and really our team as anybody, and what he provides for us. He's very versatile. He can do a lot of things. He can separate versus man coverage. He gets himself open versus zone. He's great in the run game at blocking. We can hand him off the ball if we want to. And he's incredibly smart and tough, and he's kind of like everything you want in a football player, and that doesn't even start to mention what he can do on the punt return team for those guys. So he's a very special dude to have on your team, obviously from a physical standpoint, what he does on the field, but I think, his presence in the locker room, the type of guy he is, the type of worker he is, it's truly impressive seeing him every day put his heart and soul into it every single day. And I think that's just, what he's made of and how he's gotten this far in his career. He's been cut, a few times. He's been in these guys' shoes that are getting cut today a few times. And he's kind of, put his, turned his head at it and made a career for himself. And seeing a guy like him get paid like he did a few weeks ago, there's nothing better. And he deserves all of it. But yes, the fans should pay him a lot of attention and be very thankful that we have him, as are all of we in this building. Very thankful we have him.
I know I'm very excited about what it's going to look like to have the offensive line actually set up the way that it was intended a couple of years ago.
Right.
Hopefully everybody being as healthy as they can be. What are you most excited about for this team in the upcoming season?
Yeah, just excited to see us, hopefully take the next step. I think there's, a lot of excitement around us, certainly from the outside perspective, and we're excited here as well. But we know there's, we got to go win games. We got to go out there and play well. We got to play as a team. We got to play complementary football and have to go do it. Ultimately, we can talk about it all off season, but now we've got to go do it. The rubber's meeting the road, and I'm excited to see our guys rise up. Our guys make a play. Some guys that may or may not be on this 53 right now, step up at some point and make a play. And it always seems to happen that way. So it'll be fun. It'll be a fun journey. They're always new. They're always different every season. And this one hopefully will be a good one.
Speaking of the offensive line, if and when you take the offensive line out to eat, where do you go and who does the most damage to your credit card?
Yeah, I'll give you a little plug right here. We went to Prime and Proper in downtown Detroit last week. They took great care of us, as they always do. And to be honest, they all eat a lot, but what Frank Ragnow can do to shrimp cocktails is absolutely incredible. I think he could probably enter like an eating competition for shrimp cocktails if he wanted to.
That's impressive.
I've never seen anything like it. I really think he could put down like 40 or 50 of them if he wanted to.
That's great. Hey, well, Jared, again, we're looking forward to this season. Good luck. We'll talk after the Kansas City game, and we have high hopes for this year, as do you, and it's going to be a fun year.
Awesome, guys. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Jared.
Jared Goff, Lions quarterback here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. That's kind of a great story. The Village charity golf outing yesterday at Oakland Hills.
Yeah.
Jimmy Powers, his celebrity in his group was Derek Lalonde, the head coach of the Detroit Red Wings. And Gator asked, how was he? Powers said, I want him to win 82 games. Said he couldn't have been nicer, which is great to hear. So, all right. So Jared Goff just joined us here on 97 won a ticket and gave us some stuff to chew on. All right. No preseason doesn't really matter to him, but one thing that's intriguing that there's real mystery surrounding this offense, isn't there? We haven't seen him.
We haven't seen it.
We have not seen him. We've
seen it in practice for snippets.
Yes,
You
and
and I, yeah.
they've had an offensive line intact for 2 years. It's never played together. You know,
Right. Vitai's been hurt a lot,
Yep.
and when he hasn't, we've seen other guys miss time. You know, when Taylor Decker's missed time. Frank Ragnar's missed a bunch of time.
So
I think Jonah Jackson missed a game here and there.
and there's many new elements in like the tight end position.
Mm-hmm.
Sam Laporta, the two running backs, new elements.
New guys, yeah.
At wide receiver. I mean, Marvin Jones is an old guy, but what is he going to bring to the table anymore? Like, does he still got it? So look, there's a lot that goes into winning and losing in football games, clearly, but the offense is sort of the star of the show, and we just haven't seen it. And so they're preparing, they're doing all the things behind the scenes. And for the rest of us, it's like it's being done in the dark. So I'm hyper curious. And obviously there's this wild card, this absolute wild card that's suspended that we hope shows up in week 7 and hits the ground running. I have some reservations about believing that that's going to happen, but I'm not saying it's impossible. So it could happen. But I mean, we don't know what to expect. We have no idea. Now, maybe in the preseason we never knew, but at least we saw the individuals out there doing it.
Right. And it's the lack of seeing the players in the preseason. It's kind of like I get it. I understand why they did it. And I'm fine with them not doing it. But from a fan standpoint, I just wanted to see it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, get some kind of gauge. I feel pretty good about what this team's going to be this year. And I feel pretty good about what the running game is. But it's the passing game that I'm a little unsure about, just because they don't have the receivers that are what you expected it to be when you're drawing it out to start the season, because J-Mo is out, and because you're bringing somebody else in Marvin Jones. I like Marvin Jones. I think he's got plenty left in the tank. I think, you know, his role as a mentor to players, to younger receivers on his team is a great role. And when we saw him at practice, it looked like he was still making plays.
Mm-hmm.
So that's good. And then just going back, you have to use your memory and think what it looks like to see a receiving group that has Josh Reynolds, Khalil Freeman, and Amon-Ra St. Brown. Well, we saw it all last year.
Right.
And it was pretty good. So you're adding to that group. I feel encouraged. I love the running backs this year. I mean, that's what I'm really bullish on the running backs. I think the running game is going to take a big step forward. You know, much more than whatever it was, 4.2 or 4.3 a carry last year. And I think we're going to see them have some big games this year that get over 200 yards a game.
Well, the other thing,
some of the game, not as an average, but
I was a little surprised that two things that Goff acknowledged that typically people blow off. One is Chris Jones, and saying, look, we had a game plan last year for the Jets with Quinnen Williams in the game and without Quinnen Williams in the game. Okay. Because typically the old cliche sports answer is, we're going to prepare the same no matter what. Whoever they play out there is going to be great. They're not Chris Jones. And so they're paying attention to whether or not he's going to play. And then the other thing is that they are guarding against a slow start. They are fully aware of how they dug themselves that hole last year. And now, is there a correlation at all between minimal preseason snaps and, in some people's cases, none, because a whole bunch of guys for the Lions didn't play the entire preseason? I mean, I don't know. I don't know how much that has to do giving, like you said, last year they got him one series, but they did get off to a 1-6 start. But the offense wasn't the problem out of the gate last year. It was not.
No, it wasn't. When you score whatever it was, 45 points or 42 points in a game and lose.
What was the opener? Was it 38-35, I think?
It was that. Yeah, that's
but they scored at Seattle. Was a Seattle game where they had 42, 45?
Yeah, I believe so.
And it was all offensive points. It was they didn't score special teams and defensive touchdowns.
Yeah, they lose 38-35 to start against Seattle. They came
Against
back
Philly.
against Philly. Sorry,
Yep.
They came back and scored 36 against Washington.
Mm-hmm.
And they had that game fully, and the first half was a brilliant first half by the Lions. And then I remember late in that game going, "What's happening here?
Yeah.
Why is Washington coming back?" But they weren't able to hang on. They lost to the Vikings 28-24, and then they scored 45 and lost at home to Seattle 48-45, and then they laid that egg against New England.
248-539-9797. Let's go to DJ. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, DJ.
What up, though, my guys? Y'all all right?
We're great. Thank you.
So, listen, I'm going to keep calling y'all all year.
Okay.
I'm going to let you guys know.
Okay.
Ragnow, Sewell, Jackson, Decker. That's all that matters. Period. Last year we lost Hawkinson. Didn't matter. J-Mo wasn't there. Didn't matter. When you watched them games last year, I remember the announcer saying, Jared Goff has so much time. This is just unreal. As long as those four guys stay healthy, the offense is going to hum like a bird because they open up holes and they give him all day to throw. We had Barry Sanders and Calvin Johnson guys, and it kind of didn't matter because the offensive line was not this dominant and this good. They're what we need, so I'm fine, guys. Just relax. We'll be okay.
Okay, so there's a couple things here. One, DJ, I think you're more right than wrong. The offensive line has created a great work environment for everybody else on the offense. And so I'm with you. I think you're more right than wrong. And you're this could be the first time, I'm going to knock on wood so Gator doesn't get upset, but this could be the first time that they're, as the owner's manual read, it's supposed to work because there's just been so many guys hurt.
Real quick, if you guys, you probably don't remember, I know y'all get hundreds of callers. I told y'all last year, this is the best offensive line the Lions have ever had. All respect due to Lomas and Glove. These guys are the best we've ever had. And because of that, guys like Khalif Raymond had a bomb last year because he had so much time for play action. Guys were wide open because this is the best line the Lions have ever had in the history of our franchise, and I'm standing by it.
Well, you might be right. You very well might be right, and I'm sure we'll hear from you again. I mean, Penei Sewell is showing up on everybody's list amongst the best players in the league. ESPN just put out a top 100. I think Penei Sewell was the highest-ranked Lion. May have been Amon-Ra, but he's only going to get better. He's only going to get better.
And whether he stays at the right tackle or eventually moves back to left tackle, we'll see what happens down the road. But right now he's playing, and he's been outstanding.
Well, suffice it to say, and now you get mix in David Montgomery, who I think Detroit's sleeping on a little bit.
I think a lot of people are sleeping on him. I don't think people realize how good he is.
Yep.
And then you bring in Jahmyr Gibbs, who is weapon, as they keep saying.
Mm-hmm.
The home run hitting ability for him because of that speed, because of his moves and his football IQ. It's all very enticing and intoxicating.
Here's one thing. There's one advantage I think the Lions have in that opener that I hope they can exploit the hell out of. We'll get to that today at 12:02. Here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
You got a heater going there?
So I had it's actually spicy Peruvian burrito bowl last night.
A Peruvian burrito bowl?
Yes. It was a HelloFresh recipe.
Mm-hmm.
And it was really, really good. But a lot of these recipes you will discover, and as you know,
does it come with lima beans?
If something has been spiced up, no, it doesn't come with lima beans. There were no beans, but
not lima.
I know.
Lima. Peru.
Yep.
All right. But it was spicy?
So it was spicy the night before, and then it sits for 12
It's
hours.
to really get spicy.
I really heated up. Now, I do like spicy foods, thankfully, but you also had a spicy lunch.
Yeah, I went to the bistro.
Yep.
In the back there and found a buffalo chicken wrap. That's got some heat to it.
So that buffalo chicken wrap was perhaps made like last Friday. So the heat
by
really
Peruvians. It's got I think the date on this is pretty good though.
Oh, I'm not saying it's bad, but they fill that thing like once a week.
Yeah, they filled it today actually.
Oh, good.
Sorry.
So it's as fresh can be.
Exactly.
So maybe it's not as spicy as the spice is really fermenting for days. Still
Sorry.
pretty hot?
Yeah, no,
You're
it's
gonna be okay?
no, I'll be good. It's good. It's a good heat. It's good heat.
Good.
Buffalo chicken.
All right, tell me I'm wrong. You tell me I'm wrong. Lions are going to want to beat the Chiefs way more than the Chiefs want to beat the Lions. The Chiefs, everybody wants to win every game, right? But when you're the defending Super Bowl champ, when you're defending any championship, okay, the next game you are playing is not nearly as big as the last one you just played. And there's no other way to look at it. Chuck Daly, we used to interview the late, great Chuck Daly all throughout the Pistons in the going to work Pistons era. He was awesome. But he talked about a challenge that he ran into with his team was, he called it no more big games. Every time you scale a mountain of any kind or get over the hump against somebody, you kind of check that box. And once you beat the Celtics, once you beat them, when they finally beat the Celtics, the next time they played the Celtics, it wasn't as big a deal. When you win championships, it's really, really hard to repeat because you don't have the same motivation. Detroit is the team that is hoping to announce its presence with authority. Detroit is taking a talented team to Kansas City that for them, for Detroit, it's a huge game. It's a huge game for Jared Goff and Dan Campbell and the entire roster and everybody. For Kansas City, it's not as big as the game they just played. They have a little bit more perspective, and they know that losing that game doesn't exclude them from winning the Super Bowl. The Lions know that as well, but for the Lions, this is a massive opportunity. For the Chiefs, it's just the first game of their Super Bowl defense. And so I will argue, Gator, until the cows come home.
Oh.
That's how long I'll argue it. And I mean it.
Takes cows a long time.
That the Lions will be the more motivated of the two teams on the field. And I tend to dismiss like team motivation topics, but I think in this particular instance, I think the Lions are going to be the more motivated team to send a message and prepare for this game.
I will say that in theory, I agree with you. But what you can't measure is what the other team really feels. Patrick Mahomes is the best player in the National Football League. Mm-hmm. And he's motivated by who knows what, right? He's a leader, and he gets his team to go where he wants them to go. So I like I say, in theory, I agree with you. But in practice, it all depends on what the other team is feeling. And I think Mahomes can get this team fired up. I think you look at if Chris Jones isn't there, then it's a situation where it's easier to make the plea to the team. We all got to step up.
Everybody's got to do a little bit more.
Exactly. Chris isn't here. We got to get after it. The speech Mahomes can give is an easy speech because we can't rest on what we did last year. That was last year. This is this year. We don't have this guy. That team across from us on the field today, that team is motivated. That team has every reason to think that they're going to come into Arrowhead and throw their best punch and walk away with a win. We got to stop it. And I think that he's a heck of a motivator and a heck of a teammate. I just wouldn't put it past him. But I agree with your theory and your premise that the Lions would have the advantage in that situation.
I just think they are going to be the more motivated of the two teams on the field. And, as professionals, I think when you're a team on the rise and you think everything's in front of you, like the Chiefs are probably already thinking about things like playoff games. They're probably the Lions don't know they're going to make the playoffs. Chiefs are pretty sure, even though there's no sure things. I think that the Chiefs, if you don't think Chiefs are thinking about getting, hey, we're going back to the Super Bowl. Lions are just hoping to win the division, host a playoff game, maybe making a run. I think it's a more genuine motivation, and it's a more genuine inspiration when you're coming up as opposed to when you've reached the mountaintop and you're trying to repeat. Personally.
Yeah, I think there would be more to it if it were a Sunday game.
Really?
Because it's a Thursday game, I think that it may level the playing field a little bit because Kansas City knows what they're doing here. We're starting the season. We are the champs. We've been here before. We know what it's like to have a team come into our place and think that they're going to start off on the right foot. We got to be the ones to stop that.
I just like the Lions in this game. I'm starting to like them more and more.
Well, I'm starting to like them
more and more to win the damn game.
Yeah, if Chris Jones isn't going to play, then
I mean, it's funny because one of the things that you use to help motivate him would be one of the things that help the Lions win the game. Chris Jones not playing, right?
Yeah.
And look, I think there's got to be a sense of urgency to get him in really before the game prep start in full, which is what you usually play on Sunday. Monday you do film, Tuesday you have off, Wednesday. So Wednesday for them is now, what would Wednesday be, Sunday? So this coming Sunday will be their Wednesday. Does that make sense?
I understand what you're trying to say.
Preparing for a Thursday game, it means I think Chris Jones needs to be there by Sunday.
Although, because it's the first game of the year, because it is Kansas City, you can start that ahead of time.
You heard Jared say they got a couple days off here. So, yeah, you can't start it ahead of time. Even a couple days off could mean they're practicing for the Chiefs come Thursday. But 248-539-9797. That's my theory, and I'm sticking to it. Tell me I'm wrong. 248-539-9797. Kelly Stafford said something.
Oh, did she?
Yes. And we're going to start with whether or not she should have. We can talk about whether or not she should have said it. And then we can talk about how real it is, what she talked about. We'll get to that today at 12:20. Carson Anderson, don't forget we are streaming on the Odyssey app. Download for your mobile device today, AUDACY, plus streaming to our website, 971theticket.com. That is where Champ and Chump are posted, as voted on by the people. If you didn't see our tweet earlier, you could go to @DunGator on Twitter and follow the link to see who the Champ and Chump are. Also, we stream video on Twitch, twitch.tv. What's up, Twitch crowd watching? Go to twitch.tv, search up 971 a ticket, and on YouTube as well. Hello, YouTubers. As you go to youtube.com and search up 971 a ticket. There's streaming chat on Twitch.
Is that like
comments.
Jake and Logan Paul? Are they watching?
I suppose they could be. Yes.
I mean, they're YouTubers.
I don't think that they are choosing to watch us, but if they are.
Well, if they're not, they're making a big mistake.
You think?
A grave mistake.
Go to youtube.com and search up 971 a ticket. And then, like I said, streaming chat on Twitch and comment section on YouTube. We do appreciate everybody and all the way you take in the show here on 97.1 a ticket. Let's get to what Kelly Stafford had to say. A, should she have said it? And B, is there truth in what she's saying? That at 12:20 here on 97.1 the ticket. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. 248-539-9797. Feedback can be texted to the same phone number as, look, man, I really, really like the Lions in this matchup. It's the more motivated team. I think they got a good shot to win this game against the Chiefs. What do we got here? Same old Lions is only dead as long as there is progress. We all feel good right now because there has been an upward trend. As soon as there are signs of regression, whether it's a bad season or front office move, etc., then same old Lions will be back with vengeance. I mean, that's so far out of my realm of thinking right now.
I don't understand
it. Someone says plastic Tupperware, Doug. Really? Where's the glass? LOL. Joking. This is glass. Well, this was the sauce I put on it, but the glass. This is glass, reheated in glass.
Pyrex.
I don't know what it is. Snapware. That's what it says on the label.
Snapware. Hell yes. Keep your food crisp in Snapware.
Yep.
And fresh.
Love how the Lions approach preseason.
Oh, this is really fresh. Yep. Hell yes, it's Snapware. How's your sandwich? I don't know. It's not as fresh as I thought. You should get Snapware.
Snapware works good in the Karsch household.
Yeah, does it? Okay. Yeah.
From an unnamed texter, I love how the Lions approach preseason. They played through the JMO circus and didn't give in to the sideshow temptation to put their stars in harm's way. In August, hats off to Holmes and Campbell for an example of team leadership unequaled in Lions franchise history, period. Well, that's a rousing endorsement. Regarding the Chiefs, Scott says you might be right, except before that game, the Chiefs are going to see that banner unveiled, and it's just a special night for them, and the fact that the last thing you want to do is wreck the whole thing by losing will be a big motivational boost.
Well, it wouldn't wreck the whole thing.
No.
I mean, they still, you can't take away the championship at this point. They still want it.
Yeah.
It would be maybe a damper on things if they lose, but the folks could still say, yeah, well, we were there for when they raised the banner. It was pretty cool.
Okay, we mentioned it before the break. Kelly Stafford, who the wife of Matt Stafford, she was a presence in the socials and talked and was out there when he was in Detroit, and it hasn't changed really in Los Angeles. She has a podcast, and she was talking about how Stafford, her husband, who I think she probably doesn't call Stafford, but maybe she does. It's a lot funnier if she does, so let's just go with it.
I'm leaving it alone.
She calls him Stafford. Said that he was having a problem connecting with his younger teammates. Here's the quote. It's kind of crazy. So Matthew's been in the league a long time. He's like, the difference in the locker room has changed so significantly. In the old days, you come out of practice, you'd shower, and people would be playing cards, interacting. Who knows what they're doing, but they're doing something together. Playing ping pong, they have a tournament going on. They'd all be talking. But now they get out of practice and meetings during training camp, and they go straight to their phones. No one looks up from their phones. Matthew's like, I don't know. Am I a dad? Do I take their phones? What do I do here? He's like, I want them to see me not as a coach. They say sir to him. He's like, no, we're on the same level here. We're both playing in the league. Let me get to know you. He said it's so different. It's so hard to get to know these guys. He had a book printed out. He has the equipment guy get a book printed of all their faces and their names because he's like, I need to know their names. We need to talk. So I'm going to find out their names. I'm going to find out, hey, so-and-so, how was your weekend? So they know I know them, and maybe we should get to know each other. So there's chemistry on the field. But I think nowadays it's really hard to develop that because all these young kids, they don't care. Or it's not that they don't care, but they're just so used to going straight to their phones instead of having some fun with the guys in the locker room. It's different. It's kind of sad. That's Kelly Stafford talking about how Matt Stafford is struggling to relate to his younger teammates.
Well, there's a couple of things about this. First of all, I'll say this. I believe it. I believe it all. That it's just a younger generation when you're the elder statesman of the group and you're the quarterback and supposed to be the leader of the team.
Yep.
And you're looking around and it's completely different than what it was when you came up. Because when he came up, he was 21 years old, quarterback of the Detroit Lions, and automatically the mantle of leading this team is handed to you. You got to run with it. And he did. And he was hurt for the first couple of years, but he was still, hey, I'm in my early 20s. I'm the leader. And you get to know that team, and then you're in your 30s, and then you want out. You go to a veteran-laden team, and you win a Super Bowl. And now that team's been gutted. Totally gutted. Influx of young players, and he's got to be looking around going, any veterans here? Anybody?
Right.
No, nobody. They're all so young, and this is what the younger generation does. You know it better than most because you have
young kids.
Children. Well, they're not young anymore. I mean, your youngest is what, 16?
Yes.
And your oldest is 21?
They feel young. I'll say this. I wrote a little letter to my daughter who was starting college.
A letter? Did you pen a letter?
I did. Well, it was actually a text message, but it was a long, hey, things are changing. There's some word of advice. Instead of just sitting her down and having her roll her eyes, she woke up the first day in the dorm, and one of the things is about don't bury your head in the phone, keep your head up, and
as she's burying her head on the phone to look at the text.
Yeah, exactly, right. Keep your head up and get to know people and talk to people. But yeah, I don't think.
Like if you had a problem, let me just say this: have you had a problem in the summertime, like when all the kids are at the house, of getting them all together at the same time to begin with, and then two, when they are, to not bring the phone to the table or whatever?
Yes, and yes, and look, I'm not trying to be the fossil here, but I'm also like, okay, we're going to put our phones down and have dinner together. Or hey, I have to talk to you about something. Can you put your phone down? Mm-hmm. I had to say that yesterday to my 16-year-old. And, I go back to our fault, right? We give them these devices, and it starts out of necessity. Hey, we need to be able to communicate. And then it evolves or devolves into, I think, an over-reliance. Now, they're also wildly convenient, and a lot of good comes out of them as well.
And this is 16, 18, and 21.
Yep. And 21.
You got football players in the room that are 21, 22, 23, 24 years old. And then there's old man Matt.
Sir.
Who's whatever he is, 36 years old or whatever he is at this point. I can understand why there would be a little bit of it's a cultural shift at this point, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's something he's going to have to get used to, and he's trying to figure it out, and he's venting to his wife, and it sounds like kind of half joking, but also it's reality. Now,
he can rely on fellow Rams quarterback Stetson Bennett, who's a rookie, but maybe Stafford's age as well. They might be the same age.
An issue, though, is that it's his wife that's doing the talking.
Well, that's the thing. And I think she probably feels like she's doing some good and, get this out there, and maybe the guys will react.
Or it's just talking about life. This is a life situation, and people have their podcasts and they're just going to talk about everyday stuff. And this is an everyday thing. Hey, my husband came home from work today. Happens to be a football player, but he's having a hard time communicating with the younger employees on the office
that work there. Yeah, I don't know if it's ever happened with them where Matthew has said to her, "Hey, enough."
Zip it.
And I'm not sure that he wants this isn't dirty laundry, but his challenge is, does he want this out there publicly?
Right. Like all of a sudden you got some second-year offensive lineman that's going to walk up to him and go, "You really need a book to match my face to?" Dude, I've been playing with you for 2 years now. Yeah. You don't know who I am?
I'm Steve.
I know you're Steve. I know you.
You and I aren't great with names.
I'm terrible.
We both try so hard. And we both, it's a known flaw that I'm constantly trying to address. I'm trying to remember people's names and all the different tricks. But, in an NFL locker room, if you're the quarterback, I do respect that he wants to know everybody.
Yeah.
As a leader of the team, I like that a lot about him. But still, should his wife be...
Don't necessarily want your wife to let everybody know out there, because now it's not just people that are following the podcast. But now it's everybody because it goes viral because somebody, oh, did you hear what Kelly had to say? And then they put it out there in a report, and next thing you know, every news outlet's carrying it. And yeah, it's an issue.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Feedback coming in. In the meantime, Gator, a terrifying story out of Florida or Australia.
There you go. Is I have to choose which one where it's from?
Yep.
Yeah, because those are the two craziest places on earth.
We'll get to that at 12:48. 97.1 The Ticket. All right, as the day continues, there's more news about cuts in the National Football League and movement. And as always, we wonder, how does it impact us? Well, according to Ian Rappaport, the Denver Broncos are trading for kicker Will Lutz from the New Orleans Saints. So it looked like the Broncos kicker was going to be Brett Maher, but Paul Serra is reporting, I don't know where he saw it, that Maher is going to get released. And Brett Maher is kind of famous because he's the one that missed the 4 field goal or the 4 extra points on Monday Night Football when the Cowboys played the Commanders.
Oh, yeah.
And so that was something that was
unbelievable.
It was pretty incredibly bad is what it was. But
those were the only 4 he missed all season that year.
Is that right?
2019.
He
I'm sorry. No, that wasn't it. 4? He missed 4?
No, he didn't miss 4. I think he missed 3 and then they went for 2 and they didn't get that. So it was 4
so
total.
It had to be last year then.
Anyway, he is 19 of 27 from beyond 50. He's got a long of 63. He's hit from 62. He's hit from 60. He's got a cannon for a leg. His made field goal percentage is 81%, which is less than Riley Patterson.
But it was 90.6% last year, which is better than Riley Patterson. It was 88.9% the previous year. He had started off his career, wasn't terribly accurate, 80.6 and then 66.7. So not the greatest 2-year start, but then backed up the last 2 years. He's been very good.
I think this one might be worth bringing in here for that tryout.
Tryout, sure. Just handing him a job, I wouldn't do that. But because his extra point, you mentioned the 3 he missed last year. He was 50 out of 53. I mean, that's a lot of extra point attempts. Led the league. But the previous year he was 10 out of 12. So he has missed some. And you don't want guys missing the extra points. I mean, look, it's no gimme anymore in the NFL.
No.
But you can't miss them. Got to have them.
He did not have a good preseason. Against Arizona in the opener, he went 0 for 2 on field goals. Came back in the second game, and he made 2 field goals, including one from 48 yards. And I'm just looking up the third game here. They beat the Rams 41-0, so I'm sure he got some chances to kick. And he went 2 for 2, long of 46. Made all 5 extra points. So Brett Maher's available. Would you prefer him to Riley Patterson? This is a tough call. I mean, seriously, at this point, if Maher was great, he wouldn't be let go.
Right.
But he's being let go. They see it as an upgrade.
Not only that, they're trading for somebody else.
Yep. And that was one of the reports from Diana Rossini. The Broncos were on that list along with the Lions, the Rams, the 49ers. I can't remember who the other team was.
Titans.
Titans, okay, that were looking for kicking help today. So we haven't seen what the compensation is to get Will Lutz. But do you kick the tires on Brett Maher? I think you absolutely kick the tires.
Yeah, I kick the tires, and just like I'd bring in Robbie Gould. And if the reports are that Robbie Gould wants to play close to where he lives in Chicago, Detroit's close enough, and he's obviously got a career that's impressive. And is the reason he's not kicking because he's got that demand that he wants to stay close to home. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, maybe Detroit's in the driver's seat for that if they want to hire.
Maybe.
They want to hire him.
The weird thing is, if they're looking for kicking help today, okay, do you think it has anything to do with the doink from 53 yards on Friday night?
I think it has everything to do with the fact that they've been looking for a kicker for the last few years. They've been looking for somebody to step up and be the guy unquestioned since they let Prater go.
Yep.
And they've had different levels of success. Now, is it directly related to that? I mean, it missed extra point as well in that game, right?
Yes, missed wide left, I think.
So missing an extra point and then not kicking it far enough on the 53-yard attempt, those are two things that would certainly have people questioning whether or not you're the guy.
If this becomes a story, the kickers that were drafted this year, Jake Moody went in the 3rd round.
He's hurt.
Chad Ryland went to the Patriots in the 4th round. Andres Carlson went to the Packers in the 6th round. Is Carlson going to win their job? I haven't been paying attention. I'll take a look. But, I mean, I already envisioned the calls coming. I knew they should have drafted. I don't want it to be a kicker issue. Yeah, it looks like Carlson's going to be the kicker in Green Bay. 248-539-9797. Bruce, you're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Bruce.
Hey, well, I guess you're reading my mind. Your call is coming. I called back in the draft day and said, why don't, the Lions were, you said before, weak spot was kicking. Okay, well, being a Michigan fan, why not get Moody? I didn't know he was hurt. I just heard you say he was hurt.
Yes.
But anyway, and then when I said, you guys both said, no, 3rd round is too high of a price for kicker. But now you spent the whole morning talking about, hey, we need a kicker. It's like, assuming Moody hadn't got hurt, which you can't foresee. But I think a 3rd round for a kicker is a reasonable price. How can you not like that for somebody that's going to be your leading scorer for the next 15 years? I don't understand.
Because they can find him later in the draft.
Yeah, but you're hunting now and you're not finding.
Yeah, they're hunting now.
It's because they didn't find one later in the draft.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is that if you got somebody, pick it earlier. We're arguing about, because I think Gator said no, 4th round pick is too high to give up for whoever you guys were.
Yeah, I think it's ridiculous that they used a 3rd round pick on Jake Moody. I think it'd be ridiculous. I don't care who the kicker is. 3rd round is too high.
So Chad Ryland,
it's the importance of the player. I don't disagree. The player's important. It's kind of like a running back. Is it a hard and fast rule? It's almost a hard and fast rule for me.
Yeah,
okay, well, I'm not arguing that. I guess it's philosophy, but I guess I would rate my number 1 scorer for the next 15 years worthy of a 3rd round.
Okay, they're not the number 1 scorer because they're so elite. They're the number 1 scorer likely because they're likely the number 1 scorer because the position lends itself to scoring a ton of points. Okay, it's not. Hey, we found the guy. Everybody's kicker scores a ton of points. Everybody's kicker scores a ton of points. You hope they're scoring them in bunches, one at a time. Now, is 3rd round too high to go? If they rolled the dice and said, we think we've got the guy, and they were wrong, then perhaps they should have. If they would have taken Jake Moody, then they would have had to pass on Broderick Martin, who they ended up trading up and taking. They moved up from later in the 3rd round to take him. Or they would have had to not take Hendon Hooker. As far as Chad Ryland, who I like just as much as Jake Moody, and I mean, I watch kickers during warmups. Chad Ryland from like 55 yards was booming it through near the top of the uprights, and he's the one that's gone to New England. And the Lions didn't have a pick between Jake Moody and Chad Ryland, so they would same thing. They would have did not take Broderick Martin or Hendon Hooker. Getting a kicker in the draft isn't the only way to get a kicker. But we don't even know if this is a crisis yet. If the Lions were calling around, though, still looking for a kicker, they might want to take a look at Brett Maher. 248-539-9797. Jamin in Pontiac. Hi, Jamin.
How you guys doing?
Okay.
All right. I just wanted to say, I'm just going to say, man, my view is only so wide. I'm only 26, 27. I was born in 97. I think the standard of Lions kicking should be Jason Hanson. Like, if you got to put him up with Jason Hanson. If he's not like a young Jason Hanson, maybe he's not the guy. Like, I just think the standard of our kicking, because that dude held it down for 20 years. Like, you know what I mean? It's like throughout the bad and the good and everything, you knew Jason Hanson was at least going to make that field. So after we got Hanson, or after Hanson left, sorry, I'm outside walking.
It's okay.
After we had Hanson, we got Prater, and that was like, you know, it was hopeful. He did good, but when it comes to looking for young kickers, I think that's the standard. Now, that's just me. You want a Jason Hanson guy.
Well, I don't think anybody would argue that you want a kicker as good as Jason Hanson. I think that is a belief.
There aren't many in history that were better. I mean,
everybody would agree that if you can get the next Jason Hanson, get the next Jason Hanson.
I don't think Jake Moody was thought of as being the next Jason Hanson.
That should be the standard. If we're looking for kickers, hey, you're filling these shoes, you're filling Prater's shoes, you're filling Hanson's shoes.
Gator, would anyone argue that if you can get a Jason Hanson at a reasonable price, you would? I mean, everybody wants a reliable kicker, yes.
Yeah, I mean it's the reasonable price thing though. It's where do you?
So was Hanson? Was he a second round pick?
I think he was a
second round.
Yeah,
that's pretty incredible. Now, would I spend a second round pick on the next Jason Hanson? It's easy to say no until. Of course not, until they miss that big field goal this season.
You know what's funny is you
don't have to spend a second round pick to get a really good kicker.
You don't have to, right? And this past draft, Lions had a lot of needs.
Yep.
And they went out and they had their second round picks and they filled some needs. I've thought about already the draft for 2024 and like where are the needs on this team moving forward? And kicker will be one of them. Next year would be the year that you start hunting down kickers in the draft, and maybe you go higher than what you would expect. But this past draft didn't feel like that was the time. And when we look back at this last draft, it looks like they may have gotten 5 starters.
They may have got 5 starters, yeah.
And maybe, a future with Hendon Hooker to be a 6th.
Maybe.
So I'm not going to question what they did in the draft this past year because I think they did a really nice job.
I'm not going to question it yet. To be fair, kicker was a topic prior to the draft.
Well, and I think most teams feel like you can solve the kicker issue in free agency. Like there's always somebody around. And there have been guys around. And there still are guys around. Go out and get Robbie Gould. Is anybody going to be upset? If he's got the legs still?
Not immediately. Maher had the terrible night on a big stage, but has been still pretty good from distance. But 248-539-9797, 97.1 the ticket.
Play, practice, and party the way that you want at 5 Iron Golf. It's the nation's leading indoor golf and entertainment experience, and now it's open in downtown Detroit. They've got 13 TrackMan simulators, certified instructors. There's a full bar and restaurant. The whole family can tee up some great times, and it's not just about golf. They've got other games there as well. It's amazing. Plus, you can play Pebble Beach if you want. You can play up to 200 different courses they have, including some of the courses here in our state. You can take a lesson, compete in a league, and join as a founding member. Or how about spicing up your next date night? Visit 5irongolf.com, and you get 50% off your first booking when you mention me, Gator, at checkout. Go to it, 5irongolf.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Oh, this kicker thing. It may not even be a thing.
No,
it may not be a thing. Could be a thing. Riley Patterson come out and be great. I don't think we can expect him booming him out from 60 yards. I think they should bring in Brett Maher for a look.
Mahar?
Yes.
Maher?
Sorry. Yeah,
whatever
Maher.
it is.
Yes. They should bring him in for a look.
Yeah, bring him for a look. Bring in Robbie Gould for a look. It's to answer the guy's question, the last caller's question. He's like, shouldn't they, draft, put more of a resource in with a draft pick, a high draft pick if you see the guy? The best, Evan just pointed out, the best kicker in the league is who?
Justin Tucker.
And was he drafted?
No, he was not.
No, he was not. No. So the reason is because it's a position that you get kickers
you can find guys.
For free agency.
You can find guys.
You can find guys. You can also, sure, if you want to draft one, go ahead and draft one.
Yep.
But teams would rather use a draft pick on a player that's not a kicker. And different philosophies with that. I get it. I think if you find the one that you love, go ahead and take one. It's how high you're going to use that pick.
All right, I saw this on Click on Detroit, Gator. I thought I'd share it with you.
Okay.
A woman had been admitted to a hospital after experiencing forgetfulness and worsening depression over 3 months.
Oh, no.
They did scans. Scans showed some changes to her brain. A year earlier, this is a true story. She had been admitted to a hospital. I'm kind of editing a little bit to hide where the location is.
Okay.
But a year earlier, she'd been admitted to a local hospital with symptoms including abdominal pain, diarrhea, dry cough, and night sweats. A doctor ordered a brain biopsy where they were expected to reveal a cancer or an abscess.
Oh, boy.
Surgeon performing the biopsy through a hole in the patient's skull, used forceps, and pulled out a live parasite.
Come on.
Which measured 8 centimeters or 3 inches.
Wow.
Quote, I just thought, what is that? It doesn't make any sense, but it's alive and moving. It continued to move with vigor. We all felt a bit sick. That's the quote, with vigor.
Vigor? They don't use the word scamper, do they? Was it scampering inside the skull? They were able to remove it, right?
They removed it.
Through the same drill hole, or do they have to?
Yeah, through the same hole. The creature was a larvae of a native roundworm, not previously known to be a human parasite.
This is not a good story to do after lunch.
The worms are commonly found in carpet pythons.
Oh, boy. I don't feel good. Not feeling good at all.
We got a call saying we've got a patient with an infection problem. We just removed a live worm from a patient's brain.
Oh.
Gator, Australia or Florida?
Well, you said carpet python, so I'm going to go with Florida. Although the word vigor makes me think like Brisbane. I'm still going to go with Florida.
The correct answer is Australia.
Thank goodness.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That is a horrific story.
6 months after this is from courtesy of Click on Detroit. 6 months after the worm was removed, the patient's neuropsychiatric symptoms had improved but persisted. The journal article has said the patient has been sent home after the surgery with antiparasitic drugs and has not returned to the hospital since.
Anti-parasitic drugs. Okay, so no more parasites, you.
Here's a picture.
I know. Don't. Here's my fist. Look out. That is a really unnerving story. I don't like that at all. All right, I'll look.
Yeah, I'm holding it up for the Twitch and YouTube cameras.
No!
This could be a stock photo. I have no idea if that's real, but they found a 3-inch parasite in the woman's brain.
Let me see that again. That's gross. I just, you hear about the flesh-eating amoeba or whatever it is that can get in through your inner ear, and if you're just swimming in a lake or something like that, that's terrifying stuff, right?
Yep.
This thing, yeah, we got some issues. Well, we might be something with your skull. We're going to take a look. And and they're expecting it to be, what'd you say, an abscess or a tumor
Or
of some-
cancer, yeah. I mean, I guess, are you
I'd
given
be
that
thrilled that it is not
cancer? Yeah, sure.
But I wouldn't want to know, I think, at this point. Like if you come to and they're like, okay, we think we've solved the issue.
We just relieved some pressure. You're all good.
Yeah, there's some great news. It's not cancer, and we were able to fix the issue, and you're good to go.
Mm-hmm.
Doc, what was it? Well, it was a situation we were able to fix, and you just we're going to leave it at that. We're all very happy and proud that we were able to eradicate the problem.
So the story I read doesn't have this fact, although Kitech wrote on Twitch, Doug didn't even get to the good part. They think she got infected from eating a salad. I did not see that anywhere. That is rather concerning for those of us that eat a lot of salad. Oh, does that make sense? Would it make more sense that it burrowed in through an ear?
I don't care. Either way, it's disgusting.
It's terrible.
Oh, my God.
Yes.
I hate these stories,
I
man.
know. They're the worst.
Let's watch people break their legs. I mean,
you'd rather have a warning gator graphic.
I think I'd rather have that than to have to.
Someone else on Twitch put warning gator nauseous.
Yeah, I am. I don't feel good right now. This is one of those things, and you hear about something's inside your body that it's not supposed to be there.
That's
a
living.
parasite.
Yep. Isn't this like how the movie Alien started?
Yeah,
sort of.
Well, except the alien attached itself to its face and then dropped something down its throat.
Yeah. And then that thing.
Did you
grew.
see Alien?
I did. Wow. I think I saw like the first 30 minutes. Even back then, I wasn't watching full movies.
First 30 minutes of the original Alien.
Yeah.
It's intense. It's
wild.
It's intense. And they did a prequel. They've done 2 prequels to it.
Have they really?
Yeah. Prometheus was the first one they did.
Yep.
It came out like 8 years ago.
Won't see that.
It's good.
Yeah.
It's really good,
Sure
but
is.
it is terrifying in a different way. And you see how the alien gets to be what do they call it? Xenomorph or something like that. What it ends up being and how it gets to what
Yeah. What's the other one? Prometheus is one. What's the other one?
I forget what the second one is called.
Yeah, I won't see that either.
Yeah.
Carson Anderson, open lines. Jared Goff, 130, 97.1.
3 hours, man. 3 hours to go.
Oh, for the cuts?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm surprised we're not hearing more.
So I was told the teams that you want, the teams that want players to get to the practice squad, they wait till the last minute. So they don't want to give teams more time to think about or go grab a guy. But, I mean, big news today. I mean, nothing from the Lions yet. Yesterday, the cuts included Chase Lucas. He appears to be the odd man out at corner, although could end up in the practice squad, which is good news for undrafted free agents Starling Thomas and Stephen Gilmore. They now have a great chance to make this team. We wondered, Chase Lucas had the interception there at the end of the game against Carolina, but I think they'll both make it. I think both Starling Thomas and Stephen Gilmore will make it. Quarterback Adrian Martinez, no huge shock. The wide receiver, there's a choice to be made, and Dylan Drummond was released, leaving Chase Cota, Antoine Green, and Maurice Alexander battling for that fifth wide receiver spot. There had been speculation that it was going to be Antoine Green, but with Cota and Mo Alexander that's still there, who knows? But 248-539-9797. Perhaps the biggest news to come out today, or the most interesting story, is the Lions were cited, reported by Diana Rossini, as one of the teams that was still looking for help at kicker. Then Will Lutz got traded from New Orleans to Denver. Brett Maher is being released, and he's a guy that's got a very, very strong leg. He had a epic fail night with the Cowboys, missing 3 extra points against Washington. Was it Washington or Tampa? I don't even remember, but I do remember it's one of those night games. I think it was a Monday night game. Anyway, long story short, they might want to bring in kick the tires if they're still looking for a kicker. 248-539-9797, and Robbie Gould is still out there. Let's get back to your open line calls. We got a Matt and Pinckney here next. Hi, Matt.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
All right. Good, thank you.
You guys are awesome. Hey, boy, can football season just start already?
Kind of, yeah, I hear you. It's like we're talking about football-related topics and all that, but yeah, we need games to be played.
I started thinking about this last night because we knew that yesterday that we were going to talk to Jared Goff today. And I'm like, oh, that's right. We got football firing up. And I'm thinking, it's this week, right? No.
No.
I mean, it's college. College, which is great, but it's the NFL always just starting to think that, hey, we got this going. No, another week and a half.
Yeah, but I tell you what, this is quite the different year. If our biggest concern is a kicker, I'm pretty happy with our team. And actually, I'm under the impression, I believe, that a good kicker can actually hurt you in a lot of situations. And let me explain this a little bit. I know that sounds a little crazy, but if you're inside the 50-yard range for a field goal and you have a really solid kicker, you're going to run him out there if it's 4th down. So the analytics point to about 66%, I think, is the make percentage, so you're going to get 2 points. If you kind of have a shaky kicker, somebody you don't really rely on, you're going for it. And the analytics say if you go for it in those situations, your points are about 4 points per each attempt. So either you're going to get to a closer field goal that's going to be easier to make, or you score a touchdown or you get 0. So for me, if we have to roll the season with Patterson, let's roll. That means we're going to be going for it on 4th down inside that 50-yard range, and I'm all good with that.
Well, look, I'm not as big on the go for it stuff all the time. I guess time will tell if Dan Campbell continues to be. They went for it third most of any team in the NFL a year ago. They went for it on 4th down. Maybe this year he doesn't see the need to do it as much. But last year they didn't have a great kicking situation. Look, you're trying to be. Let's get one thing clear here. You're trying to be elite. You're trying to be the best team in the league. You're trying to get the best players at every position you could find. They're far from it a kicker. Now, as you said, how much from the mean is our guy? He's not that far below average.
No, he's not.
He's a little below average, but he's not that far below average. At least he wasn't last year. Brett Maher, his struggles in terms of field goal misses came in his first 2 years. His first 2 years, he missed 17 field goals. His last 2 seasons, he's missed 5. His extra points, he struggled with extra points, which is irritating. He's missed 5 of those in the last 2 years as well.
But in fairness, he did attempt 53 of them last year, and he made 50 of them. Now, You don't want to miss any of them.
No.
But I'm not sure how many kickers are making every single one of their extra point attempts.
Well,
in fact, there are few.
Yeah, I'll see if we can
I'm looking at it right now.
figure that out with a minimum number of kicks.
2.
Yeah,
I mean, there aren't many.
There's like 5 teams that didn't miss an extra point last year. Suffice it to say, if you can upgrade any position, go for it. If they're looking for kicking, I don't know how Robbie Gould or Brett Maher aren't getting looks right now. And if Riley Patterson, if they come in and they work out and they like Riley Patterson more, fine, roll with him. But anyway, 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson here on the ticket. We are still a week and 2 days away. It's funny you say that because do we need games to be played? We sure as hell do.
Well, the good news is that we've got college on Thursday, college on Friday, college on Saturday.
Yep. College on Sunday. And I think college on Monday.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. So, and the game's on, and there's a good game on Thursday night.
Yeah, Utah, Florida, and local interest, Minnesota is hosting Nebraska, which I think both teams are both on Michigan and Michigan State schedules, aren't they?
I believe so. So then, and
you've got Western plays St. Peter's.
I forget who they play, but they do play. And then you've got
St. Francis. Sorry,
Michigan State on Friday night.
Yep.
And there's some other good games on Friday night. And then we got the whole schedule on Saturday. So I'm excited because it's not just the garbage week 0 schedule that we had. We've actually got good games every night this week.
Here's a week 0 game in disguise. Sunday, Northwestern's at Rutgers at noon. That screams week 0.
Well, it does and it does, but it's not. It shouldn't be lopsided.
It could be close. Yeah. Oregon State plays at San Jose State at 3:30, and LSU and Florida State play in Orlando Sunday night. Then Monday from the Atlantic Coast Conference, Clemson at Duke. And then Tuesday, Wednesday.
I thought you were going to say Cal from the ACC takes on New Mexico State.
Yeah. Then we get 2 days off, and then the Lions are at it. Let's go to Greg, who's next here on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Greg.
Hey, guys. I really appreciate you taking my call. You guys are just so awesome. I really appreciate everything you say and do. Really do. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I said thank you for listening.
Oh, absolutely. How could I not? Just want to chime in on the kicking situation with the Lions. I called in a couple of weeks ago because I really believe last year at the beginning of the season that the Lions have the ability to score between 30 and 40 points. I really, really believe that with the offense that we had, with Williams and with Garrett Goff picking teams apart, I really believe that they can make a short field of it. And I honestly believe that if the Lions don't score a touchdown, they can get a field goal out of a series. And I really believe that they can score a touchdown and a field goal every quarter. I really believe that with the Lions. They have the capabilities. Garrett Goff has the ability to make the field short. If I can't get a touchdown, I can get a field goal. So I really believe with the Lions situation, we need a kicker. We need a kicker with this dynamic offense. We need somebody to keep the momentum up with the newness of what's going on with the Lions. At this point in time, we need to solidify a kicker. And if I had a choice and I could get a good kicker, I could get a Hanson, I can get a Prater, I'm getting him. It's one less problem I have to worry about.
If you can get a Hanson or a Prater, you take him.
Yeah, right,
why is your belief? Why do you believe so strongly in the Lions offense? You tell us you believe it. Why?
Oh, yes, because this is why. Because I finally believe that Garrett believes in himself now and that he's at the helm of the ship as opposed to when he was with the Rams. He was new. He was finding himself and he was more with a scheme. Hey, kid, do this. Hey, kid, do this. Now he's a mature quarterback, first-round draft choice that has a chance to mature and has a chance to make a name for himself. And I really believe that he's determined more than ever. They kind of wrote me up. They kind of sent me to Detroit. Okay, all right. And I really believe that he really believes in himself more than ever. And it's his chance to show the NFL and show the world, hey, I'm Garrett Goff. I'm a number 1 draft pick. Here I am, and here I go.
Okay, Greg. Believes in golf. I think like Goff's comfort zone position.
You don't want to use inspirational music on that, huh? Kind of felt like it
should have,
yeah, ready to go there.
Yeah, I was waiting for the I believe that we will win. I believe that we will win. He was, yeah, I think Goff really likes it here. I agree with him on that front.
Yeah, I think it does too.
So I need some help with something. I'm going to call on the listeners. I have some problems with technology. It's a problem with technology.
I know. That's cool. Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Don't ask me.
And Ohio State's named a starting quarterback. We'll get to that at 124. Hey, Hall Financial, the lender that saved Michigan residents millions, is reinventing home lending with their exclusive no-fee home loan. Who likes fees? No one. Hall Financial is proud to announce Michigan's first no-fee home loan exclusive to Hall Financial clients. Even better, with the no-fee loan, you'll stay locked into the no-fee program, ensuring you don't pay fees to Hall Financial when it's time to refi. If you aren't working with Hall Financial on your home loan, you're overpaying. The no-fee loan applies to both new purchases and refis. Call Hall Financial right now to learn more about the no-fee home loan option. 866-CALL-HALL or chat with them online. It's callhallfirst.com. That's callhallfirst.com. Okay. I'm decent when it comes to technology. But here's something.
Me too.
Here's something I don't understand. I have a Google account.
Okay.
Yep. And we have a Google work account. I have my own personal Google account. So two different email addresses.
Yep.
One's for work, one's personal.
Sure.
Personal one told me about a month ago that I've almost used all my storage.
Oh.
And I could pay to get more storage.
Oh, of course.
But I never delete the emails, and I get promotional emails. I get, hundreds a day. And I went and looked at how many promotional emails I had, and I had over 100,000 of them. Yes.
What's that?
Over 100,000 promotional emails.
Oh my God.
So I just figured out a way to delete them all. But then I looked at where the memory is being used up, and it's being used up by photos.
Okay, sure.
That I don't want saved on Google at all. I've got my
stored
Apple phone. I got my iCloud. I want
in the cloud.
I want them. Yeah, I got them saved in the cloud.
So why would you have them on Google?
Why are they on Google? I don't know, but they're taking up the bulk of my memory.
That's easy enough. You go to photos and delete.
So I deleted a couple, and they deleted off the cloud. And I'm like, wait, why are these two things tied together? Why are they tied together? But here's the thing. When I deleted the 100,000 emails, my storage went, instead of 15 gigabytes, which is what it was at, it went down to like 12 something. The next day I got into work, it was at 15 again.
Huh.
And I'm like, how did that happen? Why did that happen?
Let me ask this.
Okay.
Being the genius IT mind that I have.
Yep.
Is it possible when you deleted them that now you have to delete them a second time from your deleted box or your trash?
Yeah. I emptied the trash.
Okay,
yes, and when you delete them, they go to the trash, and then
you got to empty the trash.
Now, I don't know of any 1-800 customer service number from Google. So I'm trying to, if I've deleted all these emails, and I did a whole bunch more today, like I went through in all my drafts, and I'm down to 12.6 gigabytes of 15 gigabytes used, but most of it is taken up by photographs, which I don't want to delete because apparently they're deleting them off the cloud. But secondly, why did it pop right back up?
Well, let me ask you. So the cloud is an iPhone thing, right?
Yeah.
So go to Genius Bar and ask them. Say, hey, I've got this Google account. Somehow the photos are synced with my iCloud account.
And when I delete them on Google to create space,
it deletes from the cloud. And obviously I don't want these deleted from the cloud. Dude, the hell.
The hell, yeah. Now, maybe that's other people have run into this problem or somebody knows of an easy fix. If it's not an easy fix, I might just buy the 100 gigabytes. But the problem is if I went from 12 to 15 just like that, even though I did all the deletions, when I go to 100 gigabytes, it'll
it's like
explode.
It
yeah.
It seems like it didn't register.
Yeah, so I don't know what's going on. Yep.
I thought I'd give you great advice, frankly.
What?
Go to Genius Bar.
That's
because there's a link with there. Somehow it's iCloud and your Google account are linked. How do we not get them linked so I can just delete them from Google without deleting from the cloud?
Well, maybe somebody can give me a quick and easy fix. If there's not a quick and easy fix.
I had an issue years ago with Dropbox.
Mm-hmm.
A friend of mine had taken some videos of one of my Gator Palooza parties and wanted to send me the videos of the band playing. I'm like, yeah, absolutely. I'll take those. And I had them, but I had to download the Dropbox app or whatever, or account. And so I had those for like 6 months. And after 6 months, then I started getting syncing issues and saying, oh, your Dropbox is full. And I'm like, well, I haven't added to it. And then it wouldn't even let me access them. What it was just a way of me to actually not only download the app, but to buy the storage so that I had it. So I don't know if it was just a promotional thing. But that doesn't sound like what your issue is here is a promotional thing, even though they want you to buy more storage.
Let's go to Stan. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Stan.
Hey, Doug. How you guys doing?
We're okay.
Let me just say this. I had the same thing that happened to me with my personal, and what the reason why when you deleted everything, you went down to 12K, and then it went back up the next day to 15.
Yeah.
You have recurring subscribed emails that you have to stop so that they don't keep flooding your inbox. They'll flood your inbox daily.
Yeah.
Because I was doing it and my goodness, I would delete. I'd take $5K out, and next thing you know, I've got $5K more, and I'm like, what the heck is going on?
Yeah.
And then so I stopped the emails from coming that you had subscribed to. Once you delete them all, you got to stop them so that they don't repopulate.
It didn't feel like 100,000 repopulated, but there were a bunch back in there today. You're right. I have a whole bunch of recurring emails. Mike in Royal Oak. Hi, Mike.
Hello, Doug. I got an easy remedy for you.
Which is?
We bought my daughter a 1 terabyte external hard drive because she's got 1 million pictures of her kids, right?
Yep.
And so she just took and took all of her pictures from the cloud and put them on this external hard drive. And I think she's got them all saved on a hard drive. And that way you still got your pictures and you don't have to worry about anything.
So I got one of those at home. I guess I could go look at putting, because I do all the videos. I do tons of videos.
Are there videos you do?
I take a ton of memory, but yeah, I might have to look at doing that at home. So, all right, Gator. Ohio State is named starting quarterback. It is Kyle McCord. He will start. Ryan Day has announced. All the Buckeye media is taking it to social media. Devin Brown will play, though. So 2 4-star quarterbacks that were fighting for this job. Ryan Day has named Kyle McCord his starter.
Are they redshirt freshmen? Are they sophomores? What are they?
I think one might be his 3rd year in the program. The other might be his 2nd year in the program. It's interesting, though, because Ryan Day just went ahead and named a starter. I feel like most coaches anymore don't.
No.
If they have a quarterback decision to make, they decide they aren't going to make it any sooner than they have to.
I see that Colton Pouncey has a video up he posted 9 minutes ago, and it's a clip that Audrey Snyder had posted, a video of James Franklin. And the question is Drew Aller quarterback number 1? And James Franklin will not say.
No.
So, look, go one of 2 ways. You can announce your quarterback, or you can decide not to, like Michigan State, Penn State. They're not announcing who's going to start. You'll find out when game time hits. You can go the Chip Kelly route. All 3 quarterbacks going to play.
Yeah.
Even the kid from Detroit, Dante Moore, he's going to play. However you want to do it. It doesn't rattle me one way or the other. I'm going to tune in and find out. I understand why they choose not to. They think it gives them a little bit of an edge. I guess. I mean, I don't like. I just think of Michigan State for instance. I don't know what is Central Michigan going to glean from all the tremendous footage they have of watching Noah Kim or Caden Hauser play quarterback at Michigan State. You haven't seen any of it. You've got like a handful of plays between the 2 guys. So in that situation, I don't know what they're doing there.
Well, Ohio State went ahead and named theirs. Jared Goff. Tell us about the Lions offense. We'll get to that next here on 97.1 The Ticket.
I imagine everybody has a please God don't cut this guy that's on the Lions roster. Please don't cut him. Like, you think that this guy could be something, a diamond in the rough. You don't want to see him go by the wayside. Who would that player be for you? And Kang, I'll start. For me, that guy is Antoine Green. He's the wide receiver that they drafted in the seventh round from North Carolina. He was the 219th player selected in the draft. I love his combination of size and speed. He's 6'2", 200 pounds. He's fast as hell, and he's somebody that I think could benefit from Jameson Williams not playing for the first 6 games, because he could be a guy that you can bring off the bench in situations. You spread him out with 4 receivers, and this guy can go deep, and you're going to have to account for him because he's got the speed and because the size might be a mismatch.
Here's another guy that I think has really good value. And it's diminishing a little bit because they know he's probably going to be released. It's the guy that's had 4 sacks, and that's Julian Okwara. I think he's going to be an odd man out.
Trade.
Has performed well. But, yeah, you have from now until Tuesday to try and get something in return for Julian Okwara. Is there a receiver out there that you believe can give you another weapon, another option that maybe another team is looking?
Hey, we got 9 games remaining until the start of the NFL season. Have you booked your fantasy football draft party yet? If you're a league commissioner, do the right thing. Buy your league and your league members and book your draft party at Twin Peaks today. Assemble the crew, mount up at your favorite location for the best draft party experience possible. Your favorite Twin Peaks girls are waiting to serve you the coldest 29-degree drafts, the best wings in the state. While you draft your winning team, book the party and receive a $50 bounce back to enjoy once the season starts, as well as a $5 bounce back for all league members. Draft boards and stickers are available. They got power setups, free Wi-Fi for your computers. Call your favorite lodge and make your reservation today. To find the lodge closest to you, go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com. That's twinpeaksrestaurant.com. Spots are filling up. You don't want to miss out. Hey, if you're a fan of Twin Peaks, you've already done this. You already knew about this because you signed up for the E-Club. If you haven't done so, do so yet. Signing up is easy. Plus, you can get free stuff. TwinPeaksRestaurant.com/Peaks-Club. That's TwinPeaksRestaurant.com/Peaks-Club to get started today. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 The Ticket. Jared Goff will join us typically on Tuesdays of game week. But next week, weird schedule, so we had him on this Tuesday prior to next Thursday's opening game.
Because Tuesdays are typically days off in the NFL, but next week the Lions, because they're playing on a Thursday game, it's not a day off for them on Tuesday.
We were just talking a little bit earlier. First of all, thanks to the suggestions and folks on Twitch, I think, got me sorted out here for clearing some memory on my Google account. I was having some some
Is it going to work?
issues. Well, I'm not sure just yet. I'm busy doing the show, but I'll do a test later. But we're talking about the Ohio State named their starting quarterback. It's Kyle McCord. Devin Brown will play in their opener at Indiana. This news conferences yesterday between Mel Tucker and Jim Harbaugh, there wasn't a ton of news.
I think Harbaugh made some news.
Well, that was what I was going to get to. Harbaugh did this a couple of years ago. For people who missed it, he got up at the podium and said, and lobbied for revenue sharing for college athletes. And said it basically attacked the paradigm that we have set up for college sports. This is the second time he has done this that I can remember, where I think it was his first news conference a few years ago. He lobbied for something that eventually became a rule. Do you remember what it was?
I don't.
He was a fan of the transfer portal, the one-time transfer. And he lobbied. I'm pretty sure he opened the year. It was his first press conference where he said, I think student athletes should be allowed to transfer without sitting out. I think it's too punitive. That became a rule. Do you think this becomes a rule? That they get into revenue sharing?
I think they will. I think they will, because I think the NCAA sees what's going on right now with NIL, and it's run amok. I mean, it's not at all what it was supposed to be when they initially approved it. It's basically now it's who's got the donors that are willing to donate money, as opposed to, kids are going out there and coming up with their own ideas to make money off their name and image and likeness. Now they're just getting paid. There's nothing. There's no job. There's no service rendered. It's just, here's money, and that's not what they want. And I think if you're going to do that, then you have to find a way to distribute it equally. And this is where going into the TV revenues can distribute it equally.
Well, what I'm in favor of, and I think what most people are in favor of, is a level playing field. Yeah. And if there's TV revenues, the problem is TV deals are done by conference. Mm-hmm. So is it the better conference that you commit to, the more money you're going to get as a student athlete? Now, there's that. And then there's also something that very much complicates the issues, and that's Title IX considerations, which is for every opportunity that is provided for a male student athlete, if you're a public institution, you have to provide one for a female student athlete. And where does that line get drawn with revenue sharing? Because everybody knows how this works. Football pays the bills, but football has 85 scholarships that have to then be distributed to women's sports as well. And so I don't know how Title IX figures into paying student athletes and the Olympic sports. Maybe it doesn't. I always wondered if there was an exemption because football's paying all the bills for all the sports. I mean, those sports are in part are funded by monies that come in from interest in revenues from college football. Those sports have growing audiences and bigger participation than they used to because of the system we have, and that's great. But this is what's paying the bills, right?
Exactly. And this isn't an issue that's going to be hammered out overnight or over a year either. This is something that's going to be years down the road when they do come up with some plan. And I think by that time, the television landscape is going to look completely different. And everything might get bombed back to square one, and all of a sudden every college is getting paid by television networks, but not individual conferences. If that's a way to level it all off, it might be just too simplistic to say it that way, but maybe that's how you start, and then you try to filter out afterwards. But I don't think we're still seeing the demolition of the Pac-12. The ACC is talking about assimilating some of those teams. There is rumors that teams from the ACC could go to the Big Ten or go to the SEC. We still don't know what's going to happen with the rest of these colleges and universities when it comes to football. But there's certainly a lot of money that the universities are making. And, I'm not a big Jim Harbaugh guy, but I agreed with what he had to say yesterday when he's like, look, if coaches can make all this money and the universities are making all this money, the TV networks are making all this money, we're making it off the kids. The players need to get something out of this. And it's a way to do that without just flat out handing them money from some big donor. Instead, this is earned because they're giving you the ratings, and it comes from TV. I don't have a problem with it.
And look, the arguments that can be made against like NIL is basically just a free market system, which is what our country is founded on, and I understand why people are for it. But as someone who loves the sport to its core of college football, I do think having a level playing field is important. And I mean, in the Big Ten, we can flex muscle up here, man, compared to the rest of the country. Like if it's going to be done based upon conference revenue, I mean, we could really, really flex muscle. And I'm not even that interested in doing it that way. Let's because I love the diversity of college football, the different pockets of the country, and it's bizarre to me that some of the fastest growing cities and communities in our country can't support are like losing their college football teams. But I wouldn't think that this sport needed to be regional. But is it just going to be the Midwest and the South?
I don't know, but it's
with little pockets elsewhere.
I was listening to Mike talk about this the other day, and he brought up a point that it's scary, and that is, high school is doing this now. And I think it's the state of Missouri, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I brought it up last week.
High school kids can get NIL money, but the caveat is that then they have to stay in a Missouri school.
A state, if you sign an NIL deal in high school in Missouri, and you sign your letter of intent in December with a in-state public institution in Missouri, you can start collecting your NIL money in high school. And this is a big topic, and Dan Wetzel was talking about it on his podcast, and he said it's incentives. It's just like business incentives when your state provides tax breaks for a company to build their headquarters here or their factory here. It's really no different. They're looking out for the in-state institutions.
I don't like it. I don't
like it.
I was already uncomfortable, and I've gotten more comfortable with the idea of paying college athletes. I'm more comfortable with that because there's absolute revenue that they bring in because of what they do. They're also given a platform to do it. I mean, there's give and take there. You and I have gone and stand next to each other when we talk about the importance of a scholarship and how it's not just all I'm getting is a scholarship. No, you're getting a ton when you get that scholarship. But
here's what
to take that down to the high school level.
Here's what I was thinking about too: is the idea that one of the biggest things they're getting is you almost want to say, "Hey, good luck getting to the NFL without having a college opportunity." But the moment you say that, you open the door for the G League, of some independent person to start funding a league for high school athletes to never go to college.
Well, I think what we're going to end up seeing is a bunch of IMG academies opening up all across the country. And that's what's going to happen.
We've got that at the high school level.
Yeah, I'm saying it's going to grow exponentially. And that's and now we're not at some point down the road, if we continue this path, we're not even going to have high school football. I'm not going to get to root on Bloomfield Hills High School taking on Groves, or to watch, schools Cass Tech take on whoever.
When I watched some of those high school games on national television over the weekend, it made me felt like there's 50 IMGs and then there's everybody else that's just playing peewee ball.
I was about to say, do we really have high school football?
I'm saying we're going down that path, and I don't like it.
If you're good, you don't stay
at your high school.
I know.
You're gone. You're off to IMG. You're off to one of these other academies.
Weren't they trying to do something like that here? I remember last year hearing something about it, but
I don't know. I don't like it, and I don't know if it's just because it's change. As you get older, you don't like change as much, or is it just because I enjoyed my time playing athletics when I was in
one of the charms of college
elementary
football,
school through high school.
A little bit of both, Clint Eastwood.
One of the charms of college football is it's different from the NFL, and it's becoming very, very much the same. So,
well, that is absolutely right.
What do you guys got planned coming up next, Rico?
Well, it's funny. We're talking about basically his gambling. We're going to start off with gambling and fantasy football, and how one has seemed to be killing the other.
Okay. Have a great show. Stay safe, everybody, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Builder's First Source. It's an afternoon of hard decisions for the Lions as they work to pare their roster down to 53 players by today's 4 o'clock deadline. Head coach Dan Campbell says this team is far and away the most talented one he's had in Detroit so far, which makes today's decision some of the most difficult the Lions have faced in years. The Lions haven't announced any cuts so far today. Some of those notable names over the past few days, though, include cornerback Chase Lucas, wide receivers Dylan Drummond and Trinity Benson, and offensive lineman Connor Galvin, who was Detroit's highest-graded blocker during the preseason. It looks like Detroit also in the market for a kicker. Diana Rossini reports the Lions are one of 5 teams looking to trade for a kicker today. Riley Patterson is the guy as of now. He made 30 of 35 kicks last year for Jacksonville. And the Tigers will try to snap a 3-game losing streak when they play the Yankees tonight for Game 2 of a 4-game series. Tarek Skubal will start for Detroit. Michael King gets the ball for the Yankees. First pitch is at 6:40. The pregame show at 6:15 right here on 97.1. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right. Tuesday afternoon, loaded baked potato for everybody. Great to have you with us. And it's going to be, I think, a positive show today, but I want to start by saying goodbye. I have to say goodbye to something. You know, we had this conversation briefly, and when I get no resistance from Rico, no resistance from Kenneth G. Cott, and not even Paul Serra, who's joining us this week with David on vacation, not telling me it's unfair, Michael, that's when I know there's a problem. I think we have to today eulogize something we've all enjoyed, something that was a part of the fabric of our sporting lives for roughly the past 20 years. What?
Nothing.
You don't laugh during a eulogy.
It was sadness. I was thinking of the happier times.
There were happier times. I think we have lost an innocence today. I think we have a murder that's taken place in the world of sports. Sports betting has murdered fantasy football. Fantasy football has been pronounced dead at 2:03 on Tuesday afternoon, August 29th. Because people, I mean this, there is no one talking about it. No one. I haven't heard a single person ask me a fantasy football question all summer at this station. I haven't seen anyone with their fantasy football website or magazine at this station. Wow. We do not have a fantasy league at this station. Kenny hasn't had to, hey guys, can I get going early? I have a draft at this station. Nothing.
I will say this. Evan had a fantasy draft.
Okay.
It's not, it's almost. It's like the last Blockbuster.
Yes, in Bend, Oregon, or whatever it is. But I wanted to ask this to you, the people. You know, Kenny and I were joking around, but like I was a huge fan of the TV show The League. You ever watch that?
Yeah, I did.
Funny show. I found it funny. And like, I've got my one fantasy league I still participate in, primarily because of my dad. And I actually was like, wow, I haven't prepared. All my prep has gone towards a sports betting podcast in that space. I had to double check who the hell was on my team. And I started thinking about how it used to be. I mean, yes, you could play the old people music here if you like, but fantasy used to be something you really started getting into when training camp opened. and you started your studying and talking about it, and your league would ball break and the rest. And it's like, I think gambling has killed it.
Training camp, draft day, because you're now looking at, you know what, this potential rookie, Jahmyr Gibbs. Oh, think of all the catches he'll get and the fantasy points.
No. If you're listening to this right now, is fantasy dead? Like, the thought of, I'll give you an example. Like, I know there are people who still play because I know certain people in the space. Like, Dave Richard, CBS. Like, I've known Dave for, 15 years. Wonderful guy.
I didn't know that.
They have a really popular podcast, but I know some people play. It's just, I feel like it's no one who's actually around us or on planet Earth. And I just wanted to, like, are you someone who used to play fantasy football who now just bets on sports? Like, are you still, because I miss the innocence of fantasy. You put your money down, you have your draft party. The draft's the best night of the year for a fantasy league. But then you have your fake team the whole year.
Yeah,
it's not 3 hours.
Didn't you do an actual auctioneer?
We did. Here. Like,
I think that, Mike, this is one of the unfortunate things that passed away, and I think COVID kind of buried it.
COVID killed fantasy.
Because you couldn't meet up with your teams, and that year you didn't know if it was going to be football, and then you realized you did a year, because that was me. I was in a league for 20 years, and it ended. COVID year, we've never picked it back up. Nobody's ever said, hey, you want to do it again? It was just kind of one of those, we talk about how good it was.
See?
The great times. And then gambling came in at the same time.
Was Benito in this league?
He was not in this league. But there may or may not have been a Lions play-by-play guy in the league. So.
Oh. Yeah. Excuse me. Oh, my.
This guy.
I was in an industry league. 248-539.
Names?
It's not a name drop. Dave's a very nice man. I hope you go listen to his podcast. The point is, it's like, okay, Matthew Berry. All right? Now, I think he's terrible, but that's aside from the point. NBC paid a lot of money for him, and yet I don't know anyone who's really into fantasy in the wake of sports betting.
No.
I just would like to know, is it dead?
I think it's dead, Mike, because fantasy requires patience. Fantasy requires you doing homework and doing your due diligence and hoping that it's the long game. At the end of the road, you will win the pot. You will win the prize. Sports gambling
3
now
hours.
says, you know what? You got a hunch. You don't even have to wait 3 hours.
No, the way you bet, it's 10 minutes.
Right.
Rico betting on the coin toss.
Anytime touchdowns. Instead of scoring for my fantasy team, how about I place a bet for these 10 guys to all score a touchdown? And if they do, cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. Oh, only 7 of them scored? Great. I made money today.
And look, we got stuff to get to today. Obviously, final cuts. Lions apparently hate their kicker. I think they have a fatal flaw we got to talk about. Rico's going to be angry at 4, and I don't want to partake, but I will. But I had to start with this. I had the conversation, talked to my dad, and I just started thinking about it. Like, usually this time of year, you get requests to do fantasy stuff, show or otherwise, podcast stuff. Nothing. It is just vapor. And I'm actually sad about it because fantasy's different than gambling. Gambling, you're a lone wolf. It is Detroit versus everyone, and you're Detroit. It's you versus the book. And you don't suck at gambling. The players suck at playing. Mm-hmm. But with fantasy, it's a group event. It's a different thing.
It is.
And I just wonder if we've killed it off.
I mean, I remember having the chart that you would have to hang up there and the color-coded positions.
I miss the stickers.
Yeah.
I miss the stickers.
There was always guy who drafted somebody like, is this guy, he thought he got the steal. Oh, it's the 8th round and nobody's taking a running back.
Blew his ACL out.
No, or he was taken in the 1st round.
Guy's dead.
Adrian Peterson, he was the number 1 pick. That's why
Why is Ray Rice still here? But I want to know. I have to ask the question. And you know what? I'm a little more melancholy about it because I can't be I'm that guy this year. I can't be at my fantasy draft.
Oh, yeah. There was always phone guy.
I'll be drafting from the tarmac.
So
they've delayed the draft so that I can at least land in New York and I will be drafting from an Uber/hotel check-in process.
You're right, Rico. He's phone guy. There's always phone guy and then guy who accidentally auto draft guy.
Right. No, I'm phone guy.
Phone guy, auto draft guy, double pick guy. Like it was so bad that if you did the double pick and wasted our time, especially if we had to wait the 5 minutes, you had to put money in the pot. That was it. You know what? $10 right there.
What do you think the reality is? Look, sports gambling, obviously, it's booming. But what is the reality? Like, what percentage of people do you think have left fantasy football to just bet on games? Be realistic. Don't be Rico. You always do these binary things of it's everything or nothing. Let's find a middle ground. Let's give love a chance.
I'm very analytical.
Yeah, okay.
I would say have just left and never came back.
33%?
No, I'm going to say probably more than that, Mike. I think you're probably
Half?
looking about half the people.
Oh, my.
Just left and never came back.
Kenny's nodding with approval. Naturally, because he's your parrot. Let's go to Kenny.
No, I agree. I do.
Kenny,
I
you want a
will
cracker?
parrot him this time. I was going to say 45, 50%.
You think fantasy football is down by 50%?
I do, because all the people that I used to play with religiously, I was in usually anywhere between 1 to 3 leagues every single year religiously.
All gone.
All the leagues have gone, and nobody from those leagues has reached out and said, hey, we're trying to start something new here. Let's all get together. We never get those invites, those notifications, nothing.
Because now you know what you've become? The people at the retirement home where you just talk about the good old days. Hey, remember when we did this? You want to do it again? Nah, I'm busy. And people will come up with this, you know what? I don't want to do it. Just, no. Sorry. Because you don't want to. But gambling, Mike, you don't have to follow, because the other guy that you always had was I don't care guy. And after about week 5, when his team was 0-5, he ran a ghost ship. And the commissioner would have to come in there and set his lineup.
That's why you got to run a dynasty league.
So
keeps people engaged.
But with gambling, if you have a bad week, you come back next week, you make money. If you're 0-5,
is that how that
0-6,
works, Rico?
No, but I'm saying, but if you're 0-6 in your fantasy league,
Call Rico's hotline now. He's going to F your bookie.
No, but because you had this great lineup and they all died and blew out their knees and whatever, and now you're sitting there. You have no shot at winning. But if you are gambling, you pick whoever you want that week and you try to win money.
We get Rico a T-shirt that has a deposit button on it.
I thought I was Wes Moonves.
You are a Moonves beard.
Yes.
Mr. Media Market.
Okay.
No, I want to talk to the people about it. I'm kind of sad about it. And at 3 o'clock, I have a question for Lions fans. And I hope you tell me I'm wrong. But I think there's a conversation to be had. We don't know the cuts today, and really, who cares? I mean, hey, Trinity Benson, is that a real person? 248. Yeah, we're not doing that.
He'll get cut and he'll be back. I mean,
who are these people?
He's like a rash. He just does not go away.
Oh, my. Did you have like personal history with Trinity?
No, I've been saying it's like he leaves, they trade for him back, and then they cut him, and he leaves, and they trade for him back. It's like, what is going on? Right.
Trinity's back on our doorstep with a duffel bag.
Right.
And we cut your ass. I'm back.
You traded for me, apparently. We're going to try this one more time.
No,
I'm not leaving.
Changed. I ain't leaving. Nobody wanted me.
I've changed. I'm different.
Trinity Benson, what are you doing in my car? I mean.
Right. Akil Badu came and picked me up.
Wow. You spend a third of your life sleeping. Now that you know you sleep so much, why aren't you sleeping on the most comfortable mattress? The brand new iComfort Eco, it's supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, and feeling restored. Check out Serta's Perfect Sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort and support while maintaining a balanced sleep temperature. Serta, made in Michigan. Have been for 110 years. You go to Serta.com. Find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. All right, Kenny Cott on the ticket text. I have asked the question, has fantasy football passed away at 2:03 on Tuesday, August 29th? Because sports betting. I mean, hell, look, Rico's betting on the opening coin toss. Then he's betting on first play, pass or run. I mean, the guy's, it's 5 seconds the bet's in. Fantasy, it's a process. It's like a recipe.
It's why I will always have a place in my heart for J-Mo. As much as he's been doing in the offseason, that touchdown, his only touchdown, made a lot of money. And I knew it 5 minutes into the game, I'm done.
Did he end up betting on that K9 first play of the game touchdown?
They didn't have it.
Oh.
They didn't have it.
Would you have? I think you would have. You were saying that all week.
Yeah.
What do you have?
I've been running multiple leagues for years and haven't had anyone leave recently, but I love to bet. But betting does not allow the same competitiveness with your friends. Got to have both Joe and Howell. I have a fantasy draft tomorrow. We keep going, and we do sports betting on the side as well.
Yeah, I mean, I do it with my for my dad, but like it doesn't. There's not the passion quotient there used to be. Now I miss the innocence of it. I do. It was just fun. It was different. I don't know. I just feel like it's black and white, and now we're in Technicolor or whatever you want to call it. It's different. Go ahead.
Hey, welcome to 1963.
I know. Terrible. Just terrible.
I don't know who you hang around with, but I'm in 5 leagues. I wish I wasn't, but I'm a junkie.
5? Wow.
Okay, that's too many. Because at that point, you're playing yourself every week.
Like, I think sports betting has killed brackets and fantasy football. Who the hell does a bracket when you can bet on March Madness?
The only people who do brackets are those who aren't quick enough when you get cornered by that guy in the office and you're like, oh, okay, okay, sure, I'll do a bracket. Yeah.
That's Stoney running around here begging you to do a bracket. It'll be good, wholesome fun. Stoney, get away from me, please, God. Tim's on a cell, 97.1. What's up, Tim?
Mike, Rico, what's going on, guys?
Talk to me.
Tim.
Yeah, 100% with you. Fantasy football is absolutely dead. Wednesday, Thursdays, I'm spending my time prepping for the gambling weekend ahead, listening to Cash the Ticket, you and Cookies, Mike.
That's right.
Just getting ready.
That's right.
Yeah,
we're
absolutely.
ready for Utah and Florida. Let's talk about it.
Tim, stay away from Texas.
Stop it right now.
I like Utah Thursday as well. But, back to fantasy football. Absolutely dead. I'm in a dynasty as well as a redraft. I do it out of just obligation and tradition more than anything. But I think you talk about gambling killing fantasy football. It's really the player props. You can bet touchdown scores, you can bet passing yardage, running back yardage, anything, kicker props. So why would you spend your weekend essentially just looking at your lineup, and there's no instant gratification.
Maybe you're right.
I think the player props in particular is really what killed it.
No, and Tim, you know what? Rico's brought it up. Maybe that is the thing, that it's not just sports betting. It's the player prop stuff.
Yeah.
I just can't bring myself for the player props because I feel like guys get hurt every 3 seconds, and then your bet is you're dead. It's over.
I mean, but how is that any difference from the last second field goal or you didn't cover?
Because I was on the emotional journey. Tim knows about it. Nah. You're on a journey for 3 hours. You get something out of it.
Right, but then all of a sudden you get that guy scores that first touchdown and boom, the rest of your day is gravy. Because you've already made all your money back.
No, it's not, because you're dipping right back into it.
No.
Oh, hey, look, I got Matthew Stafford to blow his ankle out.
Because once the game starts, you can't do the anytime touchdown. So you got to place all your bets before the game starts for the passing yards and things like that, because once you can't. So, you hit, boom. It's why I'm watching USC this weekend.
I mean, what about you just wanted to see Caleb Williams? Jesus, why you wait a minute, you bet on that?
I needed Brandon Rice to score an anytime touchdown. It took the final touchdown.
What the hell is that number? It's 1-800-270-7117.
But hey, Brandon Rice is back.
Right. Let's go to Chris, 97.1. What's up, Chris?
I imagine everybody has a please God don't cut this guy.
The thing that
that's
killed
on
my
the Lions
fantasy
roster.
football interest,
Please don't cut him.
We started a league in 1990. You're way back. One of the
diamond in the rough.
Pencil and paper.
You don't want to see him go by the wayside.
Absolutely. USA Today on Monday morning, And what happened was we had 8, 10, sometimes all 12 guys get together on Sunday.
That guy is Antoine Green.
Ordering pizza.
He's the wide receiver that they drafted
your guy
in
this, my guy that, whatever. And then the
North
advent of the
Carolina,
internet kind of brought a
219th player
disconnect
selected in the draft.
to, one guy's calling in, one
I
guy's
love his
drafting
combination
online.
of size and speed.
You know, then all of a
He's
sudden it was
6'2", 200
6 or 7
pounds.
guys, then all of a sudden 2 or
He's
3 guys
fast
get
as
together,
hell.
and then all of a sudden sports
And
betting.
he's
Well, now
somebody
we got
that
something to talk
I think
about
could
between the
benefit
2 or 3 guys or whatever.
from Jamison Williams
who
not
shows
playing
up.
for the first
and
6
that's
games.
kind of what killed our
Because
fantasy
he could be a
football
guy
league
that
was
can bring
just,
off the bench.
growing up.
Situations, you
and the
spread
internet
them out
makes
with
it
4
easy.
receivers.
You know what's
and this
funny,
guy can
Chris,
go
is I
deep.
remember those types
And you're
of
gonna have to
leagues
account for him
because you
he's
all
got the
had to
speed, and
agree.
because the size might be a
This
mismatch.
newspaper or
Yeah.
this was the final say-so on stats.
First fantasy league
Oh,
I
my
did,
God.
it was me and my dad. It was like we drafted just 8 guys or whatever it was, and the New York Post was the ledger of record.
Yes.
My dad would go through with the pencil. I drafted Tom Rathman.
Wow.
Good draft pick. Well,
Yeah,
we had to start
our
a
first overall
fullback.
pick
It was
was Thurman
1990.
You say what, Chris?
Our first overall pick was Thurman Thomas, and we used to, I'll even take it a step further. Our league graduated to individual defensive players. So now all of a sudden all your homework turns into, well, I know the third backup running back for, Buffalo, and I know the second, middle linebacker for, San Francisco. You know all the depth charts all the way down for every team.
But see, now, I mean, Chris, I think part of it too, live betting has changed everything. You could be watching a game and not know the players, but you know the sport, and you could place a bet live and you're in. Fantasy, if you're not there draft night, there's no way to jump aboard. The one I never got into, never understood the daily fantasy. That is just too much work. That's insanity. I got to come up with a lineup each week. It's a ball breaker. No.
You simply have to talk to your cash or ticket partner. Isn't that what he does?
Listen, I don't want to talk to Jim more than I have to. And that, he
does that. He's in 100 different league type of
best ball leagues. Yeah.
Again, another concept I have no understanding of.
Right. It's like, so you're drafting in June. Oh, yeah. And he's like excited. Like, let me just power it down.
You do realize he's the
I
same
don't
guy
care.
that has a Catio. Does any of this surprise you?
I've seen the Catio.
He has spreadsheets for this too. He has 100 leagues, spreadsheets.
You bring it up, and he really gets excited. And then
Well, if he were any good at it, maybe he could buy a decent-looking shirt, okay?
And you got, wow.
He did win a lot of money last year.
He's got a sweatshirt with a slice of pizza on it. I mean, the kid's a disaster. Don't try to act like he's the MIT blackjack team when he's doing his little daily stuff, all right? Because I'm not seeing the results.
I mean, he is good enough to be on cash or ticket.
He's very good at broadcasting, but I told him, don't bring that junk in here. Don't be doing this DFS stuff. We're not doing fantasy. We're not doing your little highlights.
Hey, man, cash or ticket is the pod for the people. He's just trying to be for the people.
He is.
Hey,
but then he turns into a huge nerd.
Okay, he has a sweatshirt with a piece of pizza on it. You're selling Texas. I look at that as a push.
Because Texas,
I agree, Rico.
Texas
That makes
is
perfect
back.
sense.
That's a push.
That's
hey,
a push.
Here's what I'm waiting for. You two haven't handed me money to book your bet.
For what?
Texas is back. Go ahead, book the bet. How much of your money do you want to hand me when Texas wins the Big 12?
Okay.
I'm just saying.
What do you want to do?
Yeah, it's up to you, and it's private. I'm a gentleman.
I was about to say, you want to do it right now?
Yes.
Okay.
Right. You text me, do whatever you like. My point is, I'm not they're doing public stuff. That's tacky. Okay. This is a gentleman's wager. Kenny, what would you like to lose? And no, I don't want your shirt that has sneeze stains all over it from yesterday. What do you want to lose?
I'm down for a lunch if you want to do a lunch.
Fine.
All in.
Whatever you want.
There you go. Let me see.
Okay. Well, wait. Oh, these are your reads. I almost crumpled that up. Hold on a minute. I almost ripped that in half.
There you go.
Consider it done.
All right.
Texas
All right.
is back. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Colton, 97.1. What's up, Colton?
Hey, Mike, how are you doing?
Good.
Hey, yeah, just wanted to let you guys talk about this fantasy thing. I keeper league for 5, and that's the thing that I think got me more even into football. Because before, I only was a hometown guy, Detroit Lions, just watching them. But I got into fantasy, and then I'm watching every single team, even the third-string guys.
So, Colton, let me ask you a question. So you're a fantasy player. Are you a sports bettor?
I've tried it. I've tried it like 2 or 3 times, and I really just can't get into it. But
See?
fantasy, for some reason,
No, and that's
stuck.
okay. Colton, what I'm saying is I think in order for someone to still love fantasy sports, they can't be a sports bettor. I think it is the betting has taken away a lot of fantasy players. But if you're still with it, I think it's because you don't bet. That's a theory.
Right.
I can't prove that. This isn't like a postgraduate paper. But no, Colton, of course there are still. I don't mind it. But if it wasn't for my father, would I still play the one league? Probably not.
It's just something when it's just a feeling because you could just go out and you're freelance. It's like that feeling when you quit your job, but you got this new freelance thing that you can now do to make money. You
Wait, I get to quit? Are we quitting today? Is that happening?
No, I'm saying.
It's a walkout.
Because when you just bet, it's you. Fantasy League, you're dependent upon these other 10, 11, 12 other owners. They're a part of the league.
It's about community.
For this, it's you. If you want to be if you want to bet this week because you got a great hunch, you bet. And if next week you're like, these are some dog crap games, you don't have to do anything. And you're okay with that.
248-539-9797 Lions. I want to know if I've identified the fatal flaw. We're going to talk about it at 3. We'll get to more of these calls. Get a football today in the mix. Here's Rico to sell you a toaster.
Or how about a new Chevy? A bigger toaster. Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer. They will guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. How do they do that? They're going to find you every discount, incentive, and opportunity to save you money. And with the new 2024 models rolling into Hamilton every day, they're making one of them the Rico deal this month. A new 2024 Chevy Equinox LT. Get this, $309 a month for 27 months. You walk in with $995 down, you get 10,000 miles a year. Yes, a Chevy Equinox for $309 a month. That's why I always say the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Drive away in the Rico deal. A 2024 Chevy Equinox LT for $309 a month for 27 months. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Here's another guy that I think has really good value. And it's diminishing a little bit because they know he's probably going to be released. It's the guy that's had 4 sacks, and that's Julian Okwara. I think he's going to be an odd man out.
Trade.
Has performed well. But, yeah, you have from now until Tuesday to try and get something in return for Julian Okwara. Is there a receiver out there that you believe can give you another weapon, another option that maybe another team is looking, hey, we want to cut to, but we need somebody on the edge to rush the passer, not a starter, but a backup guy.
Yep.
Is there a deal to be made?
So you don't think Okwara is going to make the team if he's
Julian?
not?
I don't think so.
Okay,
7 edge rushers is tough.
I know, and I know the number crunch there, but man, owns Enrique potentially making the team and him not?
But again, it's different position.
I know it's different.
John, please. We're focused here. Focused on football. Kenny, college or pro? What's the move here?
Let's go pro here. We'll do college a little later on.
All right, NFL cut down day, right? Final cuts. R.I.P. Trinity Benson. Let's hit the music.
Jesus. So let's start with Georgia guy Roquan Smith. Recently hosted a free jersey exchange for fans who bought his previous number 18 jersey before he swapped it out to number 0. Round of applause for that, dude.
Yeah,
that's
100%.
a solid move.
I wish more athletes weren't total scumbags. Nice job by Roquan. Seriously.
It is. I'm not a big fan of the number 0, but yeah, you know what? You spent all of that money and now, yeah.
Okay, I'm not old guy. I don't care what number generally players wear. I just always felt the wacky number thing was college. Like you'd see a defensive tackle wearing, or like Will Golston wearing number 2 at State, which also matched the amount of pass rush moves he had.
Oh, there you go.
In the NFL, it just doesn't seem.
Super Bowl rings.
I mean, kind of got carried.
Hey,
all right, let's keep it. All right, let's keep it going.
But he was called too tall, so that's why he wore the number 2.
Is that right?
You know what?
Is that right?
That's
so
just a sore spot with Rico. It's just fun. That's all.
Dalvin Cook speaking on the Jets Super Bowl chances, calling them very realistic. No surprise he says that, of course, but how real could the Jets be this year with all the additions?
With that offensive line, I don't see it. I don't think in today's NFL, like, look, you can get there. The Bengals got there a couple of years ago, but that offensive line nearly got Joe Burrow killed, and they didn't win it. So getting to one, okay, but winning it, I don't know how you do it because go back to the Chiefs the night they played Tampa Bay. You get to a Super Bowl. Go to when the Bengals played the Rams. What were the deciding moments in those games? The fact that your quarterback was dead.
Yeah. Mahomes running for his life.
Yeah, Jets O-line is bad, guys. Bad.
Also, factually, one of the Super Bowls Golston won.
Yes. He owes Shaq Barrett his money.
I think that they could get there because here's the thing. Looking at what the Jets are going to do, a lot of 3-step, throw the ball. You're not going to hold on to it quick, boom, 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 boom. Get it into your playmakers' hands. Let them get the yak up the field.
Well, I'm going to be interested, too, is I don't know what you're getting from Breece Hall early in the year. He's off the ACL. You're talking about a ramp-up for him. Dalvin Cook's not the player he used to be. He's still good.
See, I think Dalvin Cook is good enough for what they want to do that you don't have to rush Breece Hall back.
I love Breece Hall.
Great, but I'm saying if I'm going to try to hold you off for about another 3-4 weeks and then get you in the lineup because at that point, Dalvin Cook may be breaking down.
Rico's over here just killing people. Go ahead, Ken.
So The Athletic does this yearly thing where they interview agents of players anonymously to get their takes on the league. One agent or two agents were talking about running backs. Outside chance of radical change to the CBA. Running backs that will run and catch will get paid. Pure running backs, yikes. That's a quote from him. Another one saying that there's going to be two types of running backs, essentially the same thing. The playmaker that can do it all and the one that really can't. And that's going to be a problem for them. I believe our show is a catalyst of change.
Because you do not pay running backs.
Hey, I wanted to point to you and say that.
Go ahead, do it. Snap your fingers.
What do we not do?
We do not pay running backs.
I think what's going to end up happening is a lot of guys just from high school and college on are going to move that position and say, I know I'm that running back that catches like a Jahmyr Gibbs. I'd rather be a slot wide receiver because I got a longevity and I'm going to make more money because if you classify, it's why Debo was like, no, quit handing me the ball. I'm a wide receiver. I want to get paid like a wide receiver. It's why a lot of tight ends are, hey, I'm kind of that wide receiver. No, you're not. You're a tight end. Nice try.
Can I offer a impromptu football today? As today it's been reported that the Jonathan Taylor situation should come to a head. Guys, how does it play out? Reports are Miami's offering a, quote, market value deal. One would assume 2 years, $25 million, which would match being franchised this year at 12 and next year at 13.2. Is it Miami? Is there a wild card? Is he going back to Indy? What are we doing with Jonathan Taylor?
He's going back to Indy.
Indy.
Yeah.
I'm thinking Indy.
I think that was always doomed to happen.
Miami. Let's have fun. I'm in the interesting business. I want him in Miami. Okay. It'd be like a video game team. Waddle, Tyreek.
I mean, it would, but
what?
Miami doesn't have to offer anything, and Indy wants the world.
Yeah, but
So
if the
I don't
dead body of Trey Lance got a 4, you mean Jonathan Taylor's not worth a 3?
He is, but I don't think Irsay is going to be willing to compromise. He's in the full burn it down spite business. If I can't have you, nobody will. So give me a 1 or I'm not answering the phone.
Kenny.
So in that same vein with the NFL agents, one NFL agent believes that we are less than a decade away from a quarterback earning 9 figures annually. We'll get to $75 million in the next 4 to 5 years and $100 million by 29-30. Are you buying that?
Yeah, because the salary cap by that point will be $400 million. As long as you're making up the percentage structure of the entire salary allocation, what you make is less important than what you makes up of the total. So, yeah, it's very possible.
Correct, because I remember when people was like, oh, my God, this guy's making $100 million. And that was this and now?
Well, you said the same thing. I remember you had told me the story the day you opened the newspaper and read that Bob Pettit got paid $50,000, and you were like, wow, this is the biggest contract in professional sports.
Ever, yeah.
Bob Lanier, oh, my God.
Or the Steve Young 40 years, $40 million contract.
That's Bobby Bonilla stuff right there.
Yeah.
That is.
So Bleacher Report came out with an article, basically takeaways from the preseason. How many of these are you buying? How many of these are you selling?
All right.
So Bills' first-team offense in midseason form. Is this always the story with the Bills?
Yes.
We just do this every year. It seems like a tradition.
They're a machine on offense until it comes time for the playoffs. They refuse to run the ball, and they have a hard time stopping it. But, yes, I'll buy it.
What am I buying again?
Bills offense, midseason form.
You know what? I guess the Bills are the most fugazi team in the NFL. I've never seen a team get pat on the back. Yeah, they get pat on the back for doing nothing every year. They have tricked everybody into thinking that they're this powerhouse. And what have they done? Nothing.
Next one on the list here, Bears quarterback Justin Fields and offensive line struggle mightily. Does that transition into the regular season?
Yes. Justin Fields, not to get too geeky, 32.8% of pressures on Justin Field end up in a sack. I want you to think about that. His calling card is mobility. He's fantastic. But A, he's under pressure more than most quarterbacks. And then when he's pressured, you can't play pretend that he's going to escape it. He took the highest number of sacks under pressure of anybody in football. That's a real thing.
So a third of his pressures are sacks.
Yes. Wow. And factor in, he is pressured more.
Little problematic. Yes.
I've heard that.
And the last one here, Jordan Love finds his stride. Does that continue into the regular season?
I'm terrified. Here we go.
Yes.
Based on yesterday's topic, I can't argue with Rico. All right, fine, I'm buying.
Yes.
We have overlooked the Packers. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned.
Yes, it will continue.
And that is in football today.
Kenny with a gentle fade out right there. I mean, that was, wow.
Hi, I'm Mike.
Yeah, hi, everybody. Listen, John Jansen Weight Loss Clinic. If you are looking to lose 10 or 100 pounds or anywhere in between, idealu.us. Don't wait. Go to idealu.us today. Book that free consultation. Get $200 in the Visa gift cards. And what do you have to lose? You could be 15, 20, even 30 pounds lighter in just 30 days. Over 90% of Ideal U customers lose at least 20 pounds in 40 days. John Jansen lost 10, his first 10, 63 overall. And he's kept it off. You can lose weight just like John did. Lose the weight, get the 200 Visa gift card, 15, 20, even 30 pounds lighter in just 30 days. Go to idealu.us right now. That's idealu.us.
Here's another guy that I think has really good value. And it's diminishing a little bit because they know he's probably going to be released. It's the guy that's had 4 sacks, and that's Julian Okwara. I think he's going to be an odd man out.
Trade.
Has performed well. But, yeah, you have from now until Tuesday to try and get something in return for Julian Okwara. Is there a receiver out there that you believe can give you another weapon, another option that maybe another team is looking, hey, we want to cut to, but we need somebody on the edge to rush the passer, not a starter, but a backup guy.
Yep.
Is there a deal to be made?
So you don't think Okwara is going to make the team if he's
Julian? I don't think so.
Okay.
7 edge rushers is tough.
I know, and I know the number crunch there, but man, owns Enrique potentially making the team and him not?
But again, it's different position.
I know it's different.
All right, so we'll get into the Lions at 3 o'clock. We had asked the question with the NFL quickly approaching. We're, 9 days away? Just feels like sports betting has killed fantasy football, which is kind of a bummer. There's a nostalgia factor to fantasy football. Now, I know Media Market Moonves over here probably has a caper, but look, if you're a fantasy player, it's probably because you don't bet. And if you're a bettor, I don't think you're playing fantasy anymore. I just feel like we're burying fantasy. It's over. So we've had a conversation with the people. Makes me sad, to be honest with you. And we'll get to the Lions at 3. I've got something for Rico here on the board momentarily. Value, as Jim Costa would say. Kenny, some of the ticket texts coming in. Where are we at?
100% Mike, gambling is killing fantasy. Another one here. This one is one of the more popular ones coming in. I think daily fantasy has replaced traditional leagues. That's from Ryan and Milford. We get that one quite a bit.
Never wrap my mind around daily fantasy. I don't know. Somehow I'm like a masochist. I like living with my mistakes. I drafted Trey Lance. He's dead. I have to live with that for 4 months.
Yeah, some people just want an instant gratification, though. You know, I can change my team if I want to.
I don't want to start over. I want to suffer.
Enjoy the pain.
I had Trey Lance last year. Broke his ankle 10 minutes into the year. I have to live with that.
Fantasy is still relevant. Nothing beats draft day.
Yeah, I agree, but I don't know. It's just not the same. Go ahead.
Hard disagree. I'm all in on betting and fantasy. Even won money in my league last year, and I'm juiced up to defend my title.
Well, here's a cookie. And second of all, you're missing the point. I hate to break this to you. I'm not speaking to you as an individual. I didn't say Tom and Holly. Do you personally still like fantasy 248? I asked a question if people in general don't like it as much. Please do not call up and just be like, well, I still love it. That's great. That's not what we're talking about. Rico, you know what I'm saying?
I got you.
Oh, you're on your own island. I'm saying in general. Christ.
For people my age, mid to late 20s, we all still play religiously. Fantasy is not dead at all.
Okay. Tremendous. Let's go to the people, shall we?
Let's do it.
Go to Rob, 97.1. Robbie, what's going on, bud? And Rob. Rob's gone or taking a nap. John's on a cell. Johnny.
Yeah.
How are you?
How you guys doing?
Good, John. What's up?
I I got a bit of a different take on my disillusionment with fantasy football. I'm not a sports bettor, and I really love football. But what I started to notice was that when I would watch college football games on Saturday, I would see the whole game. I could look at all the plays, all the formations. But when Sunday came along, my face is in my tablet. I miss so many plays. I'm watching replays the whole game. I'm missing everything about the game. And I said to myself, you know what, this is ridiculous. I love football, and I'm missing all these good games. I don't think I watched an entire Lions game last year, and I was sitting in front of the TV. So I'm in a family league, and I'm thinking about giving it up this year because I just want to watch football. I'm sick of all the distractions with fantasy.
Yeah, and I'll tell you part of it, John, the way people watch football has changed forever because people can't just sit down and watch a game. Oh, no, they got to be on the red zone. They got to be on adult ADHD. They have to have – it's why I hate red zone. This Scott Hansen is a plague on society. He's the worst. We got a situation in Baltimore. It's not a situation, you bleep hole. It's a field goal. Why? No,
it's
because
the witching hour.
But the Cowboys are on a drive. You don't leave the drive to show a field goal or something stupid. Hey, look at the guy in the sombrero. It's the worst.
But the witching hour.
F the witching hour.
It's where wins become losses and losses become wins.
That guy is a jerk. I'll give you an example. You got the Lions in the red zone. Okay? It is 2nd and goal from the 7. Why are we cutting away to show a play at midfield in Seattle?
You know what? Let's not cut away. Kenny, double box. Let's go.
Triple box.
No, that's the worst thing you could do. They may as well call them seizure boxes. You can't watch anything.
They started off with the Octo box. Come on.
No, that's that jerk's personal little tagline. When they put 3 games on the screen, you can't watch any one of them. It's ridiculous.
Your eyes go to the game that you care about.
But it's absurd. I'm on a huge TV. I don't want you to make 3 little TVs. I didn't ask for this. Now, if you put the power in the consumer's hands and they can create their own Octo box, fine. Let the maniacs do it. Leave me alone. Just watch the game. And then bring back NFL primetime, and I get everything the way it should be.
But you can't because, you can't do jacked up anymore.
I don't need that. I just need somebody wheel Tom Jackson out there and bring back primetime.
Right, boom.
No, but
boom, right, boom.
Pete Axtell, dig up his body. Get him back out there.
But what about when the wins become losses and the losses become wins?
The ultimate win is if he was taken off the air. I can't stand the guy. I can't take it. Let's go on the board. I can't take it. Okay, I'll offer you something. I don't know if this is a good idea, but I feel like, shout out Jim Costa, value. I got a prop bet for MSU.
Okay.
Ready? You can't bet the under because it's minus 184. There's just nothing to it. It's not even fun. And taking the over at plus 130, interesting. But what if I offered you this? Shop around at the books. MSU to win 7 or more games, plus 750. Now, I'm not telling you won't have to sweat. I'm not telling you it's going to be easy. But if you look at the schedule and we talk about scenarios that I don't come on the air and demand Mel Tucker be fired, well, you beat CMU, that's 1. You beat Richmond, that's 2. You beat Indiana, that's 3. You beat Nebraska, that's 4. You beat Rutgers, that's 5. That means I got 7 chances to win 2 games. Minnesota, Iowa, Penn State, Michigan, Ohio, Washington, and Maryland. Okay, Rico, any value to plus 750 for MSU to go 7-5?
Yeah, I mean, I do think it's value there. You're probably going to be sweating out those Nebraska and that Indiana game, the second to the last game of the year. Yeah, I would.
Okay, well, I'm just trying to offer it. And again, we'll have picks, games approaching Thursday night. We got a Big Ten matchup Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. It's football damn near every day until February. We are so back.
5. Yeah, you're looking at 5 games that they should. Yeah, so you just need 2 more games out of the other 7.
Also, value.
Yeah, you know what, Mike?
Not
you
bad.
get a sweater with a slice of pizza.
Thank you. Rico, congratulations on your bet last night. Ronald Acuna to be accosted by two maniacs, plus 650.
Right. And to get the selfie. So that doubled down on it.
Jesus. What do you have?
You know what?
I hate people. That's what I've arrived at.
Yeah. You know what? But I am going to go there. I'm going to give you two. Matt Olson.
Again?
Plus 210 to hit a home run. And Acuna, fresh off of his selfie, plus 320 to hit a home run.
And this is working out for you?
This is working out.
Okay.
Full disclosure, I add a couple of more in there, but for responsibilities, I don't give the people all of them. But if you pick 4 or 5 Braves, you're going to hit because they lead the league in home runs.
Life of privilege. Kenny Cott, what do you have for the people?
Yeah, Toronto won last night. Great, but the over hit, which ruined my parlay. So confidence in the toilet. I may as well just take the day off today.
Just gear up for football.
All right, you know what? You're right. Georgia is – let's see what Georgia's odds are. What are they doing here? Georgia is probably laying like 30.5 against UT Martin.
We're not doing this. If you're going to bet Georgia, play a conference exacta, Georgia over, and pick 2 or 3 teams from the West.
Do you remember what you had the Georgia and the LSU at?
Yeah, but it was plus 450, I believe.
I think I'm going to play some money on that. I think that's my play today.
Georgia over LSU in the championship game of the SEC is plus 450. Just to win the SEC, Georgia's minus 110. To win the East, they're minus 500. And it's quite sad that I have this committed to memory. I'm very sorry.
Oh, I like this matrix.
I wonder how much it would be for Georgia to be over in all their non-conference games.
Over what? Points?
Yeah.
There's
cover
no
the
such
spread.
thing. Okay. Well, we talked about that with Michigan.
Yeah.
Like if you had Michigan minus 100 in their first 3 games, you have to cover 100 points in 3 games. I'd still take the over.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So I wonder if you can bet that way. Let's see.
Well, let me call Freddie FanDuel. I'll let you know.
Come on.
All right. That's on the board. NFL almost upon us. College football is here. Nobody has more ways to play than FanDuel. $5, get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed. Plus, all customers who bet $5 get $150 off NFL Sunday Ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. Best time to play, the start of football season. Hope is eternal. You're not angry yet. FanDuel, the official partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issue. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem 1-800-270-7117. NFL Sunday Ticket offer ends 9/18/23. No refunds, terms, and embargoes apply. $100 off NFL Sunday Ticket, not YouTube TV. YouTube TV base plan required to watch YouTube TV. Really? You must be kidding. Redemption requires a Google account and current form of payment. I mean, Rico, some of this is absurd. Commercial use excluded. Subscription renews. Cancel anytime.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's. Walking anytime, 10 to 8, 7 days a week. It's wicked awesome. It's an afternoon of hard decisions for the Lions as they work to pare their roster down to 53 players by today's 4 o'clock deadline. Head coach Dan Campbell says this team is far and away the most talented one he's had in Detroit, which makes today's decision some of the most difficult the Lions have faced in years. The Lions have not announced any cuts so far today, though some of the notable names over the past few days include cornerback Chase Lucas, wide receivers Dylan Drummond and Trinity Benson, and offensive lineman Connor Galvin, who was Detroit's highest-graded blocker during the preseason. It also looks like Detroit is in the market for a kicker. Deanna Rossini reports the Lions are one of 5 teams looking to trade for a kicker. Riley Patterson, he's the guy as of now. He made 30 of 35 kicks last year for Jacksonville. The Tigers also will try to snap a 3-game losing streak when they play the Yankees tonight for Game 2 of a 4-game series. Tarek Skubal will start for Detroit. Michael King gets the ball for the Yankees. First pitch at 6:40, the pregame show at 6:15 right here on 97.1. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 3 o'clock. Nice to have you. Lions, you heard Luke talk about it in the update. I want to bring this up. There's been a largely positive offseason, positive summer. Everyone's excited for the team. But let's bring this up because I have a different take. But when Luke in the update says the Lions are one of 5 teams in the NFL looking to trade for a kicker, you're basically saying you hate your kicker's guts. Basically means you don't have a kicker.
Yep.
And look, Riley Patterson was good last year, 30 out of 35. I felt better having him than not this year, right? I think they improved. But if you're out here, we're talking about making a Super Bowl or we're talking about winning a division. We're talking about, hey, man, we're going to need our kicker. We're going to need some close games here. Is that their fatal flaw or is it what I've been selling, so to speak? Rico, I'm terrified that their wide receiver room is the flaw that's going to get them. That if it goes sideways, they are one injury away from having a non-functioning wide receiving group. Think about it. Amon-Ra's fabulous. Mm-hmm. And while teams have superstars,
right?
Look, if A.J. Brown gets hurt, they still have Devonta Smith or Dallas Goedert or whatever it is. If you go to San Francisco and Debo gets hurt, well, there's Kittle and there's Ayuk and there's McCaffrey. I feel like with the Lions, they are solely dependent on Amon-Ra St. Brown. And without him, you have Josh Reynolds, you have Marvin Jones,
right?
You have nothing. You have nothing.
You may be able to throw Gibbs in there because I think he can catch passes out the backfield. You bring up a valid point, Mike, but I would say I do think that kicker is more important.
You're more, okay.
Because the kicker, we've reduced to it's a joke position. But if you think about it, on most teams, the kicker scores the most points that year. I'll allow that one.
Yeah, I know. It was relevant, sustained.
It's a stray, but it's apt. So we'll move on from
Thank you. Yes, we will.
But similar to that, if you have a kicker, you have more confidence that when we cross the 35-yard line, we're going to score some points. We're going to put something up on the board, especially in the NFL where every game it seems like it's decided by 4 points or less.
Yeah, look at Moody with Michigan,
right?
Or Justin Tucker with Baltimore. They get to the 40 and they just line up casually for 57-yarders.
Now Moody's hurt, but it's why the Niners took him in the third round, because you know what? We need this. This is an important position. If you get the kicker right, you don't have to go out and get another kicker for the next 15 years. It's one of those type of investments. It's like a center or a left tackle. Once you get it right, you're done, and we can move on and get other positions. But yeah, if not, you're going to be going for it a lot because you don't trust that this kicker can make that field goal or make that extra point. So now you have to be a little more risque out on the field. Did you
just say they have to be risque?
Yeah.
What? How about risky? Risque is something completely different. You got into Harvard. Come on. Let's be better.
Risque.
No, I mean, you're doing a French example. All right, listen. Which are you more concerned with? All right, the fact that you're getting a report a week out from your first game that your team wants to trade for a kicker, or, guys, call it what it is, man. J-Mo's not going to be around, and by the time he gets back to practicing, the idea he's not going to come out in that first week. You're talking week 8 or 9 before this kid is back. Is it the wide receiving core or is it the kicker? Which is the fatal flaw of this team that could, not will, could bite you in the ass?
I think it's kicker, because wide receivers, Mike, you see wide receivers come from nowhere. That, like, this guy was on the practice squad and now he's just tearing it up. But for kickers, either you got one or you don't. And if you don't, you're playing catch up the entire season.
I think it's wide receivers. I'm telling you. I'm not devaluing the kicker. They're both huge problems. I mean, the whole point of the topic is it's not binary. It's not this or that. They're both issues right now. I hate hearing Luke's update where it's, you know what? They're one of 5 teams in the league that would trade for a kicker.
Right.
But for wide receiver, look, I like Jared Goff, but Jared Goff needs help. Right. Jared Goff's not going to make, C receivers better or B. Like, he needs the help. And right now, when we look at it with J-Mo's injury, with what we know about this suspension, I want him to trade for a receiver.
Right, but here's the thing.
I want to trade for a kicker.
You want the confidence of knowing that, okay, you got a fourth quarter, you make this kick, you're in the playoffs, and it's a 51-yard field goal.
I love how Rico sets up the penultimate Paul Ettinger suitcase game scenario. Like, could you be more melodramatic about this?
No, because this is a real thing that happens in the NFL all the time, where you need this kicker to make this kick.
And you know what you need in order to get to that situation? A functioning wide receiving core.
If you let me finish, Mike, you'll understand where I'm
teach
coming
me.
from.
Go ahead, teach me.
Because at that point, would you rather, if you don't have the kicker, then I'm going to line up and just go for it.
Correct.
Because I don't trust the kicker.
And that's exactly right. That's what you should do by the analytics.
No, but that's what I'm saying. But if you have the money kicker, man, we got this.
Yeah, but Rico, here's the problem. Here's your problem. You're not going to find an elite kicker at this stage of camp.
No, you're not.
No one's trading him. So let's say you make a deal and, I don't know, pick a lousy team and you go get their kicker. Like, how much of an See, here's the problem. You had all of season to do this.
Right. The only thing that you can hope for with the kicker is kind of like, when you get the recycled relief pitcher, but all of a sudden he comes to your team, and he's really good all of a sudden.
Yeah, he's Jason Foley.
That's what you're hoping with this kicking situation.
See, the receiver angle, I still feel like you're going to see a name get dealt before the season. I still feel like you could. I wish they would. Look, Laporta's going to play a lot. Gibbs is going to play a lot. Amon-Ra's a monster. But, Rico, look at what's around them. We're staring down the barrel of Marvin Jones, Josh Reynolds, and nothing.
Right, because if you're relying on rookies, you got to remember that rookies are going to hit that rookie wall probably around week 12, 13, where they're not going to be as good. There's going to be tape on them, and people are going to learn how to shut them down.
Plus, they let a couple receivers go today.
Well, it's Trinity Benson.
But, I mean, R.I.P. Trinity Benson was a stalwart of this franchise. First impactful move Brad Holmes made. I still don't know that he's a real person. Like,
you're right.
I don't know that we've actually seen visual evidence of Trinity Benson playing football.
He does sound like the name of the person from a movie. It's Trinity Benson.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. I mean, Kenny, both of these are concerns.
Give me back Trinity Benson, you pancake eating.
Oh, my. Both are concerns. Both are a problem. Which one's the fatal flaw?
I remember it was either the end of last week or early this week. We were talking about spreads in college games and spreads in the NFL, and oftentimes the NFL came down to a field goal. And I think, and I hate using the SOL thing, I'm not going to do it.
Oh, no.
But I can just imagine marching down the field, needing a field goal late in a game, and then not having picked up a kicker. That's where my mind immediately goes.
But you say pick up a kicker like you're picking up an energy drink. What kicker are we getting?
Somebody that can reliably make a 40 or longer field goal.
Is that not Riley Patterson?
I don't know. He missed a 50-some in the preseason. I'm not convinced the guy's a great kicker.
Okay, so then what are you giving up to get one? And who are you getting?
It's a great question, Mike. I don't have that answer. But
like, who exactly is on the block?
You can have Trinity Benson.
Exactly. Free. Totally free.
The concern is there. I don't know who we're getting, but the concern is there. I just think that our offense last year was good enough to get you down the field and get you a chance to win. I don't want the kicker to be the reason we don't.
What's the fatal flaw, people? Let's have this conversation. I don't like Luke Sloan's update. It upset me. Not because of Luke, just the contents of it. And then I keep thinking back to when J-Mo got hurt, and I said it. They got to bring in a receiver. And all they've done is get rid of receivers. Which is the more concerning?
And they didn't really go out and draft any.
No. So which is the bigger concern? They're both problems. And look, every team in the league has problems. Every one of them. That's how the league works. So there are fatal flaws everywhere. Like if there's a fatal flaw for Rico's team, it's quarterback. If there's a fatal flaw for my Giants, it's next to everything. Like starting 2 rookie corners. That's a flaw.
I was going to say actually it's kicker for the Niners. But
okay, kicker and your quarterback.
You just won't put some respect on that man's name.
Talk to me in week 8. Okay. We'll reconvene at a summit, and I'll talk about Brock Purdy.
Brock Purdy is back.
Brock Purdy sucks. 248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls next. 97.1.
You've heard me talk about Specs at LTU. If you want that career in radio, TV, graphics design, Specs at LTU can help you achieve your goals. You're going to be taught by instructors who work in the business like yours truly. You could be like my man Josh, who was out there working for a delivery company. He heard this and decided he was going to change his life. He enrolled at Specs at LTU. So can you. You know what he did? The same thing that you could do. Be curious. Visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about the Broadcast Media Arts program, the Digital Media Arts, or the Graphics Communications program, all through Specs at LTU, located right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. And then while you're there, make the magic happen by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today. Remember, the fall semester has started, but the winter semester is on the way. Sign up now. Go to ltu.edu/specs to learn more and sign up to get your career started in radio, TV, or graphics design. Do that today.
I'm pretty sure Kenny just imitated David. That was weird. All right, listen, headed to Vegas, go to the D Las Vegas. They got everything you need. The D located right in downtown, as well as Circa, their sister resort, Circa Hotel and Casino. They got you covered. Football weekend, Vegas. It's a good time. Circa's got the biggest sports book in America. They also have Stadium Swim. And even if you're staying at the D, you'll still get 2 free passes to go take in all the action at Stadium Swim. Check it all out. See which resort is right for you. TheD.com. That's TheD.com, the D Las Vegas. It's your home for sports in Vegas. All right, let's do it. Luke Sloan ruined our day, our intrepid update, man. Apparently the Lions like their kickers so little, they're one of 5 teams in the league looking to trade for one. Guys, damn near a week from tonight, you're going to be in Kansas City, and you're openly out here saying you don't like your kicker. We're trying to win a division, trying to win playoff games. You're trying to be a threat in the NFC. The kicker issue or the wide receiver issue? Because I'll tell you right now, look, I'm not going to do fantasy radio. I'm not going to sit here and put a name out there like they should go trade for this guy because this is not PlayStation. But when I do say I wanted them, the day J-Mo got hurt, I said straight up,
you did.
We need to bring someone in. I still feel like bringing a wide receiver in, someone who can play the perimeter, someone who can be that red zone threat. If we're talking about giving up draft capital, and I understand that the receiver would cost more than the kicker. Noted. But if we're giving up draft picks, Riley Patterson has at least shown he can make 40 and in. 30 at 35 last year. Now, a lot of people thought the Lions cut the wrong kicker last year, and they were happy when Patterson got brought back. True or false, Mr. R.L. Beard?
No, that's true.
So, listen, let me just be clear, too, because what I'm not going to do is fight people today. Both are an issue. There is not something that is and the other is not. They're both issues. I can't say Rico's wrong. The kicker thing's an issue. If they don't like Riley Patterson, we got a real problem. The receiver thing, guys, we see this every game we watch. You're one play away. Forget about Amon-Ra. Let's say Amon-Ra takes every snap this season. He's Iron Man. Marvin Jones might be the oldest player in the league. And Josh Reynolds is a pro's pro, but he ain't nothing special. What happens if those two guys roll an ankle? Who is on the field with Amon-Ra? What do you have exactly? I feel like in this offense, with the way they want to run it, with what you need to do for Jared Goff, if you get to a point where you don't have a functioning wide receiving crew, Rico, I'm just terrified that the play action passes they're going to want to do, the ability to stretch the field a little bit.
Right.
It's our, hey, Rico, look, and we're not even doing a bust your balls Jared Goff thing because I know you don't like him the way I do. That's fine. It ain't like this guy is a Daryl LaMonica, all right? You're not the Mad Bomber out here. Right. If you take away anybody, and yes, this is, here, go ahead. I defended J-Mo yesterday, so here, you can all kill me because I'm going to say something mean. It is now, expectation has gone to hope for J-Mo, for me. I don't even view him as part of the team because 11 weeks from now is when I plan on maybe getting something from him.
True. But when you look at this, Mike, the kicker, I just think it's been undervalued, and I think the Lions tried to go cheap with the kicker. They never really addressed it. We could just find one.
What do you think that is? Was it the familiarity of Patterson? Is that what lulled him to sleep?
No, I just think that it's one. I think this is Campbell being an ex-NFL player, not really respecting kickers. I mean, have you ever listened to John Jansen talk about kickers? I'm sure TJ feels the same way about kickers. So you kind of feel like, well, we could just find one anywhere where, no, it doesn't work that way. So I expect Campbell to be going for it a lot more than he should this year because he doesn't have that guy. I mean, you need a kicker. The wide receiver, I get what you're saying, Mike, and it is a concern.
It's not a fight.
It's not.
These are both problems.
But I think with the kicker, reliability. And that's where Patterson, you don't feel comfortable knowing 45 yards out, he's going to be money, you turn your back. And it's not like the Baltimore kicker where
Justin Tucker's an alien.
Right, but when he lines up, you already start talking to your defense and work on what you're going to do. I'm not paying attention because he's got that. You don't have this at all. But I do think it's some arrogance of NFL. Some teams just feel like, I don't need one. I can find one off the street.
All right, well, speaking of off the streets, Kenny, what do we have? Who's available? Who is an unemployed kicker I care about?
Talking about Kenny, I was going to throw the flag.
He's from the woods. It's different.
There's Robbie Gould is still available. He said he wants to play close to Chicago. This qualifies. He's close to Chicago.
If Robbie Gould is available and wants to play close to Chicago, I mean, Sheila, give him use of the private jet.
If the bell was in here, I'd be ringing.
That's it. 40 minutes up and down. Beep, bop, boop, bop, beep.
That was one that I was upset when the Niners let him go.
Yeah, but you got Moody. Kid'll be kicking from 60.
Yeah, he's hurt. Availability.
I mean, he'll be all right.
And he was inconsistent this offseason.
Okay, panic. Who else?
Brett Maher got released by the Broncos. He's available.
No, thank you.
I mean, those are like the only names, though, that are coming up. Everybody else is
If Robbie Gould's available, it's not a conversation.
I agree. That was my first on my list.
No. Unless Robbie Gould's like close to Chicago, but no way Detroit. Plus, you're indoors. Robbie Gould. That's great. The Lions barely play outside this year. If I'm a kicker.
Especially in December, I think they're all pretty much indoors. Vikings, here, Dallas.
I'm saying they barely play outside this year, which is also good for Jared Goff. No slander.
He's been super consistent his entire career, only having I think one bad year. We looked it up before the show.
Kenny's good.
Mid-high 80s percentage-wise.
And so then if he wants to go back and forth, Robbie, you got access to the private jet twice a week.
Why? So then why would they be on a list of teams that are willing to trade for a guy if Robbie Gould's sitting on the street?
Because I think, once again, they're trying to go cheap for the kicker.
What is Robbie Gould going to ask for? He's unemployed.
He may ask because we're only going to pay him this much, and he's going to ask for too much.
All right, let's go to the people. Let's see what they got to say on it. If Gould's available, that would seem to be a pretty rational choice. DJ's on a cell, 97.1. Hi, DJ.
What up, though, Mike? How you doing, man?
Excellent, DJ. Yes. What's up?
Hey, so listen, man. Here's my thing. I don't care about the receiver because last year, Zamo wasn't there. Our offense was pretty good because of Decker, Sewell, Ragnow, and Jackson. Everything we do revolves around those guys. That allows Goff to have all day to throw. It opens up running lanes. Offense will be fine. Kicker is the issue because Super Bowls have been won and lost because of the kicker. Playoff games have been won and lost because of the kicker. We had Calvin Johnson and Barry Sanders, Mike, and what did we win? Nothing. But when our offensive line was good, like now, or great, we won games. So the kicker is way more of an issue. I'm with Rico on this one. We need a kicker.
So who is it? Is it Robbie Gould? Do you give up draft capital to get one? What's the play here, DJ?
So I was listening to Carson Anderson this morning, and I'm not familiar, but I was listening to what they saying. What's up with the guy from Denver who last year was like 88%, but he missed 4 extra points, so I guess that gave him a bad rap.
Yeah, Maher.
Apparently right, but I'm just going off listening to them. They said the last 3 years he's actually been very good, and I heard he has a boomer for a leg. So what do you think about him? But we definitely need a kicker.
Look, my whole point is if they don't like Riley Patterson and they're in these reports, why wouldn't you be working out Gould for free? And yeah, if you want to kick the tires on Maher, go ahead. All I remember is the game. I thought it was in Tampa where he lost his mind and couldn't make a kick.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. How about this? Do both. Like, you know what, guys? I'm all in. You can make fun of it. You could say, well, it's easy for you to say. Is it? I'm going to look like a complete idiot if this team's bad. Go get a kicker and go trade for a wide receiver. Call it a day.
You won't look like a complete idiot. You just bought in. That's all.
I mean, I could have Robbie Gould here in 45 minutes, and I trade for a wideout, and it solves the whole thing, right? At the end of the day today, you find out exactly who's unemployed and screaming, help me, I'm poor, and maybe that you can pay them to play football. So get a wideout, get a kicker. I mean, if you want to solve both, solve both.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see what wideouts are just. We're talking about kickers. I'm trying to see what wideouts are just sitting out there.
There's
doing
one still
nothing.
out there. I just don't want to say his name. because I don't want to act like it's some home run. It's just somebody who, when he's healthy,
Darius Slayton.
No. I don't want to do this. I don't, because then I'm going to get attached to this player like somehow I like him. It's just, you want somebody who's a professional. You want someone who, when they're healthy, can provide some level of wins above Maton. Like, you don't just want to go out and bring in some garbage bag. I'm trying to elevate the expectations in this town.
Mm-hmm.
Like, my expectations to go to Arrowhead and win on opening night. I'm not sitting here trying to just be like, oh, golly gee, I hope we don't embarrass ourselves. No, like, if we're going to try to win the division, and the idea is that this team is going to be a 10, 11, 12-win team, hey, if I'm going to play Kansas City, I'll play them opening night. That's the right time to play them versus week 5, week 8, week 11.
Can I guess?
Yeah.
Is it Kenny Golladay?
No, hell no.
Okay,
I said
kidding.
living.
I'm kidding. Sammy Watkins?
Yes, that's the guy. Just because when he's right, there's still juice in the tank. The problem is he gets hurt a ton. And I don't want to say it, and then people are like, oh, nice pick, Jack. And it's like, well, guys.
Ooh, wait, is he? What about bringing in the other St. Brown?
Equanimous?
Yeah.
Man, he hadn't been good since that night in Austin when Notre Dame beat Texas. Get out of here.
But if you put him with his brother.
Oh, what? He can realize how much worse he is than his brother?
I'm just trying.
Amon-Ra's a top 5 receiver, man.
Right, but maybe when he gets with his brother and all of a sudden.
Okay.
There it is.
I've heard it. Luke Sloan ruined the show today. Hungry Howie's celebrating 50 years of flavor. 50 years creating delicious pizza. And you'd think after 50 years, they would have thought of everything. But that's not the case. New menu items, including some for the show potentially. The Bee Sting Pizza, hot honey drizzle, 2 toppings, your choice, $12.99. Football season upon us. That means it's pizza time. Real toppings, real cheese, real dough made fresh in-house. It's all there for you. Howie's, those new items, limited time only. It's Hungry Howie's Pizza.
A Milwaukee bar has something concocted for football season. They will pay your tab when the Jets lose a game started by Aaron Rodgers this season. Did you see this?
I did. I think it's awesome. I think it's genius.
Now, there's some stipulations, right, Heather? I know, like, they're not comping your whole meal.
Right. You can't comp your food. You have to stay at the bar the entire
You've
game.
You got to be there and start your tab at least 15 minutes before kickoff.
Right.
Aaron Rodgers has to start the game. And so it can't conflict with a Green Bay Packers game as well, which
exactly
rules out certain Sundays.
Yeah,
So
unless
there's
there's some things flexed at the end.
4
of the season.
games, I think, in total
That
that
this
they'll
is-
do this.
So basically, it's prime time games, featured games where Rodgers starts for the Jets, they lose, and they're buying your beer or your drink for you.
Yes.
If we had a promotion like that here in Detroit, if a local bar adopted this, would it be Aaron Rodgers? Would it be a different athlete? Like, who would be our villain that we would get comped a free drink if they lose?
Look, do I want to kick the tires on Robbie Gould? Absolutely. Absolutely. See, what do you still got the leg? Do you still want to play? You know, what's the reason he hasn't been signed by anybody yet? There are a plethora of teams that need a kicker.
Yeah.
Is there something else going on there? If there's not, then I think the Lions, who are the other teams you mentioned that Rossini mentioned?
Rams.
Okay, get the Rams.
The Rams, Falcons, but hold on, let me look it up.
So it's like the Rams and Niners both kick outdoors.
Rams, Lions, Titans, Niners, Broncos.
So it's just the Lions are the only ones that are kicking indoors?
Rams.
Oh, right. Well, is it?
It's it's kind of got the retractable walls. So.
Yeah. And I don't think the Rams are looking to add a veteran kicker to their roster. Do you? It's a really young team. And
I wouldn't.
Looks
I
like
wouldn't
you're starting
think so,
over.
but, yeah.
So, I mean, the Lions would have the best situation, wouldn't you think?
Well, the situation being indoors with a competitive team as opposed to San Francisco's situation. But San Francisco, remember, they're not signing Robbie Gould. And they had him last year.
Right.
Something's up with Robbie Gould.
Brought to you by 5 Iron Golf. This is the final hour for the Lions to cut their roster down to 53 players. ESPN's Adam Schefter reports that Detroit has moved corner Emmanuel Moseley off the PUP list. If they were to keep him on that list, he would have had to miss the first 4 games of the season. The NFL Network also reports that kicker Parker Uomo is being waived. Head coach Dan Campbell says these decisions are getting harder with how much Detroit's roster has improved over the last 3 years. The deadline to have that roster down to 53 is 4 o'clock, and the Tigers aim to snap a 3-game losing streak tonight. They play Mike's Yankees game 2 of a 4-game series.
I disown them, Luke. I am not affiliated with that ball club.
Are you going to miss Josh Donaldson?
Not at all. I hate his guts.
Well, first pitch, I know you'll be tuned in, is at 6:40.
Yeah, locked in.
I'm Luke Sloan. More at 4 o'clock or 97.1theticket.com.
Thanks, Stoney. Kenny Cott, man of the streets, man of the woods. What do you got on Ticket Text? We'll get to the callers. Lions hate their kicker, and I think they need a wide receiver. Let's party. What do you got for me?
Not sure what man of the woods means. One just says...
I just feel like you are the type of guy who would wander from the wilderness and appear in someone's town.
Just waiting for the rake to drop here.
Well, I would think like bathtub gin type.
There we go. All right.
Potentially.
This one just says kicker by
a
far.
Virginia flag on the car. A guy who might have season tickets at Milan Putzker Stadium in Morgantown.
Another one says wide receiver far more important than a kicker right now. Our offense would be lost if we had an Amon-Ra injury.
Well, here's the other factor. Think about what you could unlock with a perimeter presence at wide receiver. As good as the offense is, what did they not have last year? They don't.
You're right.
They don't have that player. And JMO at this point where I'm at, Rico, think about 11 weeks from now. That's an eternity.
It is, but I think that ticket texter and a lot of people devalue kickers so badly. If you in a division that I think is pretty much even, every point will count. You're going to need to be able to count on this guy to
You're right.
to make that field goal, to make that extra point.
Then we have to get into the Dan Campbell fourth down theater
And
shows.
that's what you're
God.
going to get because Campbell's not going to rely on this guy. It's a 45-yard kick. I'd rather go for it on 4th and 8.
And you're giving no credit to Riley Patterson being a decent kicker last year.
No, because they don't. The thing is,
he's right.
They've lost faith in him. And once kickers, relief pitchers, once you lose the faith, they're no good.
Kenny.
Mike brings up a great point. Why can't we just go after both, address both needs this offseason, and be done with it?
I'm all in. And look, it's easy for me to say. Maybe they picked up the phone and like Robbie Gold is like, nah, you don't get it. I don't want to play for you. Oh, then I can't blame the team. I'm just saying, if he wants to play near Chicago, well, we happen to be geographically relevant, and we'll give you use of the private jet. Well,
or heck, we'll get a car for you and just drive you there. If you have to, if you want to be on the cheap.
I think the private jet is a better idea.
It is, but I'm just saying, if you're
Rico's offering a polka van with John Candy. I'm offering a private jet.
I was thinking more like the nuns in the Hitman Bodyguard. But
what's that?
You never saw it with Samuel Jackson and Ryan Reynolds?
No.
It's very similar. They had
Hitman Bodyguard?
The Hitman's Bodyguard.
Never saw it.
It's pretty funny. It's a good action movie. But yeah, it's the same concept. They're rival hitmen. They're after each other.
What was John Candy's band called in Planes, Trains, and Automobiles? He was the polka king of the Midwest. Polka. He sold 500 copies. You remember?
Yes. Yeah.
I
remember. But in this one, they're driving with a bunch of nuns, and Sam Jackson has them singing these songs, and Ryan Reynolds like, they have no idea that you're a stone cold killer, and these nuns love you. So, yeah.
Jesus. Okay, yeah. What was it called one more time?
The Hitman's Bodyguard.
Okay. Let's go to Wes, 97.1. What's up, Wes?
Hey, how you doing, friends?
Good.
Yeah, no doubt. Robbie Gold is definitely, he beat us a few times back in the day. But I really want to call about the fullback position. Okay, Sewell used him as a decoy at the 1 or 2 yard line, and do like the Fridge did with the Bears. Perry, what do you think?
No.
Paul, as David would say,
Paul, that's strike one.
On you.
On you. I mean,
the Fridge.
Hey, guys, I'd like to talk about the fullback position. I wouldn't. I just
use Sewell.
Look, here's what I'll tell you. If you want me to be serious about it, I'm not a big fan of bringing in defensive players and putting them on offense in the most critical snaps at the goal line. I understand some people go, oh, fat guy touchdown, exciting. I look at it a different way. I think when you put players in who are not used to carrying the ball or exchanges or playing a role, you run a risk. I also think it's highly dangerous to send a 300-pound man into a pile and you are one quick moment from getting rolled up on.
Yep.
It's already dangerous enough with what they do by day.
Right, because now
I don't like it.
Right, now you got that corner coming from the edge, and the only way he's going to get you down is to go low and hit the knees.
Here's the last factor there, Wesley. Penei Sewell's one of the best right tackles in football. Why would I take him off the line at the goal line?
Because you can't stop him.
No. And we end up back where I started with Wes. No. See, this is why I don't need to use a lot of words sometimes. No. Kenny, what's wrong? It wasn't you that screened that call.
No, I know. It's just a funny call. That's
Is it? Are you sad watching Paul get embarrassed the way you do sometimes?
No, it makes me feel good because that would be me right now.
Because Paul's mean. See, people think Paul's this happy-go-lucky guy. Paul's actually mean.
Very unpleasant human being.
He can be.
I mean, he only speaks to me every other day.
Especially, quote, when my teams never lose, cutscene.
I heard about that. He came in all high and mighty.
Kenny.
My teams, it's just so exhausting having all these good teams around.
Kenny. Nothing. What? Think about it, the name Richard. All right, he rolled in like a real Richard. It was not a good time. 248-539-9797. Let's get to Danny, and then we can move it along. Danny, what's going on, bud?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
Just to bring up the point you guys are bringing, I think the receiver position is a big concern, and I think what's going to happen. I don't want to think this, but people are going to, find out really quick that we're not going to be able to stretch the field. Because if I look at it right now, and I look at Reynolds, I look at Ahmad St. Brown, and I don't know who's going to be next to Reynolds, Khalif Raymond, but not going to be able to stretch the field. So what's going to happen is, people are going to figure it out. So, yeah, I think that's going to be a huge, huge concern.
Do you know right now who your downfield threat is? You're going to laugh at this. No. The guy they're going to throw to downfield, if it's not Amon-Ra, is going to be Sam Laporta. Book it.
Yeah,
Book it.
Great point. I forgot about that. Yeah,
Because that's a guy I can try to, send him up the seam, dominate the hashes. And again, I'm not talking 50 yards, Rico. I'm saying if I'm going to throw a 20-yard pass, if it's not to Amon-Ra, it's going to be Laporta. That's why we need another receiver in this town.
100%. Go find them. You did what you did for Teddy Bridgewater. You're in. You're 2 feet in. You're in. So you know what? Open up the checkbook. Go get it. That's what I think.
Yeah, but guys, here's the thing. I don't know what this team actually values because they went cheap on a kicker, and it's wide receiver. You had plenty of chances to draft somebody, and they just said, no, we're good with the room. I don't know what it is that they see that the rest of Detroit is not seeing, but I do think it's going to be problematic.
248-539-9797. We'll get a little college football in the mix, and then Rico's going rogue at 4. We've got the best seat in the house for this. Try to keep him. We'll try to put up the bumper bowl. We got to treat him like a little kid here at 4 o'clock. It's going to be exciting.
Not that bad.
Old Nation makes high-quality beers. It's football season. That seems like a fit. Every beer from Old Nation, the newest edition, the World Tart Golden Ale, defies expectations. Think strawberry rhubarb. I'm not going to do the rest of these tasting notes. You just got to try it, see if you like it. People go over the edge with these notes. Oh, it's hints of almond and amaretto. Just drink the beer. See if you like it.
A little bit of peach.
Right. Hints of fresh roasted tennis balls. Just try the new beer. B43, M43, the lower bit, and of course, the Shandy. Get involved.
Tennis balls.
Green beans. It's Old Nation. Ask for it by name. OldNationBrewing.com. Pick up the M43, by the way, the highest grossing 4-pack craft beer in America. It's OldNationBrewing.com. 21 and up. Please drink responsibly. Kenny, college football's back. We got games Thursday night, including, Minnesota, Nebraska. So at least we got a little Big Ten action. Let's go around the nation. Let's see what you have for us. No.
I got a phone call.
I see you rustling papers. Oh, no. He's the news anchor from The Simpsons. I know what this means.
Kent Brockman here.
Yeah, with this. Oh, God.
Kenny? It seems like you know what's going to happen, Mike.
Okay, first, no, Mike. Kenny called me this morning, and I said no. Kenny called me back and was like, you're going to do this. I did not want to do this. This is out of protest.
That makes two of us.
But this is the producer, Kenny Cott, said, you know what? David's not here. You're going to do what I say do. We did the week. No. But here's the thing, Mike. We did the week 0 picks and we did the week 0 prop bets. This is the week 0 Big Ten power rankings.
Oh, I knew
This isn't the legitimate one because we haven't seen any of these teams.
So this is the illegitimate one.
This is the illegitimate one.
This is the Big Ten love child power rank.
This is the other son of the Big Ten.
Wednesdays with Wedlock.
Right.
We can either do this or ponchos like we did yesterday, Mike. It's up to you.
Did you see New Mexico State's pregame poncho?
All right. So at number 14.
Northwestern. They're terrible, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Northwestern.
Here's my question.
Yes.
Do they get to 3 wins?
I don't.
You don't need a schedule.
No, I don't think that they do.
All right. They're awful. Fitzgerald out. Go ahead. Now, I have to guess 13th?
Yes.
It's got to be Indiana. Indiana's horrible. Tom Allen, horrible.
So close, but no. I have Rudigers. I got Rutgers.
Oh, jeez. All right, so hold on.
Oh, no, trust me. As Kenny was making fun of me pre-show, a lot of this is the first 3 and the last 3 were okay.
All right,
but the middle ones were throwing darts.
Here's my question. With Rutgers, look, Tuck rightfully getting some grief, and I understand Schiano doesn't make that level of money, but Schiano was a ballyhooed hire.
Yes.
Big money.
Yeah.
I mean, is this guy going to do anything at Rutgers? They're awful.
I think this is probably the year, but then again, are Rutgers fans going to be in that big of an uproar that they're going to want him fired? Are there Rutgers fans? At number 12.
If it's not Indiana, I'm leaving. All right.
It is Indiana at 11.
Wow. Rico doesn't even have a word on the team. Not a word.
I mean, they're bad. Tom Allen, I don't know how he did not get fired last year. I think that he may not make it through the entire year. That Indiana may just go ahead and whack him halfway in the middle of the season.
All right, now it gets difficult. All right, 11.
Now, right, to me, 11 through 4.
Yeah, because this conference is terrible.
Your preference.
I will say at 11, no smarm, Nebraska. Matt Rule's gonna burn it to the ground. He did it at Baylor. He did it at Temple. He went like 2-30 the first 2 years. I think he'll burn it to the ground.
Matt Rule is smart enough to know I'm going to take my honeymoon period and say, guys, this is going to be bad. 0 expectations. We're going to lose a lot of games, but by the end of the year, I'm going to give you something to hang your hat on for the next season. That's
6.5 point underdogs in Minnesota Thursday night. Just FYI. All right, number 10. This is difficult for me, but I'm going to say Purdue.
You just said their name.
Minnesota?
Yeah.
Wow, you don't like the Greek god of checkdowns, Anthropopoulos, or whatever his name is, the quarterback?
No, you're minus Mo Ibrahim. He was a lot of your offense. Tanner Morgan finished his 20th year at Minnesota, kind of starting all over. And then you had that weird offseason thing with the team and PJ Fleck with the bonus points. So, yeah.
All right, now Purdue. Okay.
Purdue bringing in a brand new coach. He's a defensive-minded coach.
Makes no sense at a place like Purdue.
Right.
To me.
They're used to scoring tons of points.
Basketball on grass.
Right. Aiden's gone, the quarterback. So it's going to be interesting to see exactly
Is their quarterback Hudson Card?
Yes.
Oh, my Lord.
Yes, it is.
That was when Texas wasn't back. Hudson Card. All right. Number 8.
Number 8.
It brings me no pride to say it.
No.
Sparty.
At number 8, Illinois. Losing their defensive coordinator to go to Purdue. They rely heavily. Now, Illinois has the quarterback returns. They have a good defensive line, but their defense was the heart and soul of that team.
And Chase Brown.
And Chase Brown, gone. And his brother, Sidney, gone.
All right, so then at 7.
At 7.
Thank God. All right, I have respect for you. Good.
MSU coming in at 7.
You were scaring me.
A ton of unknown factors. And, quarterback, running back, a lot of different positions. I do think that the defense is going to be better because a lot of those guys got injured. I mean, it was like the worst case scenario.
There you go. Just say it simply. It'll be better because it cannot be worse. Essentially, MSU would have to play shorthanded for it to be worse. Like a red card situation in soccer. You take the field with 9 people. All right, number 6.
At 6.
I am going to say, I'm really trying, and I hope you respect this.
Mike, I do. Thank you. Because I didn't want to do this. This is that man right there.
You're going to do it and you're going to like it.
Right. The West Virginia hillbilly. It's on him.
I'm going to say Maryland.
No.
No?
No.
Who?
At 6, we have Wisconsin.
Wow.
Luke Fickell.
Air raid.
He's going air raid, but I don't think he has the personnel. This could go south the way when Rich Rod first came to Michigan.
He's got the quarter. Now, I agree with you on the O-line. You're taking a bunch of 325-pound blockheads and asking them to pass pro. Braylon Allen's a stud, but not a great fit for that. But Mordecai is the right guy.
He
the SMU
is, but Braylon Allen is built for that offensive line and just running the ball. And now you're saying, no, we're going to do the air raid. We're going to
like Braylon Allen in the shotgun. You don't even get a head of steam.
Exactly. That's why I said this could be Rich Rod, his first year at Michigan.
All right.
Where he didn't use the pieces that he had to construct. That's why I at least give Matt Rule credit. At Nebraska, guys, none of this works. None of it.
Maryland.
At number 5.
Maryland.
No.
Don't. Come on. You with these damn tortoises again.
Iowa.
Kenny, I've had it. Every year I've known this man.
No, Mike.
Christ, he was telling me about Frank Reich. Enough.
The reason why Iowa, because I don't know what's going to happen with Cade. Now, if I knew Cade was going to be healthy and playing, I would have had Iowa higher. Because I was going to bring defense, but their offense, it's horrible.
Kurt Ferentz's kid,
McNamara.
There's a bounty on Ferentz's kid in his contract. It says if they don't score 24 a game, Ferentz has to fire his own son.
Right.
Come on.
No. But the fact that Cade went down in preseason camp, and we really don't know how healthy he's going to be, that's why I'm hesitant. I know I was always going to bring the defense. But if they can't score, Mike, I can't move them up to 4.
Okay.
So
Kenny,
that's why.
I'm a step from walking out. Maryland. Thank Christ. Go ahead on your yearly soliloquy about these stupid turtles.
Maryland may have the best quarterback in the league in Talia Tagovailoa.
Oh, please. I mean, get out. Next.
Loxley's going to try to go with the more wide open offense.
Oh, is he now?
At 3.
I'll say Penn State. Drew Aller's the whole key to they may have the best defense in America.
We don't know who Penn State's quarterback is because James Franklin won't announce
it's Drew Aller.
Quarterback.
And the bottom line is we know the defense will be awesome. We know the coach is an idiot. If Drew Aller's the real deal, they could be a real problem. Don't know yet. OSU would be 2 for me.
No.
Oh, no. He did it again, Kenny.
At number 2,
go ahead.
The University of Michigan. At 1, it's Ohio State. Once again, because we haven't seen any of these teams play, the reason why Ohio State is 1, little Mike Valeni hopped on my shoulder and says, Vegas does not give away discounts. Vegas is picking the Buckeyes.
I select the defending Big Ten champions. That's all I'll say.
I don't know why Vegas is picking the Buckeyes, but until I see something,
okay,
I listen to you, my friend.
And I'm saying Michigan's going to win the Big Ten.
But you always tell me, Vegas, they know something.
That is the hostage situation week 0 wedlock power rankings.
97-1.
a Milwaukee bar, has something concocted for football season. They will pay your tab when the Jets lose a game started by Aaron Rodgers this season. Did you see this?
I did. I think it's awesome. I think it's genius.
Now, there's some stipulations, right, Heather? I know, like, they're not comping your whole meal.
Right. You can't comp your food. You have to stay at the bar the entire
You've
game.
You got to be there and start your tab at least 15 minutes before kickoff.
Right.
Aaron Rodgers has to start the game. And so it can't conflict with a Green Bay Packers game as well, which
exactly
rules out certain Sundays.
Yeah,
So
unless
there's only,
there's
like,
some things flexed at the end of the
4
season.
games, I think, in total
That
that
this
they'll
is-
do this.
So basically, it's prime time games, featured games where Rodgers starts for the Jets, they lose, and they're buying your beer or your drink for you.
Yes.
If we had a promotion like that here in Detroit, if a local bar adopted this, would it be Aaron Rodgers? Would it be a different athlete? Like, who would be our villain that we would get comped a free drink if they lose?
Look, do I want to kick the tires on Robbie Gould? Absolutely. Absolutely. See, what do you still got the leg? Do you still want to play? You know, what's the reason he hasn't been signed by anybody yet? There are a plethora of teams that need a kicker.
Yeah.
Is there something else going on there? If there's not, then I think the Lions, who are the other teams you mentioned that Rossini mentioned? That
Rams.
Okay, get the Rams.
The Rams, Falcons, but hold on, let me look it up.
So it's like the Rams and Niners both kick outdoors.
Rams, Lions, Titans, Niners, Broncos.
So it's just the Lions are the only ones that are kicking indoors?
Rams.
Oh, right. Well, is it?
It's
indoors?
it's kind of got the retractable walls. So.
Yeah. And I don't think the Rams are looking to add a veteran kicker to their roster. Do you? It's a really young team. And
I wouldn't.
Looks
I
like
wouldn't
you're starting
think so,
over.
but, yeah.
So, I mean, the Lions would have the best situation, wouldn't you think?
Well, the situation being indoors with a competitive team as opposed to San Francisco's situation. But San Francisco, remember, they're not signing Robbie Gould, and they had him last year.
Right.
Brought to you by Twin
Gould.
Peaks. The 4 o'clock deadline has now passed, so we will know this hour who the Lions have cut to trim their roster down to 53. Head coach Dan Campbell says how talented the Lions roster has become is making this year's cuts difficult. We do know a few moves. ESPN's Adam Schefter reports that Detroit has moved corner Emmanuel Mosley off the PUP list. The NFL Network also reports that kicker Parker Romo is being waived, and NFL insider Aaron Wilson says Detroit has released veteran tight end Darrell Daniels. Also, Paul's Dolphins will not have Jonathan Taylor for now. Jim Irsay not able to get a deal done for him. He will stay on the PUP list to miss the first 4 games of the season. Detroit's also in the market for a kicker. Deanna Rossini reports the Lions are one of 5 teams looking to trade for a kicker. Riley Patterson, he's still the guy of now. And the Tigers, they're in action against the Yankees, trying to snap a 3-game losing streak tonight. First pitch at 6:40, the pregame show at 6:15 right here on 97.1. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, quick note on the Jonathan Taylor thing. Rico nailed it. Kenny nailed it. I mean, the idea that the Spite store is open, I don't understand how you draft a rookie in the top 5, a guy that needs the ground game, needs support. You're built around Jonathan Taylor. Your owner gets in a public spat with the guy. There's the mystery injury. Then he seeks his own deal. You don't get one done. And now you put him on the PUP list for the first 4 games, where basically, what help does Anthony Richardson have?
He doesn't, Mike, but honestly, I think this is just punishment to Jonathan Taylor. You don't go against the family, and I'm going to make sure, because I'm going to badmouth you so badly that no team is going to touch you. There was no way he was going to get a trade, and what Irsay's saying, it's got to be a first-round pick.
Yeah, that's basically saying you can seek a trade, but there will not be any available.
Right. So going in, hey, what if we give you a third? Is a third a first? No. Then no trade. Next. What about this? And if I'm not, because I'm just going to wait until one day Irsay just walks in and says, just get out of here. If I'm the Dolphins, if I'm somebody else, I would not do that deal.
This makes me feel bad for Anthony Richardson. That's all I'm saying. You don't run a franchise that way. But whatever. We're not in
the Colts. So
what's wrong with the Colts?
I'm just saying he's weird. So,
well, okay. Yes.
You took Anthony Richardson, and
speaking of weird, perfect segue.
You're right. Perfect segue.
Go ahead. This is your deal. I want to listen. I want to learn. I'm under attack by you. Let's hear this.
You're not under attack by me, but
feel attacked?
No, I'm just a little concerned because yesterday Jim Harbaugh meets with the media, and it was the ultimate in distraction. It was the ultimate in don't look over here, look over here. It was a magician's sleight of hand, and it worked again. That he came out there, and instead of talking about this whole what's going to happen and the suspensions and all of that stuff, no, he came out and he started talking about, I don't understand the NCAA, TV networks, conferences, and schools that can continue to pull in millions off the efforts of college students. He's pro-college students. They need to take care of these college students, and this is wrong. He basically went out there and said, I love puppies. I hate cancer. That's what he did. And he riled up the people, and the media, they're all bought into it. They fell for the magician's sleight of hand, and he walked out of that press conference and said, just like I tell Kenny at the end of every show, he fooled him again. And that's what happened. He fooled him again. Nobody said anything. So then I'm thinking, okay, fine. This happened right before our show. So I kind of was watching it as it was happening. And then I got to read more about it. And it's just funny. I'm like, okay, so you're going to burn him down to the ground. You're like, no. I'm like, if Mel Tucker had pulled this same stunt, you were ready to crucify this man last week for him saying that. But this man just skates. Nobody holds him accountable for anything. He came out there and publicly did something that, okay, yeah, they're taking all of this money. They're not helping out the kids and blah, blah, blah. Okay, we get it, Jim. You love puppies. Who doesn't? But you still haven't talked about what's going on with the suspension. Nothing like, I can't talk about this, but let me talk about the players and how they're not getting any money. I'm shocked because if Mel Tucker pulled this, I couldn't even hold back the reins for you. I literally could show up at 3:30 and you still wouldn't miss me. You would still be roasting this man. But this, you're just like, you looked at me like, it is what it is.
Yeah, well, there's two notes. Bravo. There's two notes. A, guy's a con artist. We've talked about it for years. No one's better at being a con artist than that cat.
Oh, yeah.
So that's his whole bit. It's not surprising. He's done it every step of the way.
Mike, the only thing missing from yesterday's press conference was him sawing a lady in half.
But that's my point is I guess I'm just out of gas with it. Getting upset about Harbaugh's antics is next to impossible anymore because it happens so often. He's never been anywhere other than U of M for more than 4 years because nobody can stand him. Hell, there's a big chunk of the Michigan fan base who can't stand him, and he's winning. So, no, Rico, I didn't have any natural passion for it. When he did it, I actually laughed. Because ultimately, I can't do anymore. If the media is just going to drink his bathwater, that's their business. But no, you're right. I didn't burn him to the ground because I just think it's an episode of The Simpsons at this point. It doesn't matter. You just give up because he's a con. He's never going to own up to anything. He never has anywhere, anytime, at any point in his life. Find evidence of Jim Harbaugh saying sorry or my bad. Never. Now, point two, you're not going to like. Hell, I don't like it, but it's reality. Back-to-back Big Ten champion. Back-to-back playoffs.
So
Mel Tucker, I have always said it to you. You could murder Nona if you win me the Big Ten. Okay? If Mel Tucker was winning, I wouldn't care if he was Bumpy Johnson's personal driver in American Gangster. I wouldn't care if he was Nicky Barnes and going to the title fight. If MSU was winning 11 games a year, where are we burying the bodies? Look, it's the rules I live by. I don't have to love it, but I'm just shooting you straight.
This still just boils down to 5 and 7.
Yeah.
At 5 and 7,
yes.
He gets a traffic ticket. You know what?
Yeah.
Mel Tucker to the main stage.
Yes.
Why are you getting a traffic ticket? You should be out recruiting.
Yes. And I admit it. And I admit my faults.
Jim Harbaugh, you just ran over a pack of kids. Thanks for winning those games.
Listen, we'll take care of these mini coffins you beat Ohio State.
Right.
Look, man,
they were probably bad kids anyway.
No, hold on a minute. I'm not going to do performative theater. I can't even get upset because he's such a con and a lunatic that it doesn't even warrant the reaction. Look, we talked about his suspension ad nauseum. We did what other shows at this place won't do. I said exactly how it should play out. I gave you my thoughts. I think a lot of it is a joke on Michigan's part, on his part.
So at this point, he's just broken you. It's, you know what?
It's not broken. It's just you. Okay. It's like being surprised that a clown shows up at the birthday party and is making balloon animals for kids. I'm not surprised about it anymore. That's his routine. Make me a bicycle funny man. It's not anything new. The same bought and paid for media is going to do the same thing. Hell, you said it best. He went from a guy who the NCAA wants to body bag to an innovator, according to these idiots in the media.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so I have a choice. I can let that totally upset me, or I can look at it for what it is. The reality is the audience doesn't care because they're Big Ten champs. I couldn't get him to care about him cheating. I couldn't get him to care about him lying. I couldn't get him to care about really him running a game. They still think it's about cheeseburger. No, it's about recruiting during a COVID dead period so J.J. McCarthy didn't decommit. Let's call it what it is. It's about competitive advantage. They didn't care. For me to go on the air and tell them they need to care about what? The same guy they can't stand. Deep down, you think they're going to... I'm not yelling at you. I'm saying I'm trying to make you understand my viewpoint. Look, I thought what he did yesterday was... It was straight out of politics. Right. It really was. It was. So I can either just let it get to me, but like, who else has called Harbaugh for being exactly what he is? I tell you, that's what he is.
The only thing missing was him going into the crowd and pulling a quarter from behind Wojo's
Right.
ear.
But guess what? When you win, it absolves your sins. When you win, you shower away the dirt. If Mel Tucker wasn't making a fool of himself on Saturdays, would I care as much? No. And I admit it. I'm honest to a fault. Spartan fans want to hate me for it. I don't care. If we win games, I can overlook a lot. But we're not winning games. So you're right. Mel Tucker farts in church? How dare you?
Okay.
How dare blaspheme? I've had it. I want to win games. And Harbaugh's killing it right now. He's winning. And they're probably going to win the Big Ten again. So you're right. I didn't burn him to the ground because I thought yesterday was such a laugh factory. If you have a brain, you saw through it. And if you're just a mouth-breathing idiot, you'll drink the bathwater.
Right. You're like, what? This is great.
Whoa, Harbaugh's a player advocate. It's like, okay, thank you. Next. I'm sorry.
He's been a player advocate for years. Okay. But we're just going to disregard everything that this man has done in the offseason.
No, I'm not
Not you.
Oh, my bad.
Yes.
No,
not
I mean,
you. I'm talking about just.
Yeah, listen, man. The other thing that's taking place here, right? Like, look at the Mel Tucker stuff. I have no understanding how people could be upset by that. I didn't like his comments. I thought it was very whiny. And then people want to go, oh, well, Ryan Day did the same thing. Hey, guys, Ryan Day is like 50-2 as the head coach of Ohio State.
Well, that leads to my second part. Is it all about the wins? Because
Yes.
Ryan Day, James Franklin, Nick Saban, Kirby Smart, all pulled off what Mel Tucker did.
Yeah, all
saying,
those guys have rings except for one.
I need more money.
Yeah, I know. And you know what I didn't like? It was not just the one comment about needing more money. Him saying, well, I don't know how you can have championship aspirations without championship this. Well, I mean, what are we doing? Body bagging our team a week before the season? You know, newsflash, man. Hire better coordinators. Have a better run operation. Look, the one thing is you and I can disagree until we're green in the face, but it is not a well put together operation, okay? He does a lot of stupid stuff on game day. And when Harbaugh did that stuff and he wasn't winning, I still called it out. Rico, it's just, yeah, you're right. 5-7 at Michigan State is equivalent of 2-10 to me. It's unforgivable. It's a sin. It's a scarlet letter. And if they were winning, I probably would have avoided it. But they're not. And Harbaugh's crushing it. And yeah, I think he's a con artist. But it doesn't matter. The same way a lot of these coaches. Dabo Swinney's a con artist. Part of being a college football coach, being a con artist. Hell, Jimbo Fisher. Oh, good golly gee willikers and Christ almighty. And it's like, dude, you're a scumbag. Stop it. Stop it. That night on TV and he hugs Jameis. Where are the cameras? Humble pie, humble pie. Jimbo, you're a POS. Stop. That's part of the deal. Right. And if you win, we overlook it. You don't, I can't help you. I'm upset. I am.
Okay.
If I failed you, I'm sorry.
You've
if I failed the people.
You have not failed me. You've not failed the people.
But you know what Harbaugh is? He's a character on The Simpsons to me at this point. What am I going to do? Get mad that Marge Simpson? What am I going to do? He's the Duff beer guy.
Yo.
Yeah, I mean, there's no point because they're crushing it. And if they didn't care about the NCAA violations, they tried to turn him into a martyr. What the hell are they going to care about a press engagement? Press engagements in 2023 are largely useless. Let's be fair.
I was just shocked.
I know.
I saw everybody like, are you guys seriously fell for this? Hey, free puppies.
Right.
Who doesn't love puppies?
Guys, I want to open the season by saying cancer sucks. Am I right? It's like, this is
Who agrees with me? Yeah.
This is what we're going to do?
Yeah.
Tell you world hunger is a problem. Okay, then. So, no, I said, I don't care. I can't. What am I going to do? 248-539-9797. Here's Rico.
All right. You know what? Football season is approaching, and I need the fastest internet around to keep up with all the action. Xfinity connects me to more of the great games that I love, and with Xfinity Internet, I get the speed that I need at a great price. So no more frozen screens, no more pixelated video, just pure uninterrupted streaming bliss. Xfinity Internet is built to handle all your digital demands with speeds that will make your head spin. Enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with a Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. Xfinity allows me to stream all my favorite shows and all my favorite games without interruptions. That means I can get the latest scores as they happen, latest injury updates, fantasy stats for those who still play. Choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or stop into a local Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
Here's another guy that I think has really good value. And it's diminishing a little bit because they know he's probably going to be released. It's the guy that's had 4 sacks, and that's Julian Okwara. I think he's going to be an odd man out.
Trade.
Has performed well. But, yeah, you have from now until Tuesday to try and get something in return for Julian Okwara. Is there a receiver out there that you believe can give you another weapon, another option that maybe another team is looking, hey, we want to cut to, but we need somebody on the edge to rush the passer, not a starter, but a backup guy.
Yep.
Is there a deal to be made?
So you don't think Okwara is going to make the team if he's
Julian? I don't think so.
Okay.
7 edge rushers is tough.
I know, and I know the number crunch there, but man, owns Enrique potentially making the team and him not?
But it's different position.
I know it's different.
We've talked about David Femininio. We have told you when you get injured in Michigan, you get David and you get paid. Well, David has informed us change in the law. It allows victims of slip and fall accidents to recover. If you have been injured in a slip and fall accident the last 3 years, you may be able to recover financially, but you must act quickly. If you or someone you know is injured, tell them to call David Femininio, 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH. You're going to get David. GetPaid.com. I kid you not. I want to get to the ticket text, but Rico Beard has just told me a story. And I'm staying out of this. I just cannot believe the words that have left this man's mouth regarding what went down in Chicago last night. First, inform the people what happened. And by the way, reason number 10,786 when I say people are insane and like, yeah, I wouldn't go into enemy territory for games. Here's what we're up against.
Yeah.
People who want to run on the field and take selfies with Ronald Acuna, but even worse, people who do what Rico's about to say. Take a listen to this.
Well, this is from Peggy Kaczynski, looks from ESPN Radio, that the shooting at Guaranteed Rate Field during a White Sox game was caused by, indeed, an accidental discharge by one of the women grazed by the bullet. She reportedly snuck the gun in past metal detectors, hiding it in the folds of her belly fat. Yeah. That's how she was able to get the gun inside of Guaranteed Rate Field.
I'm going to take this time to just say the following. Okay, first of all, if you misquoted me or you just took what I said out of context, it's your business. But I stand exactly by what I said about Michigan and Michigan State because we are at a low point in humanity right now. I don't condone any of this behavior. I don't think it's right that anybody gets into anything at any game. But you know what I see every week? Because I watch everything and because I read everything? Stabbings at games. Men hitting women, women hitting men, men hitting men. NFL fight guy every week. Fans getting into it with athletes, where athletes, hello Anthony Rendon, are going into the stands. You have now a woman sneaking a gun in her level of rotund and bringing it into a stadium. A gun in a stadium.
Yeah.
Like, guys, you know.
Or what happened to Acuna last night where
I know. A
fan wanted a selfie.
Right.
Only problem, this wasn't outside the dugout. This wasn't outside the clubhouse.
No, it was in the outfield.
Right.
So my point I'm
Ronald,
making is,
what are you doing right now? Want to take a selfie?
I just make the point, like, I barely would want to attend games at my home stadium. When you go, and look, I told the story. I had a buddy who wore a Barry Sanders jersey to an Eagles game and got jumped. People are sick. Yeah. So, yeah, I made the point about Michigan and Michigan State, and this just reaffirms this type of crap. Y'all are maniacs. And what it is it's not the low point just in sports fans. We're at a low point in humanity.
Yep.
Like, it's insane.
You snuck the gun in.
Dude, you brought a gun into the stadium.
Right.
I don't care where you hit it.
Right.
You brought a gun into a baseball game.
Right.
What?
And then it accidentally went off, and you hit two people.
You guys wonder why I say the things I say. It's simple. We don't know how to treat each other anymore. Here's the best advice I can give you when you go to a game. Don't talk to nobody. Don't wear opposing colors. Mind your business. Hang out with your wife, your kids, your husband, whatever it is. Because I'm telling you, you do anything outside of that in today's world, newsflash, road rage. You ever see those videos? Oh, here's another one. How about people getting attacked in grocery stores and pharmacies lately? Hey, here's an idea. Pick up a New York paper, a Chicago paper, a San Francisco paper, an LA paper. Random acts of violence are through the roof. People who don't bother nobody. It ain't even a rivalry thing. And the next thing you know, some woman in New York last week, they got her leg gored by some maniac with a knife. Nuts. Yeah. She had her ear pods in. I guess he didn't like the band she was listening to. Whoosh. Dude, people are nuts.
Trust me.
So yeah, now we have a gun at a baseball game.
Dude,
okay?
You had somebody walking through Jacksonville who simply said, "I don't like the color of your skin. You have to die."
I wasn't even going there, but thank you for opening Pandora's box there. You're right. I'm just saying, like, when you wonder why, because we've changed as a people. Rivalries, it used to be different.
But I'm still, why did you need a gun at a baseball game?
No, not you,
Mike.
Call her on her cell phone. Hey, what were you thinking?
No, don't do that. It may go off again. So no. But
I'm just
you
done
thought
with it.
this was a good idea.
Bro, I know. What do you want me to tell you? It's crazy. Look every week at NFL games. People get all up in arms. Oh, my God, I can't believe he said it. I wouldn't go to the game if I were a Michigan fan. No, I wouldn't. Do you look around the NFL? Do you see what happens? Christ, when was that story where the Cowboy fan got shot outside the San Francisco game or whatever it is? I don't want no part of it. People are maniacs. They're nuts. Like back in the day, right? Great example. I love how the same people who get all upset about the Michigan State thing are the same people who took pride in what used to go on in the Silverdome. I mean, it was WWE on a weekly basis for Lions games.
When you said that, Mike, people took it from many different ways. It was, Spartan fans can't contain themselves. They're a bunch of hooligans. And then you had Michigan Wanna Fight guy who said, I dare somebody to get in my face.
But it proves my point.
And if somebody gets into my face, I'm going to beat them down.
Right. It proves my point.
Well,
my whole point in all of it is no fans contain themselves. Nobody behaves themselves. And for me, I look at it and I go, we've reached a point. And you know what? It's why it's not the reason attendance is down across the board in college football, right? It's not. I'm just saying for me, I don't want to be around people. The at-home experience is perfect. Oh, God, Roberto, watch your effing mouth. Do not screw up.
No, I'm not making a joke. I'm just saying with what it costs to go to an NFL game today, you would think that would weed out some of the craziness.
Okay, that's a quality comment. Okay, good. Better than some sex joke. Right. Good. No, he's right, and you think it would, but Roberto, I'm telling you, we're at a point in society, I feel like a lot of people feel like they got nothing to lose. And it doesn't matter, they paid $300 to go to the NFL game, or they don't care about getting thrown out, and you just see it every week. We've lost cabin pressure. I think it is incredibly scary. We're not talking about getting beat up at a game. A woman brought a gun to a baseball game.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
And got past security. There's so many different levels to this.
All right. Kenny's telling me I'm number one. Thanks, Kenny. Not polite. We've talked Northville Lumber a lot. Oldest company in the state. Largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more. It's Northville Lumber. Last year, contractors, homeowners, they bought enough Trex decking and lumber to cover 26 football fields. Look, there is a reason Northville Lumber sells that much. Everything's in stock all the time, guaranteed low pricing. They got it all. And whether you're a deck builder or do-it-yourselfer, Northville Lumber is your one-stop shop. Get the deck built before the spring rush. You need someone to build your deck, they'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro. They got you covered from start to finish. Call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
A Milwaukee bar has something concocted for football season. They will pay your tab when the Jets lose a game started by Aaron Rodgers this season. Did you see this?
I did. I think it's awesome. I think it's genius.
Now, there's some stipulations, right, Heather? I know, like, you're not comping your whole meal.
Right. You can't comp your food. You have to stay at the bar the entire
Right. You
game.
got to be there and start your tab at least 15 minutes before kickoff.
Right.
Aaron Rodgers has to start the game. And so it can't conflict with a Green Bay Packers game as well, which
exactly
rules out certain Sundays.
Yeah, unless there's some things flexed at the end.
4 games, I think, in total that they'll do this.
So basically, it's prime time games, featured games where Rodgers starts for the Jets, they lose, and they're buying your beer or your drink for you.
Yes.
If we had a promotion like that here in Detroit, if a local bar adopted this, would it be Aaron Rodgers? Would it be a different athlete? Like, who would be our villain that we would get comped a free drink if they lose?
Look, do I want to kick the tires on Robbie Gould? Absolutely. Absolutely. See, do you still got the leg? Do you still want to play? You know, what's the reason he hasn't been signed by anybody yet? There are a plethora of teams that need a kicker.
Yeah.
Is there something else going on there? If there's not, then I think the Lions, who are the other teams you mentioned that Rossini mentioned?
Rams.
Okay, get the Rams.
The Rams, Falcons, but hold on, let me look it up.
So it's like the Rams and Niners both kick outdoors.
Rams, Lions, Titans, Niners, Broncos.
So it's just the Lions are the only ones that are kicking indoors?
Rams.
Oh, right. Well, is it?
It's
indoors?
it's kind of got the retractable walls. So.
Yeah. And I don't think the Rams are looking to add a veteran kicker to their roster. Do you? It's a really young team. And
I wouldn't.
Looks
I
like
wouldn't
you're starting
think so,
over.
but, yeah.
So, I mean, the Lions would have the best situation, wouldn't you think?
Well, the situation being indoors with a competitive team as opposed to San Francisco's situation. But San Francisco, remember, they're not signing Robbie Gould, and they had him last year.
Right.
Something's up with Robbie Gould.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. The cuts are starting to roll in now for the Lions. Cornerback Starling Thomas, running back Benny Snell as well. Also, a few days ago, we knew Dylan Drummond, Trinity Benson, cornerback Chase Lucas as well. Also, the Lions have activated Emmanuel Mosley off the PUP list. If they were to keep him on that list, he would have missed the first 4 games of the season. The NFL Network also reports that Parker Romo is being waived. He's the kicker. Head coach Dan Campbell says these decisions have been tough so far. It also looks like Detroit is in the market for a kicker. Deanna Rossini reports the Lions are one of 5 teams looking to trade for a kicker. Riley Patterson's still the guy as of now. The Tigers, they'll also try to snap a 3-game losing streak when they play the Yankees tonight for Game 2 of a 4-game series. First pitch at 6:40. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, Kenny Cott, we will knock down a call or two, some ticket text, get a football today momentarily. Cut down day. We talked a little Lions earlier. What's the fatal flaw? Apparently, they hate Riley Patterson, their kicker, because they're willing to trade for one, according to Diana Rossini. I still think receiver is a need for this team. I just cannot wait for J-Mo week 7, week 8, week 9. I'm trying to win a division. And with it, secure a home playoff game, secure seeding. I want to go for it all. Both are issues. Which one's worse? Odyssey.com rewind if you want to go get that. Yes, go ahead. Quickly.
No, I was going to say, if you want to go for it all, I think the kicker is going to score you more points than that receiver. Yeah. That's why I say the kicker, a little bit more of a problem.
Kenny with the ticket text. What do we got? Couple issues in the mix.
Was at a Tigers game the other week, and the person in front of me was overserved, and they ended up trying to fight the opposing fan sitting next to him.
Right, but I'm the bad guy for saying I wouldn't go up to East Lansing for that game. People are animals. It's not a Michigan State thing alone. We do a show in Detroit. That's why I made it that way. My advice is I wouldn't go into an enemy stadium wearing state gear at this stage of my life because I don't put up with nonsense. And people are animals. Now, when I go to a college football game, I will go to, I want to go to Tennessee this year. Yeah, I'll wear orange. I don't even like Tennessee. Why? Because I don't want no problems. People are animals. Gun at a baseball game. What are you, nuts?
I didn't understand that at all.
No, but when you said it, I said we have to comment. Go ahead, Kenny.
When Michigan's in the shoe, I never go anymore because of what I've seen in my past trips there wearing Michigan gear.
Thank you, but I'm the bad guy. Thank you again.
Mike is spot on with our loss of humanity as a society. We are so screwed. That's from Don in Armada.
And that's the problem. Nobody's nice to anybody. Not in a sports argument way. I'm saying in general. No one's nice to anybody.
No, and this could be because they really don't think they're ever going to lose. You go into the Horseshoe when State plays, they don't bother you. The first time I went there, I was so afraid because Michigan fans told me, watch out, driving down, the state troopers are going to pull you over. Because I had nothing but a great time down there. They rolled out the red carpet, but it could be that they don't really respect
it's not a rivalry, buddy.
Yeah.
They hate them the way we hate them, if you know what I mean. Yeah. Go ahead.
Rico is spot on. Harbaugh is telling everyone to look over there and not over here and what's going on.
Right, but what am I going to do? I'm at a point where I feel like I'm living in idiocracy.
This one says, how dare you besmirch Duff Man?
Sorry. By the way, is Bill Belichick turning into Grandpa Simpson?
Wow.
What are the Patriots doing? They just let go of Bailey Zappi and Malik Cunningham, the kid they got out of Louisville. Why a quarterback, weapon, Hines Ward type player. What is Belichick doing?
I just thought Mac Jones went full Michael Corleone on cut days and walked into the quarterback room. Do you renounce Satan? Bang!
He loaded up Malik Cunningham in the fishing boat.
Right.
Say a Hail Mary, Anthony.
Oh, Bailey's getting a shave.
Yeah, okay. Gone. Let's go to Todd on a cell. Todd, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
First-time caller. Listen to you guys all the time. Love the show.
Welcome.
Had a quick story for you guys. Just turned on a little late today about the gun at the baseball game. So me and my girlfriend took a vacation out to Chicago end of May, and we walked in, scanned our tickets. Security waved us through, no problem, didn't check us at all. We get to our seats. My girlfriend goes in her purse and goes, oh, my God, I have a pocket knife on me. I said, you got to be kidding me. She said, no. I was like, well, good thing, you didn't get checked. But it's just, I think it comes down to, I'm the first one to say people are crazy, but it just comes down to certain security, personnel just not really doing their job.
There's probably something to it, Todd. I can't tell you you're wrong. I've always wondered how more doesn't happen at stadiums. And I hate to say that, but when you really look at what the protocols are, it's kind of a miracle worse hasn't happened.
Because I think we're all still on the honor system of, you know what, let's just kind of look out for each other. Until now you're getting to the point where, well, let's see if we can try this.
Yeah. No, I understand, Ford Field, the clear bag policy and all that. But, pocket knife compared to a gun, big difference. But, it's just it's dangerous wherever you go. But it's
Todd,
Todd,
I think the pocket knife was just in the purse. She didn't say,
yeah,
hey.
No, she didn't. Yeah, she didn't mean to bring that with her from the hotel room.
Right. Where this woman,
those, situations.
Yeah, this woman clearly had a plan.
Job,
yeah, this woman clearly had a plan.
Yeah, agenda. No, for sure. Yeah, no, I just wanted to touch on, if, sometimes things slip through and.
Well, hell, look at the end of the year. It's always a picture or it's an article about the things people attempted to get onto airplanes and the TSA, and it's nunchucks, samurai sword,
ninja stars.
And you're like, wait, what? Yeah. How was that in your bag?
Yeah. Sewing needles.
Wait, did you just try to bring a cannonball on an airplane? Like,
I can't bring this cast iron frying pan? No.
no, sir.
Okay.
Alligator. Living. No.
But it's only a paintball gun. No.
Where is that? Is that an article that comes out, or what is it? It's every year.
No, yeah, it's an article and a news story where if you want to go buy that stuff, they sell it all because they don't keep it. So you can just go and purchase it.
Amazing.
That between all the stuff there and all the luggage that just gets left. Like, how do you leave your luggage at the airport?
I read a story, and a woman ought to be thrown in jail. A woman, they gave her static about her dog being a service animal or something, so she abandoned the dog at the airport.
Wow.
Christ. I forget what it was. It was a little bulldog, too. I'm like, what is wrong with people? People are nuts. They're nuts. They're insane.
They are.
Oh, you can't check your dog. So I'm going to.
He's a service. He's really not, ma'am. Well, you know what? You keep him.
Yeah, well, now it's your problem. Yeah. Oh, that's what we're going to do.
Yeah. I'll come back and get him on the trip way back.
World's upside down, man.
Nope, not doing this. Only good headlines.
Yeah, I don't want to do that segment right now at all. 248-539-9797. We'll get football today coming up next. Back into the Lions at 5. Does that work? And we got a couple of calls. People want to rap about this stadium stuff? We can do it. Let's get into it. NFL season is upon us. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook right now. New customers bet $5. Get $200 in bonus bets guaranteed. Plus, all customers who bet $5 get $100 off NFL Sunday Ticket on YouTube and YouTube TV. Now's the best time to join FanDuel. App's easy. They got more betting markets than anybody. FanDuel.com/ticket. Kick off the NFL season right. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issue. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem 1-800-270-7117. NFL Sunday Ticket offer ends 9/18/23. No refunds. Terms and embargoes apply. $100 off NFL Sunday Ticket, not YouTube TV. Redemption requires a Google account and current form of payment. Commercial use excluded. Subscription renews. Cancel anytime.
Here's another guy that I think has really good value. And it's diminishing a little bit because they know he's probably going to be released. It's the guy that's had 4 sacks, and that's Julian Okwara. I think he's going to be an odd man out.
Trade.
Has performed well. But, yeah, you have from now until Tuesday to try and get something in return for Julian Okwara. Is there a receiver out there that you believe can give you another weapon, another option that maybe another team is looking, hey, we want to cut to, but we need somebody on the edge to rush the passer, not a starter, but a backup guy.
Yep.
Is there a deal to be made?
So you don't think Okwara is going to make the team if he's
Julian? I don't think so.
Okay,
7 edge rushers is tough.
I know, and I know the number crunch there, but man, owns Enrique potentially making the team and him not?
But again, it's different position.
I know it's different.
a Milwaukee bar has something concocted for football season, they will pay your tab when the Jets lose a game started by Aaron Rodgers this season. Did you see this?
I did. I think it's awesome. I think it's genius.
Now, there's some stipulations, right, Heather? I know, like, they're not comping your whole meal.
Right. You can't comp your food. You have to stay at the bar the entire
Right. You've
game.
You got to be there and start your tab at least 15 minutes before kickoff.
Right.
Aaron Rodgers has to start the game. And so it can't conflict with a Green Bay Packers game as well, which
exactly
rules out certain Sundays.
Yeah,
So
unless
there's only,
some things flexed at the end.
4
of the season.
games, I think, in total
That
that
this
they'll
is-
do this.
So basically, it's prime time games, featured games where Rodgers starts for the Jets, they lose, and they're buying your beer or your drink for you.
Yes.
If we had a promotion like that here in Detroit, if a local bar adopted this, would it be Aaron Rodgers? Would it be a different athlete? Like, who would be our villain that we would get comped a free drink if they lose?
Look, do I want to kick the tires on Robbie Gould? Absolutely. Absolutely. See, what do you still got the leg? Do you still want to play? You know, what's the reason he hasn't been signed by anybody yet? There are a plethora of teams that need a kicker.
Yeah.
Is there something else going on there? If there's not, then I think the Lions, who are the other teams you mentioned that Racina mentioned?
Rams.
Okay, get the Rams.
The Rams, Falcons, but hold on, let me look it up.
So it's like the Rams and Niners both kick outdoors.
Rams, Lions, Titans, Niners, Broncos.
So it's just the Lions are the only ones that are kicking indoors?
Rams.
Oh, right. Well, is it?
It's
indoors?
it's kind of got the retractable walls. So.
Yeah. And I don't think the Rams are looking to add a veteran kicker to their roster. Do you? It's a really young team. And
I wouldn't.
Looks
I
like
wouldn't
you're starting
think so,
over.
but, yeah.
So, I mean, the Lions would have the best situation, wouldn't you think?
Well, the situation being indoors with a competitive team as opposed to San Francisco's situation. But San Francisco, remember, they're not signing Robbie Gould, and they had him last year.
Right.
Something's up with Robbie Gould.
Brought to you by Hall Financial. The cuts continue to trickle in for the Lions. Quarterback Starling Thomas, running back Benny Snell, just a couple of the latest. Also, Emmanuel Mosley, he's been removed from the PUP list. He's now eligible to play immediately and will not have to miss the first 4 games of the year. Also, kicker Parker Romo has been released. Also, tight end Darrell Daniels. Head coach Dan Campbell says how talented the roster has become is making these cuts difficult. Detroit also in the market for a kicker. Diana Rossini reports the Lions are one of 5 teams looking to trade for a kicker today. Riley Patterson's still the guy as of now. He made 30 of 35 kicks last year for Jacksonville. Also, the Tigers looking to snap a 3-game losing streak when they play the Yankees tonight for Game 2 of a 4-game series. Derek Skubal gets the ball for Detroit. Michael King for the Yankees. First pitch is at 6:40. The pregame show at 6:15 right here on 97.1. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, visit 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, before we get to the Lions at 5 o'clock, Odyssey.com rewind. If you missed anything, I want to just bring this up. Quick note, have a little fun for a minute. So, cut down day, right? Teams are releasing the last of the roster, but you get some surprising ones. Obviously, Bailey Zappi from New England, if you needed a backup quarterback, that's the way to go. But the Cardinals released Colt McCoy. One problem. That was their starter. And they're going to start a guy who's been with the team for, wait for it, 4 days in week 1 in Josh Dobbs.
Mm-hmm.
I bring this up because quick trivia. The Cardinals' new win total. I'm going to give you the win total.
I was going to say 2.5.
It's 3.5. Now, why is that relevant? Because that is the lowest over-under win total in the National Football League in nearly 30 years. Can you name the team? Think back mid-90s. Over, under, 3.5. Now, Kenny don't know nothing that happened before 2015.
Before I was born.
Would that be the Aints?
No. It would be the then expansion Jacksonville Jaguars. 3.5. Coached by Tom Coughlin.
Baselli. Tony Baselli.
That's correct. Mark Brunell.
Brunell.
Fred Taylor. The rest. Okay, there you go, buddy. That's the level of ineptitude people. Actually, wasn't Natrone Means on the initial edition of the Jags?
I think so.
But that's how bad. The Cardinals are openly tanking to get the number 1 pick, and they have Houston's pick. So kudos, guys. You're well on your way.
And I know it's not as big as that, Mike, but the head-scratching department of what are these coaches doing? The Eagles, well, they cut their punter. Why is that significant? Because they currently don't have one on the team. They had one punter.
That leads us right into what we were going to talk about, which is the Lions. And I'm not saying either of these will rise up and get you and ruin you. We're saying there's 2 things we here on this show look at as potential fatal flaws. One, I have said since the day J-Mo got hurt as wide receiver. Yes, he was already going to be suspended, but missing basically all of training camp. I've now just thrown him in the pile of discount DVDs, and we'll see you in week 10. We've lost Rico. He's had it. That's it. He hates this take. I have caused Rico.
Oh, no.
Rico's like that Notre Dame podcaster. Except he's coughing.
I was going to say, that guy had a different problem.
Yeah, if you haven't seen that video, I feel bad. That guy may have had a digestive issue on a live stream, and we'll leave it at that. I know that take was terrible. No. All right. So I wanted to just bring this up that I think wide receiver could be a fatal flaw. If you are not throwing the ball to Amon-Ra St. Brown down the field, I mean, it might be Sam Laporta's gig. Josh Reynolds, Marvin Jones, who's 60. I want them to bring a receiver in. Well, another possible flaw arose today, which is Diana Rossini saying that the Lions are in the market for a kicker, and they may make a deal to get one. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. A lot of people last year said, well, we released the wrong guy when Riley Patterson was let go, and he went to the Jags and made 30 out of 35. Now, I'm not telling you anyone's going to mistake Riley Patterson for a top 5 kicker.
Right.
But if they like him so little that it's out there they may give up capital to get a kicker, I wanted to ask the question before we get into the name we settled on, etc. What is your biggest concern with this Lions team? We're a little over a week away. The fact that they don't like their kicker is a pretty big one. The fact that you're really, forget about Amon-Ra getting hurt, because that's too easy for me to be like, hey, if you lose your star. Guys, if you lose any of these other receivers, you don't have anything. I don't have names to give you. Right. And oddly, they've released some receivers. So you started to feel like, are they clearing the deck for a veteran, or are they shopping the thrift shop of someone else's releases? I don't know. But what is the fatal flaw? Is it the kicker, or is it this real lack of wide receiver weapons?
See, I don't know, because the wide receiver, I just thought that this team thought that the wide receiver room was just fine. They did not they didn't go after anybody in the draft with like a second, third, or fourth round pick that up and coming. Instead, you took Hendon Hooker, who can't really play for you at all this year.
I still have trouble with that draft pick, but I'm keeping it positive.
But I would say kicker, Mike, because you're in a division, and I know a lot of people, you think they're going to wrap this thing up early.
Come on. I say Christmas Eve.
But there's really no separation, and I do think if the Green Bay is a team that's being slept on, you need a kicker because you need every point that you can. And the NFL, most games are decided by 4 points or less. That means when you cross the 35-yard line, that should be money in the bank. No matter what, we're going to get 3 points. You need everything. Your kicker could end up being the leading scorer on your team. They went on the cheap and just figured, we'll just get it. And it could just be because Dan Campbell, former players don't respect kickers. And maybe he had that same mentality. But yeah, you need a kicker because when the game is on the line, most of the time it's not a fourth down play. It comes down to a final field goal to win a game. If you don't have somebody that you're confident in, you're screwed.
We came up with a name. You guys can do what you want with it. And he may have already told the team to pound sand, but there's a kicker who's unemployed. I don't know why he's unemployed, but he wants to stay in the Midwest. And he kicked for Rico's team for a long time, and he's money in the bank. It's Robbie Gould. Hell, offer him the private jet every week to come home to Chicago and do what he's got to do. But if you don't like your kicker and Robbie Gould is there, why wouldn't you bring him in for a workout? Look, this idea of trading for a kicker, I guess I just don't know who'd be willing to do that a week before the season. You don't want like Cade York, who just got released from the Browns. You don't want someone else's problem. But Robbie Gould has just been there all offseason, right? Obviously, the Niners drafted Jake Moody. Can't make fun of that. The kid's awesome, albeit hurt. Rico's panicked. But, if you're not getting – my point would be if you have a concern at both of these spots, you're all in. That's what the Bridgewater move was.
Right.
So why not fix both of these?
Right.
How have they not brought a receiver in? And why am I hearing a week out that all of a sudden we don't like the presumed kicker, Riley Patterson, that we would trade for one? That bothers me, and I wanted to see where people were at with it.
Because for the receiver, I just trusted Campbell and his staff. You know something that I don't. You see these guys because you haven't gone after a veteran. You didn't try to make a trade, and you did not draft one. So
they got the 7th round pick or whatever from UNC or whatever.
Right.
That was their only pick, I think.
It just leads me to believe, okay, well, you could have taken this guy. You could have taken this guy.
You're in a position where if you're throwing the ball deep and it's not to Amon-Ra, it's probably Sam Laporta. And I'm not comfortable with that.
That's a lot to ask for a rookie because rookies will have a great game, and then all of a sudden the tape is out there, and now we know how to shut this guy down. Now, can you make that adjustment? Because you're basically saying Jahmyr Gibbs and Laporta are going to be the guys that carry you. Man, that's a lot to put on those.
Right, and again, it goes without saying, like, if the Eagles lose Devontae Smith, they got A.J. Brown. You know, if San Francisco, you know, God forbid, they lose, let's say, George Kittle, well, they have Debo and they got Brandon Ayuk. This idea, look, if Amon-Ra is gone for even a couple of weeks, you have a non-functioning receiver room.
Especially if he goes in between weeks 1 and 6.
Right, I was just saying at any point.
No, but it would really be bad if he goes down in week 2 and he's gone till week 5.
I'm really interested. And the kicker thing throws me off. I just thought they were comfortable with Patterson. They had familiarity.
They don't have trust in Patterson. And that's where you get to Dan Campbell and the 4th downs that used to drive us crazy. Because it's 4th and 8. Do I want to line up and try a 49-yard kick, or do we just go for it?
I want to know where you guys are at on it. A little over a week out. I'm nervous about the receiver room, but this kicker thing, it can't be overlooked. If your team's willing to give up draft capital, if that's how little they think of their current situation, that's a concern. You're on the road against Kansas City. You think you can go out and miss an extra point? You think you can go out and miss a field goal on the road, national TV?
Right.
You think you're rolling into Arrowhead doing that? And whether it's week 1 or week 17, man, they're all of the utmost importance in the National Football League. This isn't the NBA. You don't have 100 games.
Right.
248-539-9797. What is the fatal flaw? Which one scares you more? The receiver room or this newfound kicker issue? I mean, Rico, I guess if you were that scared about it, I mean, unless Robbie Gould told you, hell no, I'm not playing for you, how haven't they brought him in to work out then?
I just think they don't want to pay anything.
What?
You know
what?
Just go get a kicker. Go get somebody who
got
works
the cap
cheap.
space, what does it matter?
Because, Mike,
what are you saving it for?
It's the lack of respect that kickers get, but people fail to realize that can make or break your team. If you have a reliable kicker, it's why I think Baltimore will always be in the race to win their division, because you know, worst case scenario, they will get 3 points. Even if they got to win a game, how did they beat the Lions? Off of a kick. It was a ridiculous kick, but they said we would rather kick a record-setting field goal than go for a Hail Mary, and it won.
Just fix both. I guess that's the thing I can't figure out. Look, I understand. They have belief in Khalif Raymond. They got belief. Look, Josh Reynolds is a pro. I'm not knocking these guys. But there needs to be somebody to help Amon-Ra. Because I'm with you. Look, I think Jahmyr Gibbs is going to be really, really explosive. Laporta has a real chance to be good, but rookie tight ends, that's hard to expect much. You can't put too much on the rookies.
Rookie tight ends don't have a great success rate.
No, and with
year
J-Mo
one.
being gone, I'm sorry, but like I'm just kind of done. I'm not going to wait and be like, oh, J-Mo will be our trade acquisition in week 7. Guys, he can't even practice until week 6. You think he's just going to come out of mothballs?
Oh, and by the way, he's injured right now, and he may or may not be able to practice with the team and get rehabilitated.
But can't practice with the team.
No, he can't. No, but he may not be able to get rehabilitated in Allen Park.
So I just, man, like the Robbie Gould thing when Kenny brought it up, I'm like, well, how the hell haven't you made that call? Why the hell am I out here trying to trade for somebody? What?
Because I do think that maybe Dan Campbell is buying a little bit into this grit thing and just thinking I can just get some of these players and I can turn them into something rather than just going and get established players.
Well, look, you'll find out who's available and without a job, well, today, because it's all going down. I just don't know who would be willing to trade their kicker a week out. I really don't.
No.
248-539-9797. Kenny, where are you at?
I'm on team kicker here.
Team kicker?
That's right. We need a kicker. It's just, to me, we talked about it. The NFL often comes down to one score, and oftentimes that one score is a field goal. I don't think you can be a team that we expect to win the division. We expect to be in maybe a home playoff game, maybe win a home playoff game. I don't think you can levy all these expectations without knowing for sure who your kicker is.
Then how did they go into this with Riley Patterson? What am I missing? He went 30 of 35. He's at an off camp.
Whatever you're missing, I'm missing.
No, I'm saying you want to get rid of him. Fine.
I don't trust him. That's all I can come away with this.
What my point to you would be, who is available, not named Robbie Gould, that is tangibly better than Riley Patterson?
I think it's very possible what they're doing is they're just releasing this idea. They're putting feelers out there, letting people know, hey, if you want to get rid of your kicker, if you want some assets, A seventh round pick, perhaps.
What'd you just say? Hey, can we put that in the box, please?
I don't know what I said. That's very concerning.
I'm not repeating it, but Rico does.
All right, great.
But that would require Roberto paying attention, which isn't happening.
I don't even see where he is.
He doesn't have it.
He's not back there, is he?
No. I think he's actually grabbing some stuff for Evan and for.
Yeah, I bet he is. 248-539-9797. Kenny, you just saved yourself from a great drop. It's okay, buddy.
All right.
All right.
Second win, baby.
That's right. Don't get stuck without power the next time a storm hits, or wait for that first hot day to find out the AC's on the fritz. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, Electrical has you covered. $78 AC tune-up. Get your air conditioner in tip-top shape. Save on that energy bill. Mastercraft, generators in stock too. Schedule that tune-up today or visit mastercraftheating.com.
I imagine everybody has a please God don't cut this guy that's on the Lions roster. Please don't cut him. Like, you think that this guy could be something, a diamond in the rough. You don't want to see him go by the wayside. Who would that player be for you? And Kang, I'll start. For me, that guy is Antoine Green. He's the wide receiver that they drafted in the seventh round from North Carolina. He was the 219th player selected in the draft. I love his combination of size and speed. He's 6'2", 200 pounds. He's fast as hell, and he's somebody that I think could benefit from Jameson Williams not playing for the first 6 games, because he could be a guy that you could bring off the bench in situations. You spread him out with 4 receivers, and this guy can go deep, and you're going to have to account for him because he's got the speed and because the size might be a mismatch.
Kenny, how about some ticket text? We'll get to the callers. We'll football today as well. What do you got?
Mike, Amon-Ra is the most important player that's not a quarterback. If he gets hurt, the drop-off will be the farthest down with him out.
I think it would be a non-functional position group.
But see, the only thing about wide receivers is...
Oh, let me hear this.
No, Mike, there was once a coach that said they're a dime a dozen, meaning you always find that guy who just comes out of nowhere. And
who's their guy?
I don't know. But I think with a kicker, no kicker means that we got to go for it. We got to start doing trick plays and gadget plays.
But they traded for Riley Patterson. I know it's conditional, but like Jacksonville was getting rid of him. So they got him back. They had familiarity with him. We're a week away from this team going to Arrowhead. And now I'm reading they might trade for another kicker?
Well, the sad reality is that if you're Riley Patterson, you now realize this team doesn't trust you. So now...
Riley, get a numbnuts, Robbie Gould. Get him on a jet. Get him over here. He could be here in 45 minutes on a private plane. Come on. Just get him here.
I'm not as concerned with everybody else about the wide receiver room. Jones, Gibbs, Laporta, Reynolds. I understand you're asking a lot from rookies, but if Ben Johnson is that great, he can make it happen.
I love how we're now adding running backs and tight ends to the wide receiving group. I understand in the totality of targets.
He's a weapon.
Yeah, but when you don't need to cover the wide receivers, it takes away. Look, I want this to work. I hope everybody stays healthy, but I'm a little concerned.
No, you're correct, because it's the reason why McCaffrey's open, because you got to cover 3 other guys.
Kittle, Ayuk, Debo,
Right.
a whole bit. Let's go to Paul Shelby, 97.1. Hi, Paul.
Hey, how you doing today, fellas?
Good, Paul. What's up?
Hey, Paul.
Well, it's kind of historically un-Lions-like that, throughout the years, the one thing we always got right was the kicking game. And, it's now we need a kicker when we got damn near everything else. So it's kind of head-scratching. But I'd like to offer another scenario as well as I have a question for you. First of all, how often do teams even trade for kickers? And I'm kind of wondering if this isn't Campbell speak, like kind of a kick in the ass, to Riley. And I just, I'm just kind of scratching my head about this. But as far as the receiver room goes, Mike, I don't think it's as bad as it's made out to be. But a question is, there was a kid that in preseason, Chase Cota. Did he make the team?
You have to find out. They haven't released their cuts. I can't give you the answer. They're not
he looked pretty good, actually.
They're not one of the teams that have released their actual full list of cuts. There have been a couple announced. I don't have it for you.
Yeah, big surprise there, because this team seems to do things a lot differently than Lions regimes of the past.
Yeah, and look, you know what? Reality, Paul, a week from today, I don't think we're talking about it. We've got football. But it's every team's got a flaw. Look, if I'm a Giants fan, the Giants' fatal flaw is they're starting rookie corners, plural. Like, that is a mammoth risk. Yes, they drafted Deonte Banks in the first round. They're starting a 6th-round pick from Old Dominion, and they moved Adoree Jackson inside. You want a fatal flaw? If you're starting rookies to start the year, what the hell's behind them, Paulie? That's a fatal flaw. Especially in an NFC East with Dallas's passing game, the Commanders' wide receivers, and, of course, Philadelphia. My point is, you can be a good team and have this fatal issue. Like, I truly believe if you're in Green Bay, the issue's your quarterback. Is Jordan Love any good? That could undo a good roster. If it's Minnesota, it's the whole defense. That defense is trash. Doesn't matter how good the offense is. Defense is trash. You know the other thing I'd be worried about if I'm Minnesota? What do I have behind Alexander Mattison? The whole bunch of nothing. And I don't care how dime a dozen running backs are. You do need somebody with talent. Right. They got rid of Dalvin Cook. They didn't do anything impressive at the position. I say it because this is not a negative Lions thing. Every team's got a flaw.
Right.
And you're right. The kicker's the first time they go to kick, it's going to be your head floating above the goalposts. It's just going to be, Rick, I told you they needed a kicker. Let's go to Bruce, 97.1. What's up, Bruce?
Hello, how are you?
Good, Bruce.
Okay. Anyway, I guess a difference in philosophy. I was listening in the afternoon, listening to the guys in the afternoon, and I called way back in draft day saying if they don't like their kicker, they should go after one. And evidence of my team, the San Francisco 49ers, drafted my buddy Jake Moody in the third pick. And those guys said, oh, no, that's too high to take a kicker. And I said, well, wait a minute. He's going to be your leading scorer for 15 years. And you're going to say, well, I'm not going to take him at 3, but I would take him at 4. So that's like a once in a 15-year, if it works out. How bad is Moody hurt, by the way?
Well, he was inconsistent with some of his kicks, and I don't even think that he played in the final preseason game against the Chargers. Yes, I watched.
Okay, but anyway, the point is, if you like the kicker, and apparently they don't like the one they got, get the one you want. If there's somebody out there, okay.
Yeah, well, therein lies the issue, though.
round.
Look, Moody was the only kicker with that kind of grade. Second of all, look.
Yeah, okay, so okay, I'm not arguing that all the time, but I'm saying if you need one and there's some guy that's supposedly terrific, whoever that might be, and you got to take a 3 instead of spending a 4, if I'm the owner, I'm taking them at 3. And now the whole day has been talking about kickers.
Well,
right?
It's not. No, it's been a little bit at 3 and a little bit now, and now my turn. Look, here's the deal.
Here, let me interrupt you.
No, I'm starting to get annoyed. I gotta be honest. So, I would never take a kicker in the third round. Do you know why the Niners are allowed to do it? Because they're a Super Bowl team. I still think it's a mistake for a Super Bowl team to do that. If you're asking me, kicker in the third round or go to free agency, it's free agency. Kicker in the third round or fortifying my team further with a starter in the third round. Look. I'm not arguing they probably need to do something, but I am never, if I'm an owner of a team, if my GM took a kicker in the third round, I'd fire him on draft night.
No, but here's the thing, Mike. Isn't a kicker a starter? If you get this right, Mike, to me, the kicker is like a center. Every 10 years or so, you draft one hoping you have that one. And once you're done, you don't have to worry about that again.
I'll go to free agency.
For a long time. If you go to free agency, you're the Lions right now. Because
why? They traded for a kicker, Rico. They didn't go to free agency. They didn't sign Brandon McManus.
Because at that point, you look at a value, and if a kicker comes in, he's asking for too much, you're going to be like, go find me the second best. Go find me the third best. Because people don't respect kickers.
Well, then don't cry about it when you don't have one. You can't have it both ways.
I don't. I was okay with the fact.
Don't rub your beard. Kenny, you know I'm right there. He's doing it again. He wants it. He's shaking both hands. He's pulling a Stoney.
No. I am saying I was okay when the Niners went out and got him because if this works out, you don't have to worry about a kicker for about another 10 to 15 years.
No, you'll have to pay the guy after 4. You'd still have to pay premium rate. That's the whole point.
But what's premium rate for a kicker?
That's why you go to free agency and get one. Boom!
Or you pay it and you stay a championship level team.
Yeah, right, with Brock Purdy. Hey, for years, you've heard us talk about Capital Mortgage funding.
Daniels?
Yeah, enjoy Sam Darnold by week 4. The home purchase market has changed substantially, i.e. it's bat bleep crazy. Multiple offers, overbidding. It's nuts. The days of me telling you about great interest rates are gone, too. You need a pre-approval. That's your best shot. Because if you're out there, you need a house, you can't go look at a house without a pre-approval. You'll be gone. You get blown out of the water by 7 other offers. Call 1-800-LOW-RATE. Harry Glanz, Dan Burke. Whole staff of Capital Mortgage Funding. They'll make the process smooth, easy, and as hassle-free as they can. You know the deal. It's Capital Mortgage Funding. 1-800-LOW-RATE. That's Capital Mortgage Funding, the best mortgage banker.
And
speaking of weird, perfect segue.
you're right. Perfect.
Go
segue.
ahead. This is your deal. I want to listen. I want to learn. I'm under attack by you. Let's hear this.
You're not under attack by me, but
Feel attacked?
no, I'm just a little concerned because yesterday Jim Harbaugh meets with the media, and it was the ultimate in distraction. It was the ultimate in don't look over here, look over here. It was a magician's sleight of hand, and it worked again. That he came out there, and instead of talking about this whole what's going to happen and the suspensions and all of that stuff, no, he came out and he started talking about, I don't understand the NCAA, TV networks, conferences, and schools that can continue to pull in millions off the efforts of college students. He's pro-college students. They need to take care of these college students, and this is wrong. He basically went out there and said, I love puppies. I hate cancer. That's what he did. And he riled up the people, and the media, they're all bought into it. They fell for the magician's sleight of hand, and he walked out of that press conference and said, just like I tell Kenny at the end of every show, he fooled him again. And that's what happened. He fooled him again. Nobody said anything. So then I'm thinking, okay, fine. This happened right before our show. So I kind of was watching it as it was happening. And then I got to read more about it. And it's just funny. I'm like, okay, so you're going to burn him down to the ground. You're like, no. I'm like, if Mel Tucker had pulled this same stunt, you were ready to crucify this man last week for him saying that. But this man just skates. Nobody holds him accountable for anything. He came out there and publicly did something that, okay, yeah, they're taking all of this money. They're not helping out the kids and blah, blah, blah. Okay, we get it, Jim. You love puppies. Who doesn't? But you still haven't talked about what's going on with the suspension. Nothing like, I can't talk about this, but let me talk about the players and how they're not getting any money. I'm shocked because if Mel Tucker pulled this, I couldn't even hold back the range for you. I literally could show up at 3:30 and you still wouldn't miss me. You would still be roasting this man. But this, you're just like, you looked at me like, it is what it is.
Yeah, well, there's two notes. Bravo. There's two notes. A, guy's a con artist. We've talked about it for years. No one's better at being a con artist than that cat.
Oh, yeah.
So that's his whole bit. It's not surprising. He's done it every step of the way.
Mike, the only thing missing from yesterday's press conference was him sawing a lady in half.
But that's my point is I guess I'm just out of gas with it. Getting upset about Harbaugh's antics is next to impossible anymore because it happens so often. He's never been anywhere other than U of M for more than 4 years because nobody can stand him. Hell, there's a big chunk of the Michigan fan base who can't stand him, and he's winning. So, no, Rico, I didn't have any natural passion for it. When he did it, I actually laughed. Because ultimately, I can't do anymore. If the media is just going to drink his bathwater, that's their business. But no, you're right. I didn't burn him to the ground because I just think it's an episode of The Simpsons at this point. It doesn't matter. You just give up because he's a con. He's never going to own up to anything. He never has anywhere, anytime, at any point in his life. Find evidence of Jim Harbaugh saying sorry or my bad. Never. Now, point two, you're not going to like. Hell, I don't like it, but it's reality. Back-to-back Big Ten champion. Back-to-back playoffs.
So
Mel Tucker, I have always said it to you. You could murder Nona if you win me the Big Ten. Okay? If Mel Tucker was winning, I wouldn't care if he was Bumpy Johnson's personal driver in American Gangster. I wouldn't care if he was Nicky Barnes and going to the title fight. If MSU was winning 11 games a year, where are we burying the bodies? Look, it's the rules I live by. I don't have to love it, but I'm just shooting you straight.
This still just boils down to 5 and 7.
Yeah.
At 5 and 7,
yes.
He gets a traffic ticket. You know what?
Yeah.
Mel Tucker to the main stage.
Yes.
Why are you getting a traffic ticket? You should be out recruiting.
Yes. And I admit it. And I admit my faults.
Jim Harbaugh, you just ran over a pack of kids. Thanks for winning those games.
Listen, we'll take care of these mini coffins. You beat Ohio State.
Right.
Look, man,
They were probably bad kids anyway.
No, hold on a minute. I'm not going to do performative theater. I can't even get upset because he's such a con and a lunatic that it doesn't even warrant the reaction. Look, we talked about his suspension ad nauseum. We did what other shows at this place won't do. I said exactly how it should play out. I gave you my thoughts. I think a lot of it is a joke on Michigan's part, on his part.
So at this point, he's just broken you. It's, what?
It's not broken. It's just you. Okay. It's like being surprised that a clown shows up at the birthday party and is making balloon animals for kids. I'm not surprised about it anymore. That's his routine. Make me a bicycle funny man. It's not anything new. The same bought and paid for media is going to do the same thing. Hell, you said it best. He went from a guy who the NCAA wants to body bag to an innovator, according to these idiots in the media.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so I have a choice. I can let that totally upset me, or I can look at it for what it is. The reality is the audience doesn't care because they're Big Ten champs. I couldn't get them to care about him cheating. I couldn't get him to care about him lying. I couldn't get him to care about really him running a game. They still think it's about cheeseburger. No, it's about recruiting during a COVID dead period so J.J. McCarthy didn't decommit. Let's call it what it is. It's about competitive advantage. They didn't care. For me to go on the air and tell them they need to care about what? The same guy they can't stand. Deep down, you think they're going to... I'm not yelling at you. I'm saying I'm trying to make you understand my viewpoint. Look, I thought what he did yesterday was it was straight out of politics. Right. It really was. It was. So I can either just let it get to me, but who else has called Harbaugh for being exactly what he is? I tell you, that's what he is.
The only thing missing was him going into the crowd and pulling a quarter from behind Wojo's
Right,
ear.
but guess what? When you win, it absolves your sins. When you win, you shower away the dirt. If Mel Tucker wasn't making a fool of himself on Saturdays, would I care as much? No, and I admit it. I'm honest to a fault. Spartan fans want to hate me for it. I don't care. If we win games, I can overlook a lot. But we're not winning games. So you're right. Mel Tucker farts in church? How dare you?
Okay.
How dare blaspheme? I've had it. I want to win games. And Harbaugh's killing it right now. He's winning. And they're probably going to win the Big Ten again. So you're right. I didn't burn him to the ground because I thought yesterday was such a laugh factory. If you have a brain, you saw through it. And if you're just a mouth-breathing idiot, you'll drink the bathwater.
Right. You're like, wait, this is great.
Whoa, Harbaugh's a player advocate. It's like, okay, thank you. Next. I'm sorry.
He's been a player advocate for years. Okay. But we're just going to disregard everything that this man has done in the offseason.
No, I'm not
Not you.
Oh, my bad.
Yes.
No,
not you. I'm talking about just.
Yeah, listen, man. The other thing that's taking place here, right? Like, look at the Mel Tucker stuff. I have no understanding how people could be upset by that. I didn't like his comments. I thought it was very whiny. And then people want to go, oh, well, Ryan Day did the same thing. Hey, guys, Ryan Day is like 50-2 as the head coach of Ohio State.
Well, that leads to my second part. Is it all about the wins? Because
Yes.
Ryan Day, James Franklin, Nick Saban, Kirby Smart, all pulled off what Mel Tucker did.
Yeah, all
saying,
those guys have rings except for one.
I need more money.
Yeah, I know. And you know what I didn't like? It was not just the one comment about needing more money. Him saying, well, I don't know how you can have championship aspirations without championship this. I mean, what are we doing? Body bagging our team a week before the season? You know, newsflash, man. Hire better coordinators. Have a better run operation. Look, the one thing is you and I can disagree until we're green in the face, but it is not a well put together operation. Okay? He does a lot of stupid stuff on game day. And when Harbaugh did that stuff and he wasn't winning, I still called it out. Rico, it's just, yeah, you're right. 5-7 at Michigan State is equivalent of 2-10 to me. It's unforgivable. It's a sin. It's a scarlet letter. And if they were winning, I probably would have avoided it. But they're not. And Harbaugh's crushing it. And yeah, I think he's a con artist. But it doesn't matter. The same way a lot of these coaches. Dabo Swinney's a con artist. Part of being a college football coach, being a con artist. Hell, Jimbo Fisher. Oh, good golly gee willikers and Christ almighty. And it's like, dude, you're a scumbag. Stop it. Stop it. That night on TV, and he hugs Jameis. Where are the cameras? Humble pie, humble pie. Jimbo, you're a POS. Stop. That's part of the deal. Right. And if you win, we overlook it. You don't, I can't help you. I'm upset. I am.
Okay.
If I failed you, I'm sorry.
If I failed the people. You have not failed me. You've not failed the people.
But you know what Harbaugh is? He's a character on The Simpsons to me at this point. What am I going to do? Get mad that Marge Simpson? What am I going to do? He's the Duff beer guy.
Yo.
Yeah, I mean, there's no point because they're crushing it. And if they didn't care about the NCAA violations, they tried to turn him into a martyr. What the hell are they going to care about a press engagement? Press engagements in 2023 are largely useless. Let's be fair.
I was just shocked.
I know.
I saw everybody like, are you guys seriously fell for this? Hey, free puppies.
Right.
Who doesn't love puppies?
Guys, I want to open the season by saying cancer sucks. Am I right? It's like, this
Who
is
agrees with me? Yeah.
This is what we're going to do?
Yeah.
Tell you world hunger is a problem. Okay, then. So, no, I said, I don't care. I can't. What am I going to do? 248-539-9797. Here's
a Milwaukee bar has something concocted for football season. They will pay your tab when the Jets lose a game started by Aaron Rodgers this season. Did you see this?
I did. I think it's awesome. I think it's genius.
Now, there's some stipulations, right, Heather? I know, like, they're not comping your whole meal.
Right. You can't comp your food. You have to stay at the bar the entire
Right. You
game.
got to be there and start your tab at least 15 minutes before kickoff.
Right.
Aaron Rodgers has to start the game. And so it can't conflict with a Green Bay Packers game as well, which
exactly
rules out certain Sundays.
Yeah,
So
unless
there's only,
some things flexed at the end.
4
of the season.
games, I think, in total
That
that
this
they'll
is
do this.
So basically, it's prime time games, featured games where Rodgers starts for the Jets, they lose, and they're buying your beer or your drink for you.
Yes.
If we had a promotion like that here in Detroit, if a local bar adopted this, would it be Aaron Rodgers? Would it be a different athlete? Like, who would be our villain that we would get comped a free drink if they lose?
Look, do I want to kick the tires on Robbie Gould? Absolutely. Absolutely. See, do you still got the leg? Do you still want to play? You know, what's the reason he hasn't been signed by anybody yet? There are a plethora of teams that need a kicker.
Yeah.
Is there something else going on there? If there's not, then I think the Lions, who are the other teams you mentioned that Rossini mentioned?
Rams.
Okay, get the Rams.
The Rams, Falcons, but hold on, let me look it up.
So it's like the Rams and Niners both kick outdoors.
Rams, Lions, Titans, Niners, Broncos.
So it's just the Lions are the only ones that are kicking indoors?
Rams.
Oh, right. Well, is it?
It's it's kind of got the retractable walls. So.
Yeah. And I don't think the Rams are looking to add a veteran kicker to their roster. Do you? It's a really young team. And
I wouldn't.
Looks
I
like
wouldn't
you're starting
think so,
over.
but, yeah.
So, I mean, the Lions would have the best situation, wouldn't you think?
Well, the situation being indoors with a competitive team as opposed to San Francisco's situation. But San Francisco, remember, they're not signing Robbie Gould, and they had him last year.
Right.
Something's up with Robbie Gould.
We've talked about Northville Lumber for a while. Oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in America. Nobody stocks more, sells more Trex than Northville. Last year, contractors, homeowners bought enough Trex decking to cover 26 football fields. Look, there's a reason Northville sells that much. It's all in stock all the time. It's just that simple. Deck season, yeah, it's coming to a close, but that's Bottom line, you don't want to wait for spring, and you don't want to have the spring rush and the whole nonsense. Get to Northville now, get the product you need, and get it done. They'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro. All you need to do, call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, Kenny, let's catch up on Ticket Text. God, I can't wait. I am excited, by the way. You can call me a loser. I'm excited we have actual football Thursday. Real college football. I mean, Minnesota and Nebraska, if you're a Big Ten fan, at least those are helmets you recognize, games that matter.
Teams you'll see later.
And teams you play. Yeah. I mean, week 0. I mean, please. This was nonsense this past weekend. And I'm a huge college football guy, but I'm struggling.
When 5 of the teams that played
are the bottom 10. Yeah. That was bad. But hey, Rich Rod got a dub. Jacksonville State, he's back.
Take him where you get him.
If you're UTEP, yikes. Tough way to start your year. You lose to a 1AA. Or what do they call it now? FCS, excuse me. It's FCS or BS?
CS, I believe.
Okay, who cares? It's crap. That's what
double
it is. All right, Kenny, what do you got?
The Power Rank hostage edition. I love it. Why do you guys do this segment if you hate it so much?
Because it is Rico's passion. He didn't want to do the Power Rank before week 1 proper. Kenny forced him because it is Rico's bid. I never want to do the segment because I have no respect for the Big Ten. I think the power rank could be as easy as Penn State, Ohio State, Michigan. The rest of this conference is an offensive pile of puke. And I hate it. I mean, think about it. It's a Spider-Man meme with a bag over their head. That's the rest of this conference.
The best that you hope for is that some team rises up and all of us does what MSU did 2 years ago, where they started off, I think, 9th or 10th, and at one point they were second, and then they fell back down.
Yeah. Well, they lost by 70 to Ohio State. Yes, Kenny.
We get about 11.
You're still hurt.
After that segment, we usually it's also a tradition with that segment is whenever Rico doesn't put Michigan number 1, we get about 11 or 12 texts, and I'll call him a Sparty hater.
And I support those people.
No, as I stated, I haven't seen any team. But you know what, Mike? I could go out and cure cancer, and I will still be a Sparty hater. So what does it matter? As Stoney would say,
this?
Nope.
This?
Nope.
This?
Nope.
Perhaps this.
No.
I got nothing. Hold on. Wait a minute. Maybe this.
No. It's just 2 letters, Mike. No.
I got nothing. That I don't have. Where's that on the board? Where's that
No, it
on
was
the
the FU.
Wow.
You hit every Stoney drop but that.
This is Doug.
No.
Oh, you're right. There we go.
That's pretty much gone now.
That was a roundabout way to get there.
Right.
Sorry.
But I simply said, and my backing for that, Kenny, Vegas says this is what's going to happen. So we put so much stock into Las Vegas lines, I'm going to lean with Vegas for week 0. You done?
Thank you.
Oh, no. What about Prater? We're talking about kickers. Trade Arizona. They're trying to lose anyway.
Is that really what we're going to do? Is that at this stage of his career? Is he still, I don't know. Do whatever you want. I don't care. Just fix it. Fix it, because what I don't want is a missed field goal against Kansas City on opening night.
Too bad he doesn't play for the Angels.
Oh, that story. Artie Moreno should be asked to kindly leave as an owner. The Angels just released like 6 really good players because they don't feel like paying salary for a month, and now playoff teams can grab these players. I tell you right now, if I'm other owners, I would be livid.
Yeah, this is one where the commissioner, nope. Everybody pack your stuff. You're going back to L.A.
Yeah, kindly leave. Yeah. We need David Stern in this moment.
This is not going to happen. Nope. Everybody hang up the phone. Put the phone down. Put it down.
No. Poor John. Yeah.
Campbell loves not having a kicker, so now he will have a built-in excuse as to why he's going for so many fourth
Don't
downs.
say that. We're going to be responsible this year. We're going to take the points. We're going to get a T-shirt that says "Take the points." Please.
Why can't we just do both? Sign both Gould and go after a wide receiver. Fix both problems.
That's how I feel. I'm all in. Let's go do this.
But in order for that to happen, you have to acknowledge that you have a problem. And they don't believe that they do. They believe that they can win with these wide receivers and they can just go find some kicker off the street.
Rico wants to franchise tag kickers. That was from our conversation about Jake Moody.
You don't franchise tag kickers, but you know what? It's why Justin Tucker will never leave the Ravens until his leg falls. Right. But it's worth it for them because you know what you have. You got a top kicker, you keep him.
And if you had gone to free agency and paid a top kicker, we wouldn't have this conversation. That's all I was trying to communicate.
Right, but I'm saying if you just draft the guy, he's your guy. It's the Jason Hanson. It's the Eddie Murray.
Oh, Jason Hanson. That guy never hit a big kick in his life. It's because he never took a big kick in his life. I can't.
That would require being in big situations.
Right, and that's my point is like you can't grade a kicker who never had to hit a pressure kick.
Okay, then Eddie Murray because he missed it.
That's tough break.
Yeah, it was. The Lion's leather, yeah.
That's right. All right. Kenny, let's be timely. Here's Rico. No. I'm kidding. 97.1.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's. Walk in anytime, 10 to 8, 7 days a week. It's wicked awesome. It was an afternoon of hard decisions for the Lions as they worked to pare down their roster to 53 players by that 4 o'clock deadline. Some of the cuts cutting in: cornerback Starling Thomas, running back Benny Snell. Also, ESPN reports that Emmanuel Mosley has been placed off the PUP list.
Do we know yet who got cut?
Not yet. Paul and I are looking for lists very feverishly.
So this is useless, right?
We can
Go
tell
ahead.
you, though, that Dan Campbell says these decisions are very hard and some of the